After that fight, Sky Palace students frequently debated whether Hansen or Lone Bamboo was stronger. The discussions never yielded any answers, though. Lone Bamboo had become a marquise, but Hansen remained an earl. If they were to have a rematch, it wouldn't be for a long time. However, Hansen's performance in the fight had garnered him much respect from all of the students of Sky Palace. The next few rounds of the exam offered no trouble. He won every match and achieved first place in the Earl class exams. He received permission to visit the Holy House, and there, he found the Under the Sky knife skill. He was also the recipient of more Fengho pills and a Marquise treasure for a prize. Hansen's name was famous in Sky Palace, but he cared little for the recognition. He focused on practicing his knife skills at home. Eugene was super cocky when walking up to the rich men to collect his winnings. With a smug look, he said, "I brought you the contract. Did you guys bring the harvest?" One of the men smiled and instructed his maid to give Eugene a box. He smiled and said, "We did lose. It was amazing to watch, and it was worth losing this. What you deserve is inside." "Thank you." Eugene accepted the box and had a look at the contents. He smiled like a flower. Yun Sui didn't go looking for Hansen for a few days. She knew there couldn't be a happy ending between them, but she couldn't stop thinking about him each day. After Hansen took the scroll, he quickly learned the knife skill. And just as expected, with his Heavenly Go, Dongxian Sutra, and Sky Palace as a base, it was easy to get comfortable with. He improved a lot in just a few days. This knife skill has a significant flaw. It is not because Yun Sui performed it incorrectly. After Hansen practiced with it himself, he quickly discovered the problem. Hansen had a decent understanding of Sky Palace's text. With Heavenly Go and the Dongxian Sutra, there was a way he could fix the problem without having to learn the textless book. That way, he would be able to make Under the Sky nearly perfect. If I'm known to hold this knife skill, when I use the Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go, people will believe I'm using Under the Sky. If I'm careful, Aisha won't think I am dollar. Hansen wanted this skill badly, and that was one of the reasons why. Otherwise, he couldn't use Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go. Without them, he was a good deal weaker, which sucked. Hansen did not see Yun Sui, and he didn't make plans to see her, either. But if he happened to run into her, he would show her the modified version of Under the Sky. Hansen went to the 7th floor of the White Jade Building. He did not see Yun Sui, so he settled for absorbing the jade air and leveling up his jade skin. "Brother Han, how have you been recently?" Hansen was sitting near an old tree, reading. Eugene came flying over on his mount. Now Eugene looked like a bona fide rich person. The jade knight crane he had used previously was gone, and he was now riding a green flying dragon. His armor had been exchanged for a new set that looked incredibly valuable, and he was also decorated with an array of jewelry. He looked very powerful. "Not bad. What do you want?" Hansen asked Eugene, looking up from his reading. "Brother Han, I gave you my Fengho pills, but you did not use them in the exam." Eugene smiled. "You said you gave them to me as a gift for free. Are you saying you want them back?" Hansen asked lackadaisically. "Of course not. The pills belong to you. Why would I want them back? I am saying there is someone who would like to buy them. When you reached first place, you received more of them. Would you like to sell the ones I gave you?" "The price is handsome," Eugene explained, making an expansive gesture with his hands. "I'm not selling," Hansen said, then went back to his reading. Eugene took a peek, and seeing that Hansen was trying to learn the regional populations of Xenogeneics, he smiled and said, "Ah, Brother Han. You are hunting Xenogeneics? I have a good place you can go. Are you interested?" "Oh, tell me." Hansen looked at him. He had been looking for a long time, and he hadn't been able to find a location in which he could slay many earls in a small amount of time. Every place had some sort of drawback. Old Night Island's monster population was spread too thin, and it was difficult to find big groups of Earl Xenogeneics there. Shanyuan Cave Xenogeneics were hidden, and you usually had to wait for them to find you. Every place had a flaw, and not one had large groups of Earls. I've seen this pamphlet before, Eugene said. This is shared with other students, so of course it doesn't have the really good spots. I know of a private island with lots of rare Xenogeneics. They are mostly Earls, too. If it's private, how do I gain access? Hansen asked. Eugene laughed and said, in the past, you wouldn't have been able to get in. But now, things are different. You are Han Senator at this point, who doesn't know your name? Being the knife and sword master is no joke. Wait, when was I given this title? Hansen thought the label sounded old-fashioned. No, you're not the knife and sword master by yourself, Eugene said. Hansen didn't understand that, so he waited. Eugene, seeing Hansen's confusion, coughed and said, it only works when you and Lone Bamboo are together. You know of Lone Bamboo's reputation here. If the students of Sky Palace put you, an outsider, on par with Lone Bamboo, you should know how lofty your reputation has become. So, am I the knife master or the sword master? Hansen asked with a smile. Neither. You cannot be separated. You are both the knife and sword master. There is no knife master, and neither is there a sword master. Eugene then changed his tone. The island I have told you about is called Rare Beast Island. That island is owned by the second elder. He treasures it so much, not even his students can go there. Only those of his bloodline can enter and hunt there. The elder has a young son called Sherbei Feng, and he admires you a great deal. He would like to invite you to hunt there. Something that great exists? Hansen looked at Eugene in disbelief. Of course, but there is one condition. He wants you to help him capture a Xenogeneic. Eugene finally explained the true purpose of all this. Rare Beast Island was an amazing place. It looked like one island, but nobles of any rank could enter. They'd be teleported to different places across the island, and it would seem as if they were actually on different islands. Only those of the same level could appear at each spot, though. Sherbei Feng wanted to capture an Earl Xenogeneic for a mount, but that Earl Xenogeneic was special. He had gathered a few teams to try their hand at capturing it, but none of their attempts were successful. So this time, he wanted Hansen's help. Outside of Rare Beast Island, a dozen students were standing at the entrance looking around. They seemed to have grown quite bored as they waited. A Sky student spoke to Sherbei Feng in a disgusted tone. Brother Sher, Hansen is too arrogant. He has made us wait here for so long, and he obviously isn't taking your invitation seriously. Who does he think he is? Sherbei Feng looked at the man coldly. If you can fight against Brother Lone Bamboo in the same fashion that he did, then I would gladly wait for you this long, as well. If you cannot, then just shut up. After hearing Sherbei Feng's response, the student felt a chill. He looked away, lowered his head, and did not say anything. They waited for another half an hour, and eventually, a legless jade knight crane arrived. When it landed, a man in white armor came floating down in front of Sherbei Feng. Brother Han, thank you for helping us. Sherbei Feng smiled and then bowed. The students looked Hansen over. He didn't look like a famous elite who had fought against Lone Bamboo, though. No problem. I took your money, so you are practically my employer. This is something I should do for you. Hansen smiled. Sherbei Feng nodded and said, let's go to Rare Beast Island. I'll give you the details on the way. Sherbei Feng appreciated what Hansen had said. He was not afraid of spending money, but he detested those who would take his money and not do the job they were commissioned to. Hansen was expensive, but if he could get things done, it would be worth the price. Hansen followed Sherbei Feng to Rare Beast Island, and Sherbei Feng explained the job. What Sherbei Feng wished to capture was a mutant Earl Xenogeneic. Its name was Crystal Kirin. It lived near Bibo Lake, and it was a water-aligned xenogeneic. The crystal Kirin could fly, run, and swim. It did all this at high speed. Its scales were very hardy, too. Sure, Beifeng had to use a king-class weapon to damage the scales. But even so, strikes went no deeper than the skin. The crystal Kirin moved incredibly fast, and it had a tendency to run off whenever it was in danger. When it was in the lake, it'd be harder to hunt, as well. Sure, Beifeng had led a few hunting parties here before, but they had been unable to capture a crystal Kirin. Injuries were the only things they had taken off the island. So, ultimately, there was nothing they could do. Hansen heard what he was told, and he thought, mutant xenogeneic? It should be eaten. It is a waste to make it a mount. If the others knew what Hansen was thinking, they'd declare him crazy. Mutant xenogeneics were incredibly rare, and for normal inhabitants of the Geno universe, eating a mutant would be the waste. Brother Sure, let me make sure that I understand. I help you capture this crystal Kirin, and in return, you provide me with a month to hunt xenogeneics across this island. Is that correct? Hansen asked Sure Beifeng. Sure Beifeng passed a beast tablet to Hansen, and he said, "This is a permit that grants you access to this place. You can come here with this card. Regardless of whether you fail or succeed, you may always return." Hansen took the tablet and said, "That's very nice. After I capture this crystal Kirin, I will give it back to you in a month." Rare Beast Island was bigger than Old Night Island, and there were far more high-class xenogeneics there. As they traveled, Hansen had already detected many Earl xenogeneics. But Sure Beifeng was in a big hurry to capture the crystal Kirin, and so he didn't bother with the other xenogeneics. Bibo Lake was 800 miles wide, and there were many different beasts that occupied it. Water dragons could occasionally be seen playing on the shore. It is important to have a good dad. The xenogeneics here are of a high level, and they are of good quality, too. And compared to Shanyuan Cave and Old Night Island, there really are a great many of them. Hansen sighed. Sure Beifeng told his workers to establish camp in a nearby forest. There, they would wait for the crystal Kirin to show up. The crystal Kirin is almost always underwater, but there are too many xenogeneics beneath the surface of the lake. There are marquises there, too. Fighting it underwater would be a bad idea for us, so we will need to wait for it to come out of the lake. Over the next few days, the crystal Kirin is sure to show up. He will surface to eat the green flowers, but as for the exact timing, I don't know. It'll be sometime during the next few days. Sure Beifeng pointed at the green flowers as he spoke. Then let us wait. Hansen nodded. Brother Han, how do you plan on capturing it? Do you need our help? Sure Beifeng asked. You can ready the cage for the Kirin, but I can take care of the rest, Hansen said, as he stood up and took a look around. Before the crystal Kirin appears, I will take a walk around the lake, so I can absorb its lovely views. After Hansen left, one of the students next to Sure Beifeng said, Brother Sure, is Hansen being too reckless? The crystal Kirin is so strong, and if we fail, we will have to wait another month. He says what he says, because he can do it. Wait and see if that is the truth, Sure Beifeng said, after thinking for a moment. Hansen skirted the lake and walked for a dozen miles. He found a few Earl xenogeneics, and they were different from the ones on Old Night Island. All the xenogeneics he saw seemed to be of rare species. Suddenly, Hansen heard splashes from the lake. He turned around to take a look. There, he saw a white dragon that was halfway out of the water. It was spewing out a mist, as if it were absorbing the power of the earth. Another rare Marquise xenogeneic. Hansen watched it a while, before returning to camp. Sure Beifeng was nice to talk to. He chatted with Hansen, and it turned out that he knew a lot of things. He always had entertaining things to talk about, and he stopped the conversations from becoming boring. Hansen and the others had good luck. After waiting only a single day, they saw movement in the lake. Something emerged that was the size of an elephant, a Kirin with jade-like scales. The Kirin's horns were shining like stars. The crystal Kirin came up the shore, and there, it started to eat the green flowers. The people in the wood stopped breathing. They did not want to alert the Kirin to their presence. Hansen knew the power of the crystal Kirin, and its mutation made its speed greater and scale sturdier. Compared to others of the same level, it was remarkably powerful. But to Hansen, this was the easiest sort to deal with. The rabbit shoes appeared beneath Hansen's feet. He raced down to the crystal Kirin, which startled the beast. It spat out globs of water at Hansen, and it tried to retreat back into Bibo Lake. Hansen stretched out a hand that gleamed like jade. He slapped the crystal Kirin on the back. A turtle symbol appeared there, and it brought the creature's speed down to a crawl. Hansen then led the crystal Kirin, which now walked as slow as a turtle, over to Sherbafeng. Sherbafeng's people had not reacted yet. They were still holding the cage while they stared at the stumbling crystal Kirin in shock. The crystal Kirin lifted itself up off the ground. It wished to fly off, but before long, it fell back down again. Hansen patted the crystal Kirin's head, and very much like a turtle, it barely moved. He grabbed the crystal Kirin and threw it into the cage. Then, he closed the cage door. "Brother Sher, the mission has been accomplished. Okay, I have to go. I'll return the tablet to you in a month." After that, Hansen mounted his legless crane and left. That's it? The people snapped out of their daze. They looked at the caged crystal Kirin in befuddlement. Someone sighed and said, when he fought Lone Bamboo, it was an acceptable bout. But when he fights against normal Earls, they don't stand a chance against him. Even mutant Earl Xenogeneics can be captured so easily? He must be the strongest. Sherbafeng looked at them expressionlessly and said, the strength of an elite that can fight Lone Bamboo isn't something you lot can ever guess. Hansen rode the legless crane to a flat mesa. It was difficult to fight in the water, and a mountainous landscape would be hard to navigate. Open plains were the easiest places to fight. But before Hansen made it over the mountains, he heard a bird in the sky. There was a big black bird that was 10 meters long, coming down from the clouds. Hansen pulled out Ghost Teeth knife and slashed with his knife air. The bird's body was quickly shattered. Xenogeneic Earl hunted. Black feather bird, Xenogeneic gene found. Rare Beast Island was a great place for Hans Senator. There were many Earl Xenogeneics about, and in less than a week, Hansen was able to obtain all the Earl genes he required. He reached 100. The legless crane was able to dine on a lot of the Xenogeneic flesh, too. And Hansen also gave Bubble a lot of energy. It evolved and became a Viscount. But Bubble was still not very useful. It could make itself look like an ordinary creature, but it couldn't wield their actual powers. There's still most of the month left. It'd be a waste to leave it now. Why don't I use this opportunity to hunt some Marquises? That way, I won't have to look for them when I become one myself. Hansen hunted Earls as he scoured the land, looking to pick up the trail of a Marquise. After Hansen leveled up his Dongxian Sutra, his power had grown. Super Spank had become stronger, but more importantly, the Dongxian Sutra could now be used to build up a sequence structure. Hansen could use the Dongxian aura to see sequence structures, and he could break the substance between. Doing this severed the substance's chain. But Hansen's power had to be strong enough to break them, of course. If he was unable to do that, then Super Spank was useless. Now the Dongxian aura had a different substance that could link sequence chains, allowing him to combine two different powers. It was similar to how Hansen could use sword and knife powers simultaneously. Doing that, he'd become much more powerful. With Hansen's power, using the Dongxian aura to fight Marquise creatures wouldn't be too difficult. But not all substances were stronger when combined. Some had side effects, so Hansen had spent some time running tests. He wanted to find out more about the connections he could make. But for now, the strongest combination was Teeth Knife and Lone Bamboo sword skills. After Hansen combined double fly and teeth knife power, the results were poor. The two powers were rendered weaker. There weren't many marquises in the area, perhaps because it was an earl's territory. He looked around for half a day until he found one resting beneath a tree. The Xenogeneic was under the boughs of a tree, and it looked like a cow. It was 3 meters tall, and its back was laden with spikes. It was quite scary. Hansen approached the Xenogeneic and drew out his ghost teeth knife. He slashed towards the Xenogeneic's head. The rabbit shoes provided him a burst of speed, and ghost teeth knife was imbued with the powers of knives and swords. He did not try to use super spank powers, though. If that power annihilated the sequence structure, the Xenogeneic's entire body would dissolve, including the Xenogeneic gene. That would just be wasteful. Catcha. Although Hansen did not use super spank, and he only used knife and sword powers, he was still able to cut the Marquis Xenogeneic's head off. A big cow head rolled across the ground, and the headless body squirted blood like a fountain. Xenogeneic Marquis hunted. Stone cow, Xenogeneic gene found. Hansen felt depressed. Rare Beast Island was bad luck for him. He had killed many Xenogeneics, but he hadn't earned a single beast soul. Hansen used ghost teeth knife to cut open the stone cow's body. He found a heart that looked like stone, so it was safe to guess that was the Xenogeneic gene. Hansen took the stone heart from its chest, and he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He looked behind him, and on the field there was a gray stone cow staring at him with red eyes. This stone cow looked like the other one, but bigger. Its presence was far scarier, as well. Moo. Before Hansen could get a good look, the beast raised its legs and slammed them back down. A shockwave moved out like ripples on water. It spread in widening circles. Hansen drew Ghost Teeth Knife again and swung it at the shockwave. Ghost Teeth Knife's knife air cut through the shockwave, but the shockwave itself was like magic. When the shockwave touched Hansen's fingers, he noticed that the armor on his hands had been turned to gray stone. The stone cow roared, lowered its head, and pointed its horns at Hans Senator. It thundered forward like a train, and the earth shook beneath its hooves. Hansen used his powers, but he couldn't get rid of the petrification. He was shocked. He quickly summoned the Red Reaper beside the stone cow's head and had it slash the creature's neck. The Red Reaper's scythe slashed across the stone cow's neck, but all it dealt was a minor scratch. It couldn't even be considered an injury. After all, there was a level difference between the two. Hansen couldn't blame the Red Reaper for not being strong enough. But after the attack, the stone cow was only enraged. It turned around and looked at the Red Reaper. It reared with its legs and stamped down on the ground to create another shockwave. The Red Reaper was petrified in midair. It dropped down to the ground and cracked, like an ordinary statue. D*MN. This guy's petrification is effective. It even took down the Red Reaper, which is practically smoke. Fortunately, it isn't really a creature, and it's only something shaped by a geno-art, Hansen thought, shocked. Hansen's body brimmed with energy, and from it, he generated another Red Reaper. Again, it moved to attack the stone cow. Hansen wanted to buy some time. He tried the story of genes, the Dongxian Sutra, Jade Skin, and the Blood Pulse Sutra, but none of them could free him from the petrification. Should I use Super God Spirit mode? Hansen frowned. But then, he suddenly remembered he had the petrify skill. It was a little different than the stone cow's petrification, in that he could only use it on himself. But perhaps it would work here. Hansen cast Petrify and petrified his own body. He deepened the power of the effect, petrifying himself far beyond what the stone cow had managed. When Hansen removed his petrification, the stone cow's petrification disappeared as well. I did not expect Petrify to be this useful. Hansen grinned. Meanwhile, the stone cow had just shattered the Red Reaper. It angrily turned back toward Hansen, stomping the ground again to produce more shockwaves. Hansen pulled out his knife and slashed towards the stone cow. The knife and sword power synergized into one and came out of Ghost Teeth Knife's blade, headed right for the stone cow. The knife and sword power struck the cow's head. There was a boom, and the stone cow reeled backwards with a deep gash across its body. The knife and sword power had broken the creature's horns. The stone cow shook its head and got up. It wasn't impaired by the attack. It roared and ran straight back at Hansen. Hansen removed his petrification and slashed towards the stone cow again. The attack wasn't very effective, though. It could only move the stone cow back a little, and it left him petrified again. The stone cow's circular shockwave was an area of effect attack. It did not matter what direction Hansen attacked from, he was petrified each time. As the stone cow came for him again, Hansen decided not to slash it this time. He used turtle. And when Hansen was petrified the next time, he cast it onto the beast's head. A turtle symbol glowed atop the cow's head. Hansen thought to himself, it does not matter how strong you are, turtle turns everyone into a slowpoke. Before Hansen struck again, the stone cow stopped and created more shockwaves. But this was stronger than the stone cow's previous attacks. Hansen removed the petrification, but he also noticed he had slowed down. He lowered his head and realized that the turtle symbol was now on him. *T. The stone cow can reverse a Geno art? Hansen was shocked. The stone cow kept stomping and stamping. Each step sent out another shockwave. Hansen kept getting petrified, and each time it happened, another turtle image appeared on his body. *This stone cow is too creepy. Hansen got rid of the petrification and turtle effects. Then, he slashed towards the stone cow and ran. Until he figured out what the thing could do, he would only be able to kill it with super god spirit. The stone cow was directly behind Hansen, mooing. It was extremely annoying, and Hansen thought, wait until I become a marquise, and I'll be back to one-hit kill you. You won't have nearly as much fun when you're not bullying an earl. Hansen grew more and more frustrated as he ran. The stone cow's shockwaves kept petrifying him. The stone cow would probably have already killed an average marquise, especially since they wouldn't be able to run away. Fortunately, Hansen had petrify and the rabbit shoes. Hansen escaped the stone cow's pursuit. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, that cannot be a marquise mutant xenogeneic. Hansen did not want to leave just yet. He allowed Spell to engage her sniper mode, and with it, he used her sniper scope to watch the stone cow. Hansen's nose wrinkled in disgust. The stone cow was eating the other stone cow's meat. It swallowed the xenogeneic gene heart before Hansen could take it. Hansen thought the stone cow was angry because its relative had been murdered. But that thing seemed willing to eat the remains of its own people. It just wanted to eat the prey that someone else had gone to the work of killing. *CKU. Let's see who can last longer. Hansen began to think of ways he might get rid of the stone cow. Its body was hard, so it must have been of the top tier of the marquises. It would take multiple attacks at close range to hurt the stone cow. However, because of the petrifying shockwaves, Hansen could not get close. While Hansen could remove the petrification, it took time. While he was petrified, Hansen could not move. It was a difficult problem. The scariest thing was how the stone cow could flip the turtle skill back onto him. That was just overpowered. No. It is not just reflecting the effect back to me, since the turtle spell remains active on the stone cow. The turtle symbol only disappeared when the power faded. While under turtle's effects, the stone cow did move slower and its shockwave was less effective. This is not just a reversal of my own attacks, Hansen thought. Hansen wanted to prove his theory correct, so he used his sniper rifle to take aim at the stone cow. Then he pulled the trigger. Hansen pulled ammo from the turtle spell. The bullet went flying towards the stone cow. The thing was still munching on the dead cow's body when the bullet smacked into its butt. The image of a turtle appeared on its bum. Moo. The stone cow spun around angrily, already stomping the ground to send out shockwaves. But Hansen was not petrified, and he did not have the turtle skill reversed upon him. The turtle mark was still planted on the cow's bum. Success, Hansen said with a smile. Pang! Pang! The bullets struck the stone cow from afar. They made the stone cow angry, but after repeated hits, its speed was slower than that of a snail. It couldn't come after Hansen. Hansen was shooting from as far away as possible. The stone cow couldn't even see him, and even if it had been able to, it wouldn't have been able to go after him. Earl-class spell weaponry could damage many things, but the bullets couldn't pierce the stone cow's body. Hansen hadn't expected that they would be able to kill the stone cow, though. He kept firing bullets, imbued with the turtle spell, to leave turtle markings across the stone cow's body to slow it. At first, the stone cow was able to stomp to create its shockwaves. But as the turtle symbols piled across it, the stone cow looked like it was in slow motion. Its signature shockwave started to appear less and less frequently. Hansen examined the shockwaves and found that they had a radius of 500 meters. Beyond that, their strength dropped dramatically. 500 meters. I'll have to use very careful timing to strike in between the casting of the shockwaves. Hansen kept on sniping the stone cow to increase the amount of the turtle spell that affected it. As he did, he moved closer to the stone cow, but not within the radius of the shockwave. Now. Hansen drew his knife and started running. He raced to the stone cow like a ghost. In a moment, he was right beside it. Before the stone cow could raise its legs, the ghost teeth knife sliced the cow's ear with knife and sword powers. Dong! The knife and sword power shattered. Ghost teeth knife's blade came against the stone cow's ears. One of the ears was cut in half. Hansen immediately retreated dozens of meters. A loud stomping noise came from behind him and the shockwave rolled over him, petrifying him. Hansen was dealt a turtle spell, too. Hansen quickly removed the petrification and the turtle spell, then jumped out of the radius of the shockwave. The stone cow wanted to chase after him, but its movement was laughably slow. All it could do was roar. Steal my prey, huh? You are dead. Hansen used his rifle to shoot the stone cow again. The turtle spell had a time limit. Over time, its effectiveness decreased. Hansen fired a few more shots as he moved out of the stone cow's attack range, just to be safe. Since the stone cow was still bellowing and moving sluggishly, Hansen felt safe pausing to look at it. The ear that had been cut open was shrouded in purple smoke, which was spreading slowly across its body. But the stone cow's body had no blood, so it wouldn't bleed out. The teeth power would have to chew apart its body a piece at a time. Hansen kept firing at the stone cow to ensure that it wouldn't be able to escape. He'd allow the teeth power to kill it. The stone cow was starting to realize something was frightfully wrong. Instead of bellowing at Hansen, it was now trying to turn around and run away. Unfortunately for the cow, it was still as slow as a sloth. It couldn't escape Hansen's watchful eye. Hansen was not in too much of a rush either. He continued shooting the cow occasionally. The teeth powers kept tearing at the cow's wounds, spreading across its head. The stone cow's body was strong, and Hansen's teeth power was still only Earl class, so the damage increased slowly. But even at that speed, the cow would die in a couple of days. The stone cow kept trying to escape, but the effort was futile. Hansen couldn't stop the creature entirely, but he made sure that it never got out of shooting range. The stone cow kept squealing furiously as it ran. It wasn't very happy with Hansen. Hansen did not want to provoke the cow too much, though. He preferred that the cow continue trying to run rather than attempt to fight off its inevitable death. The creature was strange, and it might possess more weird powers that Hansen hadn't yet seen. Ultimately, Hansen decided to watch it die slowly from afar. He wasn't going to take any unnecessary chances. But things didn't go as smoothly as he believed they would. Under the stone cow's constant squealing, Hansen heard a low rumbling. The earth trembled. Not long after, a group of small stone cows approached. There were at least 40 of them. The herd met the fleeing stone cow and surrounded it. A larger cow mooed at the stone cow, to which the stone cow replied. The stone cows all glared in Hansen's direction, then shuffled forward to position the wounded stone cow behind them. *T. That guy ate the smaller stone cow. Why are they still protecting it? They should be enemies. Hansen sighed, but the stone cows were already headed his way. Hansen had to leave. He wasn't powerful enough to tackle an entire group of marquises. Hansen grabbed the sniper rifle and took off running. He couldn't kill the stone cow while the smaller ones were around. Luckily, he was still able to snipe from afar. As the stone cows approached, he found himself falling back into the mountains. He soon heard a mooing noise from within the cow group. Rocks began to fall from the sky like a meteor shower. The group of marquis stone cows pulled their strength, and the land for 10 square miles around them was pummeled by rocks. It looked like the end of the world. Hansen managed to lose his pursuers in the mountains, then circled back around. The stone cow was gone, but there were still a few of the smaller ones in the vicinity. Hansen used the Dongxian aura to scan for the trail of the stone cow. After a few minutes of searching, he found it. He followed it all the way to a valley. The group of stone cows were there, but the one he had fought was no longer around. Hansen frowned. It should be in the valley. It is inflicted with teeth power, but it shouldn't last long. Hansen waited there for 2 days. He wanted to wait until it died before going into the valley after its body. But waiting for another night, Hansen had yet to hear an announcement confirming its death. That meant the cow was still alive, someplace in the valley. How can the teeth power just disappear? That should be impossible. Hansen used the sniper scope to see if the cow's ear was healed. There was no sign of teeth power around it. Hansen stared in disbelief. The stone cow strutted around the valley like it owned the place. The ordinary, small stone cows were avoiding it. They seemed afraid of it. One of the smaller cows was too slow to get out of its way, and the creature found itself rammed to the ground. Its body was cut by the large cow's horns. The small stone cow did not fight back. It merely squealed and scrambled away. The stone cow walked around the valley, going into its deeper recesses. The walls of the valley blocked Hansen's vision, so he decided to find a new spot to observe from. He climbed up a mountain that was near the valley, using vines as cover. When he found a good place to rest, he used his sniper scope to watch the stone cows. A path wound across the center of the valley, through a small pass, and into a smaller valley. There weren't any small stone cows in the smaller valley. After the stone cow entered, it went to lay down beneath the boughs of a tree. It didn't look as if it was resting, though. The cow settled itself and looked at the tree. It stared intently as if it was gazing at something in particular. Hansen looked at the tree, but he couldn't see anything noteworthy about it. The tree was very thick, and it was 13 meters tall. The top of the tree looked like an umbrella. Because he was too far away, Hansen couldn't feel the tree's aura. He couldn't even see any fruit on the tree. It was just a green leaf tree. Weird. The valley doesn't seem to have any special qualities, so how did the stone cow remove the wound I made with teeth power? The stone cow can't possess an ability like that itself, or it wouldn't have allowed the teeth power to do so much damage when I fought it yesterday. Hansen continued watching the cow, hoping to find some answers to his questions. The stone cow lay there for a while, but it eventually grew fidgety. It started walking around in circles, looking towards the top of the tree. There has to be something special about this tree. Hansen kept observing it, but he couldn't figure it out. After a while, a pleased look crossed the stone cow's face. It kept staring at the top of the tree. Hansen looked closer, and he finally noticed a hole in the tree that was about the same size as a basketball. Something was emerging from the hole. Hansen didn't know what it was. It looked like a mouse, but it stood on 2 feet. It was wearing clothes made of leaves, and it held a stick in its hands. It looked creepy, and the sight made Hansen feel uneasy. That thing looked evil. Its triangle eyes gleamed red. After it walked out of the hole, it struck a nearby leaf with its stick. It jumped onto the leaf and glided it down to the ground. The stone cow approached. It looked at the mouse-like creature and bellowed at it. The thing screamed back at the stone cow. It seemed like the two were arguing. After a while, the little thing pulled out a rock and threw it to the stone cow. The stone cow opened its mouth and stuck its tongue out. The rock landed in its mouth and slid right down its throat. The stone cow didn't even chew. After the cow swallowed the rock, its body started to glow. The stone cow looked as if it was having some difficulty, so it settled down onto the ground again and went to sleep. The rat-like thing watched the stone cow for a while, then leaped back up the tree and disappeared inside the tree hole. I don't know what kind of species that rat thing belongs to, but it does look intelligent. And what was that little stone that the cow just ate? Is that how it removed the teeth power? Hansen wondered. After discovering this, Hansen did not want to abandon this pursuit. He wanted to find out what was going on between the stone cow and the rat. So, he remained hidden and continued to watch. After the stone cow woke up, it looked much better. It went out to signal the other cows and then returned to the valley. The smaller stone cows brought it xenogeneics, and it gobbled them up immediately. The stone cow ventured out of the valley sometimes, but it returned to wait beneath the tree every day. If the rat-looking xenogeneic did not give it a little stone, it would ram the tree until branches started falling off. The cow would do so until the rat came out and gave it another little stone. The rat was clearly afraid of the stone cow, and it seemed that the rat would never refuse its demands. It gave the cow a little stone every day. What are those little stones? And where does the rat get them? Hansen wanted to find out, but there were so many small stone cows, so he couldn't just waltz in. After thinking for a while, he came up with a plan. Hansen waited until the stone cow was outside the valley, and when it went far enough, he found the chance. He shot the stone cow while it was at unawares. The bullet hit the stone cow and placed a turtle spell on it. The stone cow was furious, but Hansen kept firing more and more bullets to make it slower and slower. Just like last time, the stone cow ran back towards the valley, squealing as it went. After a short time, an assembly of smaller stone cows came after Senator. He summoned the Red Reaper to draw their attention and lure them further away. Hansen slipped around them and ran towards the valley. He wanted to see what was inside the tree hole. When Hansen ran into the big valley, he used a scope to aim at the rat-like xenogeneic. It was standing on a tall branch, having a look around. Without a second thought, he used the sniper rifle to shoot it. Hansen had only wanted to find out what it was. He hadn't expected the single bullet to blow the rat's head off. Xenogeneic Earl hunted. Eating rat, xenogeneic gene found. Huh? An Earl xenogeneic? Hansen was surprised. Since the eating rat seemed unusually intelligent, he thought that it'd be the same level as the stone cow. It was actually just an Earl. Hansen didn't like doing it, but he still ran inside the valley. The speed of the rabbit shoes quickly brought him beneath the little valley's tree. Hansen leaped atop the tree, using the Dongxian aura to look inside the hole. He noticed that it was quite spacious within and that most of the tree was hollow. However, there was no life force or treasure to be seen. Hansen did not want to give up on this pursuit, though. If the eating rat could give the stone cow a pebble every day, there had to be more of them somewhere. Hansen used his ghost teeth knife to carve out the entrance of the hole. He widened it enough for him to fit through, then stuck his head inside. The tree was even more hollow than he thought. Its trunk was hollow all the way down to the ground, where a rocky cave appeared. With no hesitation, Hansen wormed his way into the tree through the hole and started climbing down. Quickly, he descended into the cave. Hansen lowered himself into the cave, which led off through a crooked tunnel. Not long after, the tunnel opened up and Hansen discovered a big natural cave beyond it. It was the size of an air raid shelter. Hansen moved in to get a better look. There were no signs of living creatures about, but he did detect the remnants of the eating rat's presence. Darkness did not affect Hansen. He used the Dongxian aura to scan the whole cave. The cave seemed ordinary, with nothing unusual about it. The only way out was back up through the hole in the tree. At the center of the cave was a little pool of water with a giant stalactite hanging above it. Liquid was slowly dripping off the end of the stalactite into the pond below. Hansen looked at the pool, and there he saw the little stones that the rat had given to the cow each and every day. They were as small as a finger each, and they were gray. They were sitting at the bottom of the pool. Hansen estimated there to be around 100 of them. There didn't seem to be anything indicating they were something special. Hansen brought out Spell in her lady mode. She walked over to the pool to retrieve the stones for him. Nothing dangerous happened to her while she did so. Spell reached into the pond and grabbed one of the pebbles. Xenogenic gene discovered. A voice sounded in Hansen's head. These stones are xenogenic genes? Hansen picked up one and noticed that it felt really cold, like a wet stone. There was nothing specific about the announcement, though. He didn't know what sort of xenogenic gene it was. Hansen collected every single stone he could find and put them in his pocket. There were 128. He took each and every one. Before he left, he searched the pond for anything else. He found another rock that seemed quite unusual. Hansen touched it and lifted the moss that had grown on it. When the moss fell away, he could see that it was a 1-foot-tall human statue. The statue was green and black, so he couldn't tell what its original color might have been. But it was of a man sitting. Hansen wasn't in the mood to examine it for long. He looked around the pond, but there was nothing else to see. He decided to go back the way he had come. When Hansen exited the tree hole, the stone cow was waiting outside. It looked at him angrily. Behind the stone cow, all the little stone cows had gathered, too. Hansen knew he had been down there for too long, which had given the cows time to return. Pang! The stone cow stomped the ground, and 2 shockwaves suddenly exploded outward. They raced towards Hansen. Hansen jumped out of the tree hole. It'd be dangerous if he got petrified within. But even as he exited the hole, he knew he wouldn't have time to get out of the shockwave's radius. He was still petrified. The group of smaller stone cows were not affected. They all turned into giant rocks, then launched themselves at Hansen. Hansen removed his petrification, then spawned his Xian jade wings behind his ears. They flapped, and all of a sudden, Hansen was soaring away from the gourd-shaped valley. The stone cow furiously tried to chase after Hansen, but luckily, it couldn't fly. Although it looked strong, this was its greatest weakness. It was a Marquis xenogenic that did not know how to fly. But it couldn't have caught up with Hansen regardless. It would have been far slower than the Xian jade wings. Hansen had Spell summon her sniper rifle. He instructed her to shoot the smaller stone cows. She began to pick them off one by one with the turtle spell, slowing them down. Hansen did not shoot the primary stone cow, though. He had the smaller ones targeted first. The horde was eventually all slowed, and Hansen was able to shake off their pursuit. Perhaps the stone cow could smell the little stones Hansen was now carrying, and that was why it chased him doggedly without looking back. Regardless, Hansen lured the stone cow a long ways away. He eventually drew it far from the smaller stone cows. Hansen could not kill it with the small stone cows to protect it. If it was on its own, he might have a chance. The stone cow was strong, but there was certainly a weakness to it. The Xenogeniacs Hansen passed all ran off when they noticed the stone cow coming their way. No one stopped its passage. Hansen must have run 100 miles, and even so, the stone cow kept following him. It was like Hansen had murdered the cow's wife or something. Eventually, it seemed to realize that its herd was gone. It hesitated, wondering if it should continue chasing Hansen, and it slowed down a touch. Hansen, seeing that, shook the little stones in his pocket. The stone cow bellowed and resumed the chase. Hansen had planned to kill the cow then and there if he could not entice it to continue. Now there was no need. What creature created these xenogenic genes? The stone cow really seems to want them badly. Hansen was surprised. The stone cow chased Hansen for 300 miles. When Hansen decided that they were out of range of the smaller stone cows, Hansen turned and shot the stone cow with a turtle spell. Have you enjoyed chasing me for so long? Good. Now it is time you pay. Hansen stopped running, and he kept firing at the stone cow with the sniper rifle. The stone cow was very strong, but now it was also very slow. The shockwaves couldn't block the bullets either. Soon, the stone cow fell to the same fate it had before. It could walk no faster than a turtle. Hansen immediately grabbed his blade, and with his knife and sword powers, he slashed the stone cow. Dong! After delivering a slash to the stone cow's body, Hansen fell back and became petrified. Within a second, Hansen had removed the petrification and moved forward to strike the stone cow again. After a few repetitions of this, Hansen's blade had left multiple marks on the stone cow's body. The purple teeth powers were spreading. There was no use in the stone cow crying aloud anymore, as the smaller stone cows were too far away. They wouldn't hear the squeals. Hansen and the stone cow kept fighting over the next 30 hours. Stone cow's body was finally unable to withstand its wounds, and it was torn apart by the teeth powers. It was reduced to nothing but shattered bits of rock. Mutant xenogenic Marquise killed. Petrified demon cow, mutant xenogenic gene found. Obtained mutant xenogenic beast soul, demon stone cow. The announcement played in Hansen's head, and he smiled. He rushed over to the shattered rock and began picking through the rubble. Stone cow's body was made of stone, and so it had no flesh. After a while, however, he found its special stone heart. There was a light inside it, and it reminded him of the demon stone cow itself. After refining this mutant xenogenic gene, will I learn how to petrify others? Hansen was really interested in the stone cow's ability. Learning the ability to petrify other xenogenics with a stomp would be fairly great. But the bad thing about all this was that the demon stone cow was a Marquise mutant xenogenic. To refine it, he'd have to be a Marquise himself, with a number of Marquise genes stockpiled. Hansen was interested in the demon stone cow's beast soul, too, though. He took a look at it. Mutant demon stone cow beast soul, shapeshift type. A wide grin spread across Hansen's face. He could now turn himself into the demon stone cow. He wondered if it would give him all the physical capabilities of the demon stone cow. That would be a great boost for his strength, if so. Hansen immediately used the shapeshift demon stone cow beast soul. When he summoned it, he turned into the demon stone cow. He felt as if his power and speed increased, the power in particular. There was a big increase in that. But sadly, Hansen's shapeshifting demon stone cow beast soul only gave him the raw strength of the creature. He didn't earn the ability to petrify others or reverse negative effects onto others. It looks like I'll just have to hold out for the demon stone cow's mutant gene. Hansen put away the shapeshifting demon stone cow and continued his search for xenogenics. Sky Palace was entertaining some beautiful guests. The men were strong, and the women were lovely. They had gorgeous white wings, and they were the feather from holy heaven. Soon, the news spread across the entire Geno universe. The feather had sided with Sky Palace, and they had become a subordinate race of the sky. The kings of the feather had allowed their heirs to come and practice in Sky Palace. They were there to learn powerful geno arts to secure and protect future generations. The young feathers also served as hostages in some ways, in that they would put themselves at the mercy of the sky to prove the feathers' overall loyalty to Sky Palace. Angia, will we live here from now on? We cannot return to Holy Heaven? A beautiful feather lady asked a feather man who looked like Apollo. The other children of the feather kings all looked towards that man, as well. It seemed as if he was their leader. No, we will return to Holy Heaven one day, and Holy Heaven will be the home of a high race once more. Until then, we have to earn the respect and the approval of the sky race. Angia smiled at the girl. How do we earn their respect and approval? Before we became a low race, we were so much inferior to the sky already. Now we are actually a low race, the lady was worried. No high race was born a high race. You only need to be strong to earn the respect and approval of others. It's like that everywhere, Angia pronounced. A strong male feather stood up and said, Angia, tell us what to do. Be patient. Learn and perform. Make us strong again. Let them see that we are worthy. Angia paused, then went on to say, the sky are powerful. Amongst the higher races, they are the most accepting of outsiders. They are very unlike the Buddha, who treat outsiders like tools for their own purpose. That is why we refused the Buddha's offer and came here instead. Here, we might become students of Sky Palace, as much as the sky themselves are. Many outsiders have become members of this place. And we need strength. Do not worry. We will keep practicing. One day, the feathers will become a high race again, the strong male feather swore. The other feathers agreed, too. But few of them looked very hopeful. Becoming a high race was difficult. If the feather had no deified elites, then they couldn't become one of the high races again. Aside from the feather alpha, the strongest feather was only half deified. None of them were fully deified yet. And now that they were a lower race, achieving deified status for one of their members would be even more difficult. Just fighting is not enough, Angia said grimly. We are only commoners here. We do not have the benefits, and we cannot yet learn powerful geno arts. We need to impress the elders and the leader so that we can become official students. Only then will we stand a chance. Then what do we do? A lady feather looked at Angia. The exams would be our best opportunity, but this year's exams are already done. Angia sighed. That means we will have to wait until next year, a male feather said, looking quite sad. Perhaps not. We'll do well if we can beat one person. Do that, and we'll instantly become famous in Sky Palace. We will garner the attention of the elders and the leader. Angia's eyes looked sharp. Who? The young feathers asked together. That crystallizer Kong Fei gifted a deified feather to. Knife Queen student, Angia said calmly. He earned first place in the exam for Earl class and fought Lone Bamboo to a draw. Lone Bamboo is legendary amongst the sky. If we beat the crystallizer, we will earn the approval we need. That guy. One of Kong Fei's people? He should die, the strong feather man said. Shut up. No matter what he was before, now he is a student of Sky Palace. We should not talk like that, Angia scolded him. The feather respected Angia, so he lowered his head and stopped talking. But he was chosen by that traitor Kong Fei. We do not need to go easy on him or anything, Angia said icily. 1 month passed. Hansen left Rare Beast Island and returned the tablet to Sherbei Feng. Brother Han, if you'd like, you can stay for longer. It is okay. Sherbei Feng had come to say goodbye to Hansen, who was going to leave the island. It's okay. This month of hunting benefited me greatly, and if I was to stay any longer, I would only feel guilty. Hansen pointed at the legless crane while he spoke. The legless crane was loaded with xenogeneic genes, and when Sherbei Feng had a look, he was shocked. Most of the xenogeneic genes atop it were Marquis genes. Given Hansen's reputation, It wasn't strange that he could slay Marquis Xenogeniax as an earl. The surprising thing was how many he had killed within the space of a month. Sure, Beifeng wanted to be friends with Han Sen even more now, and so he smiled and said, "Okay, but if you need anything, come and look for me. The Sure family will always be willing to help you." "Thanks, brother Sure." Han Sen bowed and didn't say anything more. The legless crane was carrying so many materials that it struggled to get airborne. Sure, Beifeng saw that there was no space for Han Sen to sit on it, so he lent Han Sen a four-winged lion mount. The loaned mount and the legless crane brought Han Sen and the xenogenic genes back to Jade Island. Han Sen had earned a lot this time. He got a dozen Marquis-class xenogenic genes and the demon stone cowbeast soul. He also earned those little stones, and the stone statue that was near them. But Han Sen did not know what kind of xenogenic gene those little rocks were. He guessed they were Marquis class, otherwise, he would have already absorbed them. And in regards to the statue, Han Sen tried cleaning it, but it made little difference. It was just gray, like ordinary stone. The style of it was quite simplistic, so there wasn't much finesse to the carving. There were no engravings or words upon it, either. It looked like a wildling statue from some ancient time. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to examine the stone statue, and he thought there was more to it than met the eye. He couldn't determine exactly what was special about it, though. He only knew that it was a sky statue. "Brother Han, you are back. I have missed you." Han Sen had just arrived home on the Jade Island, but before he could dismount, Eugene rode over on his green dragon. They entered Han Sen's home, and Eugene grabbed Han Sen's hands with passion. "What do you want?" "Don't touch me, I'm not gay." Han Sen pulled his hands away and wiped them down with a cloth. He thought Eugene was looking at him queerly. It looked as if the man was seeing some beautiful naked woman instead of Han Sen. "What? I would go for a sky if I wanted to go gay. Why would I come over here for you?" Eugene didn't think that sounded right, so he spat on the floor and went on to say, "No, I'm not gay at all." After that, Eugene's eyes kept wandering around Han Sen's house. He said, "Brother Han, I have heard you earned many things from Rare Beast Island. Do you plan to sell the wares? If you sell them to me, I can give you a good price." After that, Eugene saw a bunch of xenogenic genes in the corner of Han Sen's house. His eyes widened, and after rummaging through the genes for a minute, he said, "This is a Marquis-class wind tiger's tail. This is a bone elephant's tusk. Are all these Marquis xenogenic genes?" "Almost," Han Sen said casually. "Very strong. To be able to kill marquises as an earl, well. Very few of the sky can accomplish something like that. Only you and Lone Bamboo, as far as I know." After that, Eugene came back to Han Senator. He sat away at the table and poured himself some water. He drank and said, "Have you heard that the Feather have allied with Sky Palace? They are our subordinate race now. They have sent many nobles here to study." "That's not strange. The Feather lost their position as a high race, and they're much weaker now. If they didn't make new alliances, they'd be brought to ruin. Holy Heaven is a large xenogenic space, and many of the other higher races want it." "It was just a matter of time," Han Sen responded. Eugene nodded and said, "That's not the point. When the kings came here, they were very generous. Although people don't respect them very much, no one is going to turn down money. So, they are living a good life here." After that, Eugene smiled at Han Sen and said, "Are you familiar with a feather named Angia?" No, Han Sen shook his head, as his knowledge of the Feather was truly limited. "He is the son of one of the half-deified kings. He is really talented, and he is a student of Sky Palace. He is the leader of the Feather students, and he is an earl like you." He walked the road to the sky and received compliments. He has been practicing with the earl students, and while he has not lost nor won, his Geno arts have proven themselves to be quite special. "What does that mean?" Han Sen asked, catching Eugene's tone. Before he fights, he presents a bottle of spring water from holy heaven. If someone of Earl class can beat him with knife skills, he will give them the spring water. Eugene coldly laughed and said, "Our Sky Palace students study knife skills, but we aren't renowned for them. We mostly use swords. You are the only one amongst us that is good with them. He is obviously provoking you. How dare he, eh?" After that, Eugene smiled and said, "But the heavenly spring water is some good stuff. As long as you're still living, cleaning your wounds with that stuff will fix you up quick. It can save you from even mortal injuries, as it is a treasure from holy heaven. This guy is unlucky. You can go over, beat him, and help yourself to the spring water. If you don't need it, I can sell it on your behalf. Maybe if I have time. I need to practice in the White Jade building first." Hansen wasn't really concerned about the implied challenge, as dealing with the feathers was not on his priority list. The next day, he practiced in the White Jade building. There, he saw Yunsui on the 4th floor. He thought about Under the Sky, so he caught Yunsui's attention. "I did some research on Under the Sky. If you have the time, we can explore it further together." Hansen's words startled Yunsui so much that she leaked some of the jade air. "Does he want to date me? Should I go or not? He has a wife, and he is the father of 2 children. Maybe he has just identified the flaw with Under the Sky. Yunsui, what are you thinking? How could he possibly discover that?" Yunsui's head was a mess, and her thoughts kept going in circles. After the second jade air ended, she left White Jade building swiftly to escape. But when she returned home, her mind continued to chum over what Hansen had told her. "No, I can't do this. I have to face it. I need to tell him, and then end this. I need to be Yunsui once more." She rolled around in bed for a long time, but she couldn't sleep. She eventually got up and got changed, then rode her jade-winged tiger to Jade Island. Yunsui was an emotional wreck. She wanted to end her association with Han Senator, but when she thought about doing it, she felt sick to her stomach. Yunsui rode to Little Jade Island, and there, she saw Hansen practicing a knife skill. It was Under the Sky. Yunsui's tiger landed on the island, prompting Hansen to lower his knife. He smiled and said, "I've been practicing Under the Sky for a while, and I can confirm that the problem you were having isn't an issue with your execution of the skill. The problem lies within the knife skill itself. After concluding my research, I was able to fix this issue. You can try it and see how it works." As Yunsui flew to the island, she kept reminding herself to be honest with Han Senator, but when she was on the island, she couldn't bring herself to say anything she wished to. After hearing Hansen's claim that he had found a way to fix Under the Sky, however, she looked at him with disbelief. "You really found a solution? I've altered how the skill is used. It's less like I fixed it and more like I used a replacement part. I haven't worked out all of the details yet, but it's not dangerous if you'd like to give it a shot," Hansen said. "What did you think of to fix Under the Sky's problem?" Yunsui did not believe Hansen had fixed it, but she was still curious. All the geniuses of Sky Palace had been unable to fix the issue, and Hansen had only been practicing Under the Sky for about a month. For him to have fixed it in such a short time was quite unbelievable. "Watch me perform at once." After that, Hansen walked into the field, drew Ghost Teeth Knife, and performed the modified Under the Sky. When it started, Yunsui was a little confused. But before long, she looked quite shocked. Previously, she had planned to use the knife skill to get close to Hansen, and so she approached the skill quite seriously. Also, Under the Sky was originally created by the Yun family, so the family scroll was different from the one in the Holy House. The knife skill was the same, but there were many comments and annotations in the Yun family's Under the Sky. Those tips and explanations were priceless, and Hansen hadn't benefited from being able to read them. So, despite the fact that Yunsui hadn't practiced too much, the notes allowed her to understand a lot. As Yunsui watched Hansen's Under the Sky, her jaw dropped. The problem with Under the Sky is fixed. How did he do it? Yun Sui looked completely stunned. Did he practice with the textless book? But that should be impossible. And what outsider can learn true spell? The textless book is a secret of the sky, and only the sky can practice with it. Yun Sui looked at Han Sen with a complex expression. Even long after Han Sen finished performing the knife skill, she was trapped in deep thought. What do you think? Do you think that fixed it? Han Sen asked Yun Sui, putting the knife away. Yun Sui's mind eventually returned to the present. She looked at Han Sen, and a while later, she said, Han Sen, can you tell me how you did it? Han Sen had already devised an explanation that was a mixture of truths and falsehoods. When I traversed the Sky Road, the words of Sky Palace came into my body. They came from the textless book, and Under the Sky came from the textless book, too. So, they share something in common. I cobbled this together during my research, but I wasn't sure if it worked. What do you think? Yun Sui's eyes avoided him, but she quietly said, I am not sure. Could you please teach me, so I can understand better what it is you are thinking? Of course. Han Sen nodded, and he went on to say, but my method is a bit tricky. You need to understand the feelings of Sky Palace in order to use this fix. Yun Sui looked disappointed, and she shook her head. I grew up in Sky Palace, and I have read those words many times. With that being said, I have never picked up the feelings that you're talking about. Maybe it is because I am too used to it, but I've never noticed anything while reading those words. Don't worry, I have another solution. I can allow you to experience the feelings of Under the Sky. Han Sen smiled. How? Yun Sui asked in surprise. I can use Under the Sky to fight with you. That way, you can feel my knife skill. After a while, you should be able to learn it naturally, Han Sen said. Does it work that way? Yun Sui's eyes shone brightly. Try it, and we'll find out. Han Sen brought out 2 practice jade knives. He handed one to Yun Sui and picked up one for himself. He was just helping Yun Sui practice, so there was no need to use ghost teeth knife for such an exercise. Yun Sui practiced with Han Sen and tried to feel Han Sen's knife skill. She didn't know if she was making a mistake, but she felt as if her body was tangled up by an invisible knife air. She couldn't seem to escape it. I think too much. He really did fix the problem with Under the Sky. But it only took him a month, so how? And he practiced Under the Sky so well, Yun Sui kept turning it over in her head, but she couldn't figure it out. Over the next few days, Yun Sui kept coming to practice with Han Senator for some reason. Yun Sui did not file any sort of report to say Han Sen had fixed Under the Sky. She was just hoping she could practice with Han Sen like this, each and every day. With Han Sen's help, Yun Sui quickly became a beginner of the modified Under the Sky. The Feathers wanted to use Han Sen to boost their reputation, but Han Sen ignored them. He stuck to practicing with his Geno arts and his knife skills. Because his core talents were so good, Han Sen's progress with Under the Sky was coming along quickly. When he practiced with Yun Sui, however, he suppressed it. He continued to practice with her because she could be a witness for him. If anyone doubted his ability to learn and correct Under the Sky, she would be able to speak in support of him. He really did only learn it faster than others. Having been at Sky Palace for 3 months now, Han Sen's jade skin was finally going to ascend. A strange power flowed inside his bones and flesh. Leveling up to Earl meant generating a spirit. Jadeskin's power had a light element. As the power increased, a jade light would cast a shadow across Han Sen at all times. It was very weird. The strangest part of the process was that beautiful light. It looked rather like a cold fairy, and her skin shone like jade. Han Sen successfully became an Earl with jade skin, and his fitness level increased. Other people could only level up to Earl and gain strength in the process once. Han Sen, however, had leveled up Earl 3 times. That meant his body was 3 times stronger. His strength was practically like a marquise. After Jadeskin successfully reached Earl status, he put all his power and focus into the practice of the Blood Pulse Sutra. He used the Jade Air to practice with the Blood Pulse Sutra, but its progress was only accelerated a little. It wasn't as compatible with the Jade Air as Jadeskin was. Yun Sui was becoming an earl. Yun Changkong soon had her studying at home. With his extra free time, Han Sen returned to Shanyuan Cave to hunt down xenogeneics. When Yun Sui leveled up to Earl, she began practicing Phenomenon. It was a skill that was only one level beneath the textless book. It was a powerful skill. Yun Sui gave up on using swords and furthered herself with knife skills and Under the Sky. Using swords no longer felt comfortable to her. It looks like I should find myself a decent knife. Yun Sui was still not sure if she should totally abandon swords, as she had never owned a proper knife for herself. If she decided to proceed with knives, she'd have to procure a knife that was suitable for her. Sui, why are you using knives? Yun Susheng asked, following her to the armory. I learned a new knife skill, so I thought I should give it a try. Yun Sui started looking through the knives available in the armory. She seemed rather carefree about it. You can try knife skills, sure. But there is one thing you can't try. Yun Susheng looked very serious. What are you talking about, sis? Yun Sui's heart panicked a little. Yun Susheng sighed and said, You know what I'm talking about. You know Hansen isn't an option, so why do you remain so close to him? What are you thinking? He has a wife and kids. What can I do? I am just practicing with knives with him and nothing more, Yun Sui explained. Good. Yun Susheng let the conversation end there. She didn't want to push the subject with Yun Sui any further and risk making her mad. Yun Susheng smiled and said, If you're practicing knife skills, you'll want to attend a knife event on Cloud Island. What knife event? Do we have an event like that? Yun Sui asked with surprise. Yun Susheng smiled and said, Yes, because of the feathers. They really want to use Hansen to boost their reputation, but Hansen continues to ignore them. They think too highly of themselves. If they really think they can fight Hansen, Yun Sui scoffed. Yun Susheng, seeing her confidence in Hansen, felt worried. Even so, she knew she shouldn't say anything about it. After a moment of silence, Yun Susheng said, Angia wants to challenge Hansen, and he's not a fool. You cannot underestimate him. The feathers became a low race, and they all dropped a level because of it. Angia was an earl, and he was knocked down to a viscount. Angia was very angry, so he went to the pool of rebirth. His body returned to 0, and now he has become an earl again. Because of this, Angia is much stronger than the average earl. Furthermore, he has practiced with the most difficult skill of the feathers, Heaven Feather. Not many people can learn it, like our textless book. It is not too powerful, but regardless, he is strong. This Angia does sound strong. The pool of rebirth is dangerous. If 10 people made use of it, there's no guarantee one of them would succeed. He is very lucky, Yun Sui said. Yun Susheng nodded and said, he removed all of his skills with the pool, but his talent remained. Otherwise, he could not have learned Heaven Feather. The guy is complicated, but he is also ambitious. He makes for a difficult target. Even so, he's still weaker than Hansen, Yun Sui said with a smile. Yun Susheng did not say anything, and she just looked at her sister with something that resembled a smile. Yun Sui blushed and said, Am I not correct? Hansen was able to fight Lone Bamboo. That Angia is nothing. I don't even think he could beat me. So, you'll be attending tomorrow's knife event? Yun Susheng smiled. Yes. Why wouldn't I? Yun Sui said. The armory had all sorts of weapons, but it was mostly filled with swords. Yun Sui selected a Marquise ice knife. There were also some Duke knives available, but despite being a higher class, they weren't as good as ice knife. After she returned, she used the ice knife to practice Under the Sky. It worked far better than it did with a practice knife. You really do need a real knife to practice knife skills. Yun Sui touched the blade of the ice knife gleefully. The next afternoon, Yun Sushang took Yun Sui to participate in the knife event on Cloud Island. On their way, Yun Sushang remembered the question she had wanted to ask. By the way, which knife skill are you practicing? We are learning the Yun family skill under the sky. Hansen chose that skill as his prize, so I have been learning from him, Yun Sui said. Yun Sushang did not say anything, but she thought to herself, what can he do with under the sky? That skill is useless. It has a flaw. The feather students that lived on Cloud Island were busy preparing the knife event. Angia, do you think Hansen will come? Asked a feather lady called An Lingxin. Before Angia replied, a strong feather named Andrew said, I think he is afraid of Angia. That is why he hasn't appeared. I bet you he won't come. Hearing what he did in Sky Palace, I thought he was strong. I didn't expect he'd be so much of a pussy that he wouldn't even show up. Ha, and people call him the knife and sword master. Angia stared at Andrew and said, shut up. When are you going to stop being an idiot and watch your words? The knife and sword master includes Lone Bamboo. What if the sky heard what you just said? Sorry, Andrew apologized. Angia shook his head. Andrew had always been like that, so changing him was difficult. After a brief moment of silence, Angia said, it is fine if Hansen does not come. People will just think he is afraid of us, and that still contributes to our cause. And Lingxin was worried, though. We have been here for so long, and we have heard many stories about Han Senator. The people here respect him, and they say he is so strong. So what? Angia will win. Andrew was very confident in Angia's abilities. Angia touched An Lingxin's head. Don't worry. I have experienced rebirth, and I have practiced Heaven Feather and Judgment Knife. With all this, I will not be weak. And even if I do lose, with Hansen's reputation, it would still count as a win just to fight with him. Just like him fighting Lone Bamboo. If he hadn't fought Lone Bamboo, he wouldn't have earned the reputation he currently possesses. We need a chance like this. If he comes and fights me, it will count as a win no matter what. After that, Angia smiled. Go and prepare. The guests will soon arrive. Whether Hansen comes or not, we need this to look good. Yun Sushang and Yun Sui soon arrived at Cloud Island. There were a number of familiar faces there, like Thousand Feather Crane. Brother Crane. Yun Sushang told Yun Sui over to sit next to him. Do you guys know where Hansen is? Will he come to this knife event? Thousand Feather Crane asked the two, but he was looking at Yun Sui. Yun Sui answered, Hansen went to Shanyuan Cave. He hasn't come back yet. He cannot participate in the knife event. It would be best if he didn't come. Thousand Feather Crane nodded. Why? Yun Sui did not understand. Thousand Feather Crane lowered his head and said, with Hansen's reputation, Angia is the only one who would benefit if they fought. It wouldn't matter if he won or lost. There is no need to help their kind. Yun Sui was not stupid. She understood what Thousand Feather Crane meant, and so she nodded. There were many Sky Palace students arriving. The highest of them were Earl class. The feathers hadn't been here for very long, so they were lucky to have that many people attend. Most people were there to see the blood feather knife. The blood feather knife was something that a feather alpha used a deified feather to forge. It was a treasure of the feathers, but even most of them never saw it. For outsiders, the chances were even less. For Angia to bring the blood feather knife here was surprising. Many elders wished to see it, so they sent their students to take a look on their behalf. Angia had prepared a speech for the beginning of the knife event. The feathers were very beautiful, and Angia was a good speaker. The atmosphere was pleasant. Angia did not waste time talking about pointless things, and he presented the blood feather knife quickly. Everyone focused on the rectangle box. Angia said quietly, the blood feather knife has existed for thousands of centuries. We have yet to find a scabbard worthy of it, so we have kept it stored inside this box. I must apologize for this. After this, Angia gently opened the case. Yun Sui and the others stared at the box. In it, there was a 3-foot-long white feather-shaped weapon. There was a blood marking on the white feather blade. It made a startling contrast with the white body. Angia explained, this blade was created by our alpha using a deified feather. When it was created, a deified xenogeneic wanted it. Our alpha used the knife, which was not yet completed, to heavily damage the xenogeneic. That deified xenogeneic escaped, but the feather knife absorbed the xenogeneic's blood. That is why there is a mark. It led to the alpha naming it blood feather knife. Excitement moved through the audience. They wished to hold the blood feather knife to determine for themselves if the knife was real or fake. Angia knew people wanted to see it, too. So, he took it out of the box and handed it to the nearest student, so they could pass it along. Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Sushang, and Yun Sui looked over the blood feather knife and came to the conclusion that it was a good knife. But there was a rumor that said the knife was a deified weapon, despite it not looking like one. People passed along the blood feather knife, all complimenting it. When it was handed back to Angia, an Earl class student asked, if this is a deified weapon, why doesn't it reveal its power? Angia smiled and said, you have remarkable eyesight. Others will tell you it is a deified weapon, and with the material it was created with, it should be one. But the story I have just told you, about striking the deified xenogeneic, kept that from happening. The xenogeneic blood that splashed across it was not too compatible with the knife, so it came to be a king-class weapon instead. It is not a deified weapon, it is a king-class weapon. So that is why. People felt it was a great shame. King-class weapons were strong, but they weren't deified weapons. Today, I have asked you to come here in the hopes of finding a master for this knife. If anyone can beat me with knife skills, they may own it. After Angia said that, people became excited. Angia and his companions had come to Sky Palace because they had to. The rest of the feather race was depending on them to make friends with the sky. They wanted to quickly integrate with the population of Sky Palace so they could be considered natural members. When they came there, they brought a lot of treasures to hand out. Blood feather knife was one of them. But it wasn't as simple as handing out gifts to the first sky they met. They weren't entirely sure how the greedy elders of Sky Palace would react when they made their treasures available. And if the feathers' goods were simply taken from them, it would do little to grow their relationship with the sky. Angia only made the offer to the crowd because Hansen hadn't come to the knife event. When he put the blood feather knife on display, he had no plan to receive it back. Of the sky students attending the knife event, one of them was the third elder's son. He was an earl called Wind 19. The third elder used knives, and so his son used knives, too. The third elder was in charge of interacting with the feathers, so the feathers planned to give the blood feather knife to him. If they simply handed it to the third elder, though, it might not make much of an impression. He was an elder, and it was fair to say he had no lack of king-class weapons already. But if Wind 19 could win the knife in this knife event, it'd make everyone look good. When he received the knife as a prize, it would be far more memorable. Angia couldn't just give the knife to Wind 19, but if Wind 19 believed he used his own strength to win the knife, then the feathers wouldn't curry any favor. It had taken a little while for the feathers to devise a plan. Angia had to win a few rounds before losing to him. That way, Wind 19 would know that he was receiving a gift meant for him. Angia, are you serious? Asked a strong man with a cow's head, his eyes wide. Angia smiled and said, of course. If any of you can beat me, then you can claim the blood feather knife for yourself. That includes you, brother cow. Good. Then what are we waiting for? I am the best when it comes to knives. How about we compare our knife skills, the cowhead man said, standing up. Yes, please. Angia smiled and gestured towards the arena. The cowhead man was strong, and he was one of the outsider students. He was good with knives and fairly well known amongst the other students. He was also known for being quite grumpy. His name was Strong Cow. He was one of the students Angia hired to use knives against him. That way, before Angia fought Wind 19, he could show off his own powers. Angia did not mind losing and giving out a gift, but he wanted to become very famous in the process. Everyone watched Angia and Strong Cow move to the arena, and they observed the match. Strong Cow was over 3 meters tall, and he was holding a giant horse knife. It was even taller than he was. It looked very scary. "I am going to begin," Strong Cow said simply, then slashed towards Angia. The giant horse knife was associated with the element of thunder. The knife light was like lightning. It became a cow-shaped bolt when it came for Angia. The Thunder Cow roared as it approached, and this was a fine display of Strong Cow's greatest skill. It was very strong, and the elites of the same level would not dare try to block such an attack. Everyone now looked at Angia, curious to see how he might react. Angia's white wings were still folded on his back. He was obviously not planning to evade. He was holding a common, Earl-class jade knife. It was made from Xian jade spirits, so it was nothing particularly special. As the Thunder Cow's knife light flashed towards Angia, the power looked as if it could break a mountain. Angia smiled. He moved his jade knife and slashed towards Strong Cow's Thunder Cow knife light. The jade knife was shining gold. It was like a light from heaven. Catcha! The Thunder Cow knife light was cut in half by Angia's golden light. The gold light did not stop, and it hit the horse knife and broke it in half. Strong Cow retreated. The gold light was a mere 3 inches in front of him when it disappeared. Everyone was shocked by the display. They could immediately tell that Angia had held back some of his power, too. If he had wanted to, the gold light would have cut right through the cow's face. Strong Cow was not a very talented elite, but he was still considered one of the strongest earls. Thunder Cow roar was powerful, but Angia had just beaten it without issue. Clearly, Angia was a top-rank earl. The Feather's Judgment Knife is special. It is a very strong Geno art, and it is said that it can cut through anything. I have never seen it before today, though. Thousand Feather Crane explained what they had just seen to Yun Sushang. Brother Crane, do you think you can win? Yun Sushang frowned. I don't know. But I'm not good with knives, and that is what they are comparing. So, it is pointless for me to participate. Thousand Feather Crane shook his head. Strong Cow lost. The other students hesitated to try. Angia had fought a few bouts before today, but he had never proven himself to be that strong before. A student who was good at knife skills wanted to try. He didn't lose in such a dramatic fashion as Strong Cow, but everyone could tell he had been suppressed by Angia. No one was able to beat him over the next few rounds of battle. People started to look at Angia differently. Not many people in Sky Palace used knives or practiced knife skills. The few fighters Angia had just defeated weren't really the best earls. But even so, the fact that Angia kept winning was more than enough to prove his power. No one dared challenge him, and that included Wind 19. Angia knew that Wind 19 did not think he could win, so he didn't do anything about it. He simply went back to the stage and said, Sky Palace has been home to a high race since ancient times. The genes and Geno arts here greatly surpass those of the feathers. I have come here in the hopes of learning, and now I have. I am so happy. I have heard Han Sen and Wind 19 are the best earls when it comes to knife skills. That being said, it seems that Brother Han is either busy or is choosing to avoid me. That is very disappointing. Fortunately, Brother Wind is here. Do you think you could teach me? Angia spoke quite politely, but everyone knew he was just taking digs at Han Senator. He was suggesting Han Sen was too scared to fight him. Angia didn't say it directly, but Yun Sui thought this reflected poorly on Han Senator. She felt angry, hearing him speak that way. Hansen didn't come, but I have learned knife skills from him. I will fight on his behalf, and I will satisfy your desire by proxy. Yun Sui, dressed in her white garb, marched straight down to the arena. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang were shocked, and they were too late to stop what was in motion. Angia was a top earl. Even they didn't think they could beat him. Yun Sui had only just become an earl, so it was highly unlikely she'd win. Fortunately, this was Sky Palace. Even if she lost, her life wouldn't be in danger. Yun Sushang still felt sick, though. She knew Yun Sui could not stand ill words being said about Han Sen, and that was why she was stepping forward. Angia watched the elegantly dressed lady walk towards him. He looked surprised. He smiled and said, "Sister Yun must have only just become an earl. If I remember correctly, the Yun family specializes in swords. I would feel terrible if I defeated you. The Yun family sword skills are strong, so it would not be all that impressive if I used sword skills to win. I have, however, learned a few knife skills from Han Senator. I wager that will be enough," Yun Sui said coldly. Then she drew ice knife. Angia frowned. He knew Yun Sui was Yun Chongkong's daughter, and it would be bad for him to offend her. But the feathers had prepared the blood feather knife for the third elder, so he couldn't hand it over to Yun Sui instead. Yun Sui had just become an earl, too. If he lost to her, it would actually damage his own reputation. People would think he had deliberately thrown a match just to please a woman. It'd look terrible. Angia raced to think of a way out, but Yun Sui had already drawn her knife. He couldn't tell her he wasn't going to fight. So, after a moment of thought, Angia concocted a new scheme. If Sister Yun is this interested, then I will agree to the contest. Please, Angia pulled out a jade knife as he smiled to her. He planned to only block her attacks in order to make her feel her inferiority. If she refused to quit, he would concede. That way, people would simply think he was a gentleman who wouldn't fight a woman. Yun Sui bowed with her ice knife, and then she slashed. She used the knife skill Under the Sky. Yun Sui could not withstand Angia's mocking of Han Sen, but she knew that she hadn't mastered Under the Sky yet. After all, not many people would use Under the Sky to fight. All her experience with it had come from Han Sen himself. Han Sen told her she had finished learning it, though, and all she had to do was keep practicing with it. She had no idea how powerfully she might be able to use it in a real contest. And when Yun Sui attacked, Angia's face changed. His plan vanished in a puff of smoke as he saw a woman that looked like a ravenous wolf coming for him. He immediately became tense. It was just one slash, but Angia could feel wisps of a most dangerous presence rising from that skill. Angia was careful, and so he responded seriously. He started to cast Judgment Knife to retaliate, and he looked more serious now than he had when beating down Strong Cow. After Yun Sui slashed once, she was on the move. Before the knife air completed its attack, she slashed another 2 times. Angia lifted his knife and retreated. He used his knife skills to fight back. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang were frozen. They had seen Under the Sky before, as the Yun family had created and developed it. But they knew not many people made use of it, due to how fatal its flaws could be. If an opponent caught wind of the technique's flaw during a fight, it could lead to an opening and the subsequent death of the user. But Yun Sui's Under the Sky seemed very different to Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang. They could not tell what had changed, but it was obvious that the biggest problems of the skill had vanished under Yun Sui's casting. How strong was Under the Sky? This question had an answer in Yun Sui. In the beginning, Yun Sui was nervous and her movements were unnatural. She soon noticed that, after using the skill, Angia was following her lead. It was just like how she practiced, and now she felt safe. Yun Sui remembered Han Sen told her that unless the opponent was much stronger than her, as long as she pulled off the first strike, none could beat her. The first strike was not random, it would home in on the opponent's weakness. That was how Under the Sky began. Once the opponent blocked the first strike, Under the Sky would keep on coming. It was like a target lock on the opposing fighter that would trap them in the skill. Unless the opponent's mind could see through destiny, they could not escape the trap that was Under the Sky. They would end up like a puppet, locked into following Under the Sky until they were completely trapped. Yun Sui usually fought Han Sen, and she knew Han Sen's knife mind was only one step away from being deified. The pressure Han Sen put upon Yun Sui was nothing like fighting Angia. She was used to Han Sen's strength, and dealing with Angia was easy, by comparison. The pressure was nowhere near on the same level. Thousand Feather Crane and the other students looked upon Yun Sui in shock as she kept swinging her ice knife. Her attacks seemed almost carefree. And in front of her was Angia, who now looked awfully grim. His forehead was dripping with sweat as he tried to escape her onslaught. Angia was like a puppet now. He couldn't cast any knife skills anymore. Every time he tried to, Yun Sui interrupted him halfway through with a perfectly placed attack. So, he would end up falling back again. Angia prepared to use a skill that would injure them both, but then, he noticed he couldn't even do that. Yun Sui was striking before he could cast a single thing. He began to feel like there was some invisible wire tangling him up, and it was getting tighter and tighter. So much so that he couldn't use his talents. He wanted to start coughing up blood. If Angia had been someone like Lone Bamboo, who could put his knife away before destiny, then he might have been able to escape Under the Sky. But he wasn't that strong. The entire arena was frozen. No one expected Yun Sui to be this strong. Even Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang were frozen in disbelief. How is that possible? Her Under the Sky has no flaw. Thousand Feather Crane mumbled to himself. It was very shocking to see a fixed version of Under the Sky being used perfectly. This was something that was going to shock everyone from the elders to the leader himself. Han Sen. Yun Sushang said suddenly. Han Sen? What do you mean? Is this connected to Han Sen? Thousand Feather Crane looked at Yun Sushang with confusion. Did you forget? Han Sen was the first in the exam, and through it, he received Under the Sky. Yun Sushang looked strange as she spoke. How am I supposed to know what he selected? Only he made the decision, and I didn't ask him. Thousand Feather Crane looked at Yun Sushang. How do you know that he selected Under the Sky? Yun Sushang gave a wry smile and told him the situation between Han Sen and Yun Sui. When she finished the story, Thousand Feather Crane's eyes were wide. You mean, Han Sen chose Under the Sky because of Yun Sui? And he fixed Under the Sky's flaw in such a short amount of time? And on top of that, he taught her the corrected version of Under the Sky? Is such a thing even possible? I wouldn't believe it either. But you can see what she's doing, plain as day. There are no flaws in her execution. I can't think of another likelihood. Yun Sushang's expression looked disturbed. If this is true, then that means Han Sen has performed a great service for Sky Palace. He has fixed an ancient problem. This guy is a genius, no doubt. He will be an incredibly important person in the future. Thousand Feather Crane complimented him. It is hard to say that now. Yun Sui's opponent is just Angia, remember. When she faces a stronger opponent, we will have to see if there are still flaws in Han Sen's modifications. Yun Sushang retreated into thought for a moment, before going on to say, when this ends, we will take Yun Sui with us to report to father. He should be able to find out the truth of this. As they had their discussion, Angia was in the midst of a difficult situation. Angia was far stronger than Yun Sui. If Yun Sui's power was equivalent to an average human, then Angia was a big and scary shark. His power could kill Yun Sui with ease. But currently, Angia was a shark that had been caught on a hook. Yun Sui would add some slack to the cord whenever he struggled, so he couldn't use strength to get away. However, whenever he relaxed a little, the wire would tighten. Angia could not exercise any of his strengths. The hook continued to sink deeper into him, and he was getting tangled up even further by Under the Sky. I have lost. Sister Yun is very strong. This must be the Yun family's technique that is called Under the Sky. It is fairly amazing. It is one of the best knife skills in the world, for sure. Angia was smart. He knew he was going to lose, so if he kept fighting for the sake of it, it'd only be a matter of time before things took an ugly turn for him. As a result, he chose to concede and save face. But he carefully pointed out where Under the Sky came from, and he only admitted that he lost to Under the Sky. He did not make a single mention of the fact that it was a skill she had learned from Hansen. Many of the students had never before seen Under the Sky in action. They only noticed that's what it was now, after Angia spoke. Yun Sui returned her ice knife to its scabbard and said darkly, Under the Sky has always had a big flaw that rendered it unusable in combat. The Under the Sky I used was a variant that was modified by Han Senator. It corrects the problems of the original. I have not learned it well, and if I was to estimate, I am at around 10% of Hansen's proficiency with it. After hearing that, all the students of Sky Palace were in shock. So many people had wished to modify Under the Sky, but no one had been able to solve the issues plaguing it. It was difficult to believe Hansen had sorted it out. Angia's face, in the meantime, was turning green and white. Even a smart guy like him couldn't think of anything else to. Can I take the blood feather knife now? Yun Sui said, looking right at Angia. She was angry that Angia had mocked Hansen, so she wasn't going to be polite. Of course. Sister Yun's knife skill is strong, and so the knife is yours. Angia forced a smile and passed the box to Yun Sui. Thanks. Yun Sui put away the blood feather knife and left the arena. Yun Sushang and Thousand Feather Crane got up to meet her, and Yun Sushang asked, Sui, is what you said true? Under the Sky's flaws have been fixed? Of course it is true. Yun Sui nodded. Let's go. We are going to have to see our father. Yun Sushang pulled Yun Sui away, and they left Cloud Island. The news that Under the Sky had been fixed was far too important. She couldn't wait around for the event to end before going back. And furthermore, Yun Sui had received the blood feather knife, so the event would soon be over anyway. The other students started to leave, too. They also wished to know if Under the Sky had truly been fixed. If that was true, then Sky Palace had another exclusive knife skill. Angia and the other feathers all looked depressed. No one wished to say a word. They wanted to use Hansen to get famous, but instead, Angia had been beaten by Hansen's student. They were all so upset. It was far worse than losing to Hansen directly. They wouldn't gain any fame from this, and they couldn't give the knife to the third elder as planned. And the biggest problem was that Yun Sui had taken the knife without being the slightest bit impressed. This failure had certainly led to a loss of reputation. Despite being unable to beat Yun Sui, who had learned directly from Hansen, Angia had provoked Hansen multiple times. It'd sound fairly ridiculous. He had completely lost, and it filled the feathers with frustration. There was nothing they could do to discharge their anger, either. All they could do was swallow it. I can't believe Hansen concocted a plan like that. I underestimated him. It looks like that man is not just a fighter, Angia said through gritted teeth. He thought Hansen had planned to use Yun Sui to fight him all along, but he was thinking too much, of course. Hansen had never spared a thought about how he might deal with Angia. It was still not over yet, though. Yun Sushang brought Yun Sui to meet with Yin Chongkong. They told him about Hansen and Under the Sky. Really? Sui, show me Hansen's modified version. Yun Chongkong did not believe Hansen had what it took to fix the skill. He believed there had to be some sort of problem remaining. After all, so many elites had tried and failed to fix it. Hansen couldn't just fix it within a month, even if he was a genius. But when Yin Chongkong witnessed Yun Sui's performance, his mouth dropped wide open. Yun Chongkong was the leader of the Yun family and the 10th elder of Sky Palace. He was no stranger to Under the Sky. Yun Sui showed him her Under the Sky, and he immediately recognized that it was different from the original version. But the difference fixed the inherent problem it had once possessed. There were no more flaws. It had become a skill that was perfectly usable in battle. Sui, did you really learn this from Hansen? Yun Chongkong hastily asked Yun Sui after she finished her performance. Yes. He's been teaching me since I leveled up to become an earl. Yun Sui nodded. Father, does the modified Under the Sky really work? Yun Susang asked. Yes, it looks like it really can. There's one thing I don't understand, however, how can your knife skill express the feelings of the textless book? Yun Chongkong asked. Yun Sui quickly explained how Hansen used his knife mind in a way that allowed her to get a feel for it. Yun Chongkong heard this and gave a wry smile. This Hansen is a genius. He has modified the knife skill itself and used feelings as its guidance. He did fix Under the Sky's problem, and he has made it usable in proper combat. He learned Under the Sky as a beginner, then he expanded his understanding in order to abandon the strict rules of the text and start infusing it with his own emotions. He made something complicated far simpler. Yun Chongkong thought for a minute, then continued. An elder once thought about doing this, but there were too many problems for it to be effective. But it seems that is what Hansen has done, and somehow, he has finished it. This required a keen observation and a profound understanding of the skill's core. That which he has done with his knife is something only a grandmaster could do. Assuming, of course, that he is the one who has done all this. Yun Chongkong stopped talking. He took Yun Sui with him to meet with the leader of Sky Palace. The news of Under the Sky being fixed spread like wildfire, and the position of Under the Sky changed. It became a geno art of the palace, good and proper. It had a big impact on things, too. Hansen's name was heard far and wide again, with Angia being someplace on the sidelines. Whenever he was mentioned, it would be just as the small character who it was showcased upon. Hansen did not know about this, though. He kept practicing and doing his thing in Shanyuan Cave until the White Jade Building was ready to open. Hansen went back to his Jade Island first, though. And before he went on to White Jade Building, Thousand Feather Crane came to see him. Brother Han, the leader has requested an audience with you. Let's pack you up, so we can go. Thousand Feather Crane smiled to Hansen. The leader wants me for something? Hansen was surprised as he looked on Thousand Feather Crane. The leader was a very busy man, so he wouldn't summon Hansen for nothing. You don't know? The Under the Sky modifications of yours, they were verified and accepted by the leader. It has been accepted into the library of Sky Palace's legendary techniques. As the modifier, you are to be given a reward. That's why the leader has summoned you. Thousand Feather Crane smiled. Hansen, hearing this, was surprised. He hadn't realized so many things would happen while he was gone. He followed Thousand Feather Crane to Sky Palace. When he walked the road to the sky, he didn't feel anything unusual. Only your first time ascending would give you that sense of suppression. Inside Sky Palace, many students looked at Hansen strangely. Their eyes were filled with admiration. This was the first time Hansen would get to see the Sky Palace leader. Hansen had met him once, but he hadn't been fully conscious at the time. He wasn't sure what the leader really looked like. It turned out that the Sky Palace leader seemed fairly ordinary. He looked like a common, middle-aged man. He did not look intimidating, and he did not look holy. He just looked like a normal guy. Hansen walked up to him and bowed. The leader of Sky Palace looked at him with interest and smiled. Stand up. You look better than the last time I saw you. Yeah, that was terrible. Sorry about being so useless. Hansen felt embarrassed. It was terrible that Thousand Feather Crane had to carry him in. The leader of Sky Palace squinted his eyes at Han Sr. You are not useless. You finished modifying Under the Sky with success. That is something many people have longed to fix. If you were useless, then what are my elders? I didn't mean it that way. Hansen lowered his head. The leader of Sky Palace laughed and said, Don't be so polite. Your master, Aisha, wasn't like you. She never really was polite, but I liked her how she was. Hansen had no idea Aisha was held with such high regard in Sky Palace. It looked like the leader of Sky Palace still missed her somewhat. Did this old man fall in love with his student? Is that why he misses her so much? Hansen wondered. The leader's face turned stony. He flicked his finger, and suddenly, Hansen felt incredibly heavy. He almost collapsed on the floor. You little brat. You look respectable enough, but you were thinking something sordid in your mind. The leader of Sky Palace looked at Hansen and grunted. Hansen was suddenly covered in cold sweat. The leader could see through Hansen's mind. That was a scary power for someone to have. I apologize, Hansen said, as quickly and sincerely as he could. The leader of Sky Palace laughed and said, Isha always yelled at me, but she did so directly. Unlike you, who keeps your real opinions in the privacy of your mind. This guy is a creep. He loves to be yelled at, so he must be a masochist. Hansen couldn't help but think. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he knew he had done something bad. The leader of Sky Palace smiled at Hansen, and even more pressure dropped onto him. It was a struggle not to fall to his knees. I really know I did wrong this time, Hansen shouted, his face looking bitter. The leader of Sky Palace smiled and said, It's okay. You are Isha's student, and you have been a great help to Sky Palace. Under the Sky's modifications are good. Tell me what you would like. It was my pleasure to help you. I wouldn't dare be bold enough to ask for a reward, Hansen said quickly. It is fine. You are not that humble, so there is no use pretending that you are. The Sky Palace leader grinned. How about this? Isha used to feed horses, and you can feed horses, too. That will be your reward for the modifications. Thanks. Hansen forced his mind not to think of anything else. Okay, you can go. The leader of Sky Palace waved his hand, indicating Hansen could leave. Cough cough. Mr. Leader, you are so powerful. With a flick of your fingers, you can inhibit all my movements. That is impressive. Hansen's feet did not move. It felt as if his body was carrying a mountain. He could barely stand. Sky Palace leader squinted his eyes, looked at Hansen, and said, This is my reward for you. If you do not leave, I will reward you more. Hansen turned around and departed, swearing to God he would never come and see that man again. F***CK. What is this reward? I did a great service to these people. It'd be fine if they didn't want to reward me, but making me feed horses? I don't want to feed your F***king horses. After Hansen left Sky Palace, he repeatedly swore in his heart. Walking out of Sky Palace made Hansen all sweaty. He did not know what Geno art was being used on him, but it felt like he was bearing a great weight on his back. He could withstand it, but he was not able to run. All he could do was walk. What is it? What did the leader give you? Thousand Feather Crane asked, coming forward eagerly. Let's not talk about it. When my master was in Sky Palace, did she offend the leader in some way? Hansen thought that it must be Isha's fault that he was being treated so poorly. Why do you ask that? The leader loved her the most. He took her as a student, so everyone knows that, Thousand Feather Crane said. That is strange. If my master was that loved, then why did he not reward me? He used a weird Geno art to suppress my body, and he's now making me feed his horses. Hansen frowned, and then went on to say, Is he really mad that he could not take me on as a student, perhaps? What happened? Thousand Feather Crane asked. Hansen told him his story. Thousand Feather Crane heard it all, and when the story was finished, his mouth had fallen wide open. He looked at Hansen as if he had just seen a ghost. Don't you think that this is a little much? Hansen also thought to himself, I only complained in my mind, so why is he going this far? Thousand Feather Crane gave Hansen a strange look. You are lucky. The Geno art you were put under is Skyheart Lock. It is a part of the textless book. King classes can barely make use of it, and they often end up damaged. If they did not have the right blood, they wouldn't even try to use it. It is difficult to find someone that knows about textless book and sacrifices. The leader has used it twice on you, and not even Lone Bamboo was subjected to that. Hansen felt his eyebrows rise. Really? Of course. Skyheart Lock is no secret here. It locks down your body, and you have to use your own power to break free. Do it, and your fitness and air can increase. You know how important the basics are. You can do this to become stronger, and it won't affect your leveling up progress. Many people would actually enjoy that. You've received it twice, and here you are complaining. It makes me want to hit you. Thousand Feather Crane looked jealous. Hansen looked at him strangely and said, What about feeding the horses? That can't be good. If I am correct, the horse you'll be feeding is the Dream Beast. I cannot tell you if that is good or bad, though, Thousand Feather Crane said, after a moment of thought. While they were talking, a butler-like man approached. He bowed to Hansen and said, Brother Han, the leader has requested that I take you to Dream Island. You will have to work for Dream Beast for 3 months. Can you go now, or must you pack? Brother, can I go tomorrow? Hansen asked. Sure, I'll pick you up tomorrow. The man smiled. Thanks a lot. Hansen turned back to Thousand Feather Crane and said, Old Crane, find me a way to get back to Jade Island. With my weight, the legless crane cannot carry me. Thousand Feather Crane laughed and said, Don't worry, the lock is only clamping down on your body. It hasn't increased your weight. Your Mount 1_T suffer because of it __. Hansen had no choice but to believe him. He climbed atop the crane with his heavy body. The crane felt nothing, and it took off into flight as it usually did. The bird had eaten many pieces of high-class xenogeneic meat. It was really strong, and it was flying a little faster than it had in the beginning. Its speed had only increased a little, though. Its wings were still injured, and so it couldn't fly entirely straight. It couldn't go too fast. When Hansen was back at Little Jade Island, he used all kinds of powers to try to remove the lock that had been placed upon him. Aside from using Super God Spirit Mode, he tried everything at his disposal and failed to unlock it. Hansen had no choice now but to pack. The next day, the butler took him to Dream Island. Hansen did not know much about Dream Beast. He knew it was a deified xenogeneic, though, and Lone Bamboo had endured the nightmares given to him by this creature. Is that old man going to make the Dream Beast give me 10,000 nightmares? I don't want to experience those things. My life is a happy story. There is no need for tragedy, Hansen thought with fright. It took Lone Bamboo 10 years to wake up. Even if Hansen was stronger, it'd still take a few years. And by then, Linger wouldn't even know who her father was. That would be sad. No, no. I cannot have a nightmare. I need to talk to that old man again. Hansen turned around, wanting to leave. But then, all of a sudden, a gravelly, monstrous voice said from behind him, Who said you could leave? Hansen's body froze stiff. He slowly turned back around, and at the center of a mirror-like lake, a white unicorn-like creature was emerging. It might have been the greatest xenogeneic Hansen had ever seen, but when he looked into its eyes, Hansen felt chills roll through him. Looking at the creature did not make him feel good. The dreamy blue eyes, however, were smiling. Even so, they gave him goosebumps. Ahaha. Mr. Dream. The leader sent me here to check on whether or not you need anything. If there is something you require, I will report it to the leader and bring it here, Hansen said quickly. He thought he should get out now. I see. There is something I need. Come here. The dream beast stepped onto the grass, smiling at Hansen. Mr. Dream, what do you require? Hansen didn't think that the creature's smile was very nice. Dream Beast did not say anything, but his eyes flashed. Hansen felt a power come upon him, and his heavy body started to fly. Splash! Hansen flew over the lake and dropped into it. Normally, falling into a lake was no big deal. But now, his body was so heavy that he could not get away from the water. He couldn't even float. Dream Beast approached Hansen's struggling form and laughed. Stop pretending. I know you can survive in the water. There is a type of gemstone beneath the sand. It is my food. You can go down there and get me some. I require 10 of them a day. If you don't fill the quota, I will give you a nightmare. And by the way, I am fond of cleanliness. Some would say too much. So, do not make the water dirty. If you do that, I will give you 100 nightmares, Dream Beast said. Hansen, upon hearing all that, stopped pretending to struggle. He immediately dove down into the water. He could breathe underwater, but he just wanted to earn some sympathy points first. Unfortunately, the act didn't work on Dream Beast. The dream lake was clean, and you could see down to the bottom. Hansen guessed it must have been 10 meters deep. Strangely, though, Hansen did not see any other creatures in the water. There weren't even any plants like seaweed. The whole lake was clean like a well-polished gemstone. There was not a single speck of dust, which was quite scary. Hansen's body reached the bottom, and his feet touched the sand. The sand followed the waves, rising like mist. This is your first day, so I'm only giving you a warning. If you kick up any sand again, straight into the dreamscape you go. Dream Beast's voice boomed into Hansen's ears. If you don't let me stand on the sand, how am I supposed to find your gemstones? Hansen asked quickly. That is your problem, not mine. I am merely following the rules, Dream Beast said as if it was ordinary. Hansen knew there was no point resisting, so he pulled his legs off the bottom of the lake. He remained afloat, afraid of moving the sand with his body. But the sand was very light. The slightest wave would make the sand rise like mist, and the water would become dirty-looking. Hansen tried his best to keep any more body parts from touching the sand, and that was how he avoided making the sand rise again. Normally, it would not have been difficult to maintain this position, but Hansen still had Skyheart Lock clamping down on him. Beneath that pressure, holding his position was difficult. It brought his body pain. Hansen was using all kinds of strength to support his body, otherwise, he'd have already been down against the bottom of the lake. But keeping that position was a challenge. Hansen looked around the lake, and the sand was very flat. There was no mark or disturbance, and neither were there any convenient rocks. Hansen looked around for a while, but there did not seem to be any gemstones. According to what Dream Beast said, the gemstones were supposed to reside beneath the sand. So, he'd have to collect the gemstones out of the sand. But Hansen did not know where exactly beneath the sand a gemstone might lie. He used his Dongxian aura to scan the lakebed, but there was nothing to be seen. At least today I can break the rules. Hansen used his strength to dig through the sand, and after digging for a while, he found a clean, orb-sized gemstone that looked like a diamond. Mr. Dream, is this what you are looking for? Hansen asked, holding up the gemstone. Yes. I eat 10 a day. If you miss one, you'll have nightmares forever. Plus, you deliberately destroyed the bed of sand. I will punish you now, by making you work for me for another month. Dream Beast's voice came out of nowhere. Hansen felt depressed, But it was his own fault for not abiding by the rules in someone else's abode. The sand did indeed harbor gemstones, but they were a rare find. Detecting the gemstones without touching the sand was very hard. But that couldn't stop Han. Senator Hansen had learned a gentle skill from Moonwheel King and the narrow moon knife. He could cast power into water without causing a ripple. It would not be too difficult to keep the sand still, then. Hansen cast his gentle moon skill and looked through the sand carefully, searching for a gemstone. His body was suppressed by Skyheart Lock. He had to keep his head down and his feet up, and he had to use the gentlest power he could to retrieve the gemstones. He was in the lake for a whole 10 hours straight, fetching the gemstones. When he came back out of the lake, he did not want to move. "You are better than I thought. It looks like if I want to eat more, it should be fine." Dream Beast was resting beneath a tree. He smiled at Hansen casually. Hansen did not even have the strength to complain. He just lay in the grass near the lake, his body too sore to move. He felt so soft, as if his body was devoid of bones. The sad life of Hansen started on that day. Every day, he spent most of his time under the surface of the lake in pursuit of gemstones. Whenever he had time remaining to himself, he rested. He did not have time to practice. Hansen did not know why the leader wanted him to be here, but it was related to Isha. Therefore, it shouldn't have been too harmful. And the leader had used his own energy to give Hansen 2 Skyheart Locks. If he wanted to harm Hansen, he wouldn't have had to make such an effort. Hansen worked hard in the lake. Dream Beast still never grew to like him, though. If he got up late, Dream Beast would go and kick him into the water. And the sick Dream Beast would always say how great fresh gemstones were. Hansen couldn't get any more than 10 to save for the next day. "When I become deified and stronger than you, I will make you search for the gemstones. I will tie your legs up and make you scour the sand with your own tongue," Hansen thought angrily to himself. Good thinking. From today on, you will use your own tongue to search for the gemstones. But if your tongue touches a gemstone, I will cut it off, Dream Beast's toneless voice said right beside Hansen. Hansen was struck with another chill. He felt hopeless, and he thought, **T. He can read minds? Hansen was going crazy, having to dig through the sand with his tongue for the job. Hansen could withstand a lot, but Dream Beast's ability to read his mind was particularly annoying. Hansen thought of many different ways in which he might be able to protect his thoughts from the mind-reading ability, but nothing seemed to work. Hansen gave those methods a few tries each, risking punishment. Before long, though, he noticed that the whole mind-reading thing wasn't based on hearing his precise thoughts. The creature would get an idea of what Hansen was thinking about, then guess the rest. That made Hansen feel a bit better. If Dream Beast could read the details of everything in Hansen's brain, many secrets would be revealed. Because of all this testing, however, Hansen was punished many times. The length of time he was supposed to work with Dream Beast was extended from 3 months to 13 months. After half a month of hard work, Hansen was given the opportunity to meet someone. When he saw Yunsui, Hansen felt as if he had been in jail for decades. With someone coming to visit him, he almost cried. "Hansen? What happened to you?" Yunsui looked at Hansen in confusion. "I am fine. Sand has gotten into my eyes, that's all." Hansen acted like a man, trying to play things cool. At times, Hansen would go to ridiculous lengths to save face. "Right, well, why have you come to see me?" Hansen asked Yunsui after he gained control of himself. Yunsui unstrapped a box she had attached to her waist. She opened it and passed it to Han Sr. "I used the knife skills you taught me to win this king-class weapon, called Blood Feather Knife. I got it for beating Angia. Half of it is yours, so I have brought it here for you to take a look at. You won the knife. It's yours. Besides, I have Ghost Teeth Knife. I don't require any more," Hansen said, but he still took a look at the blade, anyway. You are right. You own half of the knife, but I use it, Yunsui said with a chuckle. This is quite good. Hansen stroked the body of blood feather knife, and then went on to say, it is a good knife. It doesn't seem as strong as my ghost teeth knife, but the abilities aren't compatible with my teeth knife stuff anyway. It seems to be very good for something like Under the Sky. Hansen stroked the blade, and then something burned the tips of his fingers. He jumped, then looked at the blade more closely. His fingers had been burned by the blood mark on the blade. The blood-red stain was fairly obvious against the white of the blade. Yunsui explained, blood feather knife was made from a deified feather of a feather alpha. Before it was complete, however, a deified xenogeneic came to take it. The xenogeneic was injured, and the blood feather knife was stained with its blood. The blood couldn't be rinsed off the blade, and because of this, the knife was unable to be deified. It had to settle for being king class. The feather alpha couldn't wipe the blood off? Hansen reached out his finger and touched the blood markings. If it could be wiped off, it wouldn't be there. And I doubt the knife would ever have been offered as a gift, Yunsui said. Hansen nodded. His finger touched the blood mark, and there was that burning feeling again. The crystallized blood in his body started to melt in response to the heat. Hansen pressed his finger to the mark more firmly and cast the blood pulse sutra. He felt a trace of blood-tinged air follow his finger and enter his body. The blood in Hansen's finger touched the bloody air. It was like fire meeting gasoline. It was going to burn with a flash. Hansen was shocked and happy. All it took was a tiny bit of blood air to make his blood boil. If Hansen could absorb all the blood on the blade, his blood pulse sutra might be able to reach Earl status. What is it? Yunsui saw Hansen freeze on the spot, and she got a little worried. Hansen? What's going on? Hansen hesitated, unsure of what he would need to tell her. Women were very caring. Seeing Hansen's face, Yunsui gently said, if you need anything, you can tell me. I will help you, if I am able to. Hansen hesitated, and he said, Sui, can I play with this knife for a bit? I thought it was something big. You own this knife, too, so just take it, Yunsui told him firmly. Hansen was so happy. He took out his ghost teeth knife and passed it over to Yunsui. I am taking your blood feather knife for a bit, so in the meantime, use this ghost teeth knife. Yunsui blushed. She seemed to fall into deep thought, but she still accepted the knife. She held it uncomfortably and said, okay. I will use this for now. Hansen hadn't had anyone to talk to on the island, and he wanted to continue speaking with Yunsui, but Dream Beast reminded him of his need to collect 10 gemstones. If he didn't, he'd suffer nightmares forever. Hansen had to send Yunsui away so that he could return to the water and collect gemstones with his tongue. Hansen didn't learn much, but he did craft a skill called Sword Tongue. It wasn't powerful, and it was actually really gentle. If it wasn't, he wouldn't have been able to use his tongue to dig through the sand. Finding 10 gemstones was hard that day, and after he handed them over, he was tired. Still, he did not let himself rest. Hansen took out the blood feather knife from the box he was given. Then, he placed it on his knees. He touched the mark and cast the blood pulse sutra. He felt a blood air rise from the blade. But it was very slow. Hansen cast it for a while, and he only took the blood air that was on the surface. Hansen thought for a bit, then dripped a drop of his crystal blood onto the mark on the blade. The crystal blood melted into the mark and merged with it. You couldn't see the blood anymore. Hansen cast the blood pulse sutra. He felt the blood air burst out of the mark. It went into his body, and when it did, his crystal blood boiled. Hansen felt as if his body was going to be evaporated like steam. It took 7 hours for a portion of the blood air to be refined. This is scary, for just a little blood air to be so strong. Perhaps a few of these will take my blood pulse sutra up to Earl status. Hansen was delighted. After that, before Hansen went back to work, he used a drop of his crystal blood on the blood mark again. After he worked, he'd come and collect that blood. The blood had the energy of the xenogeneic, and Hansen could refine it for hours. Habits could be very scary things. Hansen had been on Dream Island for 3 months now, and he had grown used to having 2 Skyheart locks on his body. Aside from moving slower, he was living like a normal person. His efficiency in digging up the gemstones was higher now, too. He could find 10 of them in 2 or 3 hours. What made Hansen the happiest, however, was that his blood pulse sutra reached Earl status. The blood feather knife's mark was much lighter, too. Hansen planned to keep on absorbing the blood that plagued it. The blood was damaging the blood feather knife, so if Hansen could absorb all of it, perhaps there was a chance to make the blade deified again. He was positive that Yunsui wouldn't mind that. Dream Beast did not enjoy seeing Hansen relaxing, so he had started to demand more gemstones. He made sure that Hansen worked 10 hours underwater every day. Because that was too boring, Hansen practiced his tongue skills. It wasn't an amazing power, but his tongue could generate a sword air that would kill someone with no problem. But as of yet, Hansen hadn't broken a single Skyheart lock. Perhaps he hadn't approached it correctly, or there was some other problem. He wasn't sure. Hansen asked Thousand Feather Crane whenever he came to visit, but Skyheart locks were very rare. Thousand Feather Crane hadn't experienced one himself, so he didn't know too much about it. Thousand Feather Crane did pledge to seek out information regarding it, though, so he could help Hansen figure out what to do. There was a student of the sky that once suffered the Skyheart lock, and it took him 3 years to remove it. And that person only had one to endure. But Hansen had 2 locks to deal with. Thousand Feather Crane couldn't be sure when he could unlock them. As more and more time passed, Hansen grew used to the Skyheart locks. They didn't affect him as much, but he still couldn't break them. After half a year passed, Hansen started to miss his family. He missed Ji Yanran, Linger, and even Little Flower, who had been taken by Old Cat. How is Hansen doing? In Sky Palace, the leader asked the elegant Dream Beast. Not bad. The Skyheart lock doesn't seem to affect him as much, Dream Beast answered. Not bad, huh? From you, that's a mighty compliment. The Sky Palace leader laughed. Dream Beast smiled but did not answer. He did go on to say, are you sure you want Hansen to go to the ancient god xenogeneic space? Not Lone Bamboo? The leader of Sky Palace quietly said, you know of Lone Bamboo's situation. He is already a marquise. It would be meaningless for him to go, and it would be too dangerous for the average student. Any cent would not be coming back. After a while, the leader went on to say, I promised Isha I would make Hansen a marquise. If Lone Bamboo does not need to go there, then he is the next best candidate. Dream Beast nodded and said, he is almost done. He cannot get any better in Dream Island, so I suppose I can let him, G. It was supposed to be a 1-year term, and only half of that has passed. You cannot waste the rest of the year, can you? The Sky Palace leader smiled. You know he received the blood feather knife, yes? Dream Beast asked. Sky Palace leader nodded. He looked at Dream Beast, wondering why he was mentioning it. He is absorbing the xenogeneic blood on the knife. It is working. In perhaps a few months, the xenogeneic blood will be completely absorbed, Dream Beast said. Really? The leader of Sky Palace looked very surprised. The feathers tried many methods to remove the blood, but none worked. Now, Hansen is absorbing it? If they learn this was actually possible, they will be very angry. Dream Beast laughed as he spoke. If he can really absorb the xenogeneic blood, the blood feather knife might possibly become a deified weapon again. But it will also need to be refined once more. We will have to set this up, so we can get another deified weapon for Sky Palace. That is all I can do. The leader of Sky Palace laughed. When will that guy come back? Dream Beast asked suddenly. He hasn't come back from the Barrens yet. The leader of Sky Palace looked troubled. In a hard voice, Dream Beast said, there cannot be an empty elder throne for too long. If he is truly not coming back, we need to make plans. It would be bad if the elders keep fighting. The leader of Sky Palace thought for a moment. There is no need to rush this. That guy wouldn't be killed with any ease. Perhaps there was some kind of incident, but he will be back. I hope so. Dream Beast said, then walked out of the Sky Palace. There is still half a year to go. If you have the time, teach him something so he has a higher chance of surviving in ancient god space, the leader of Sky Palace said to Dream Beast's back. He is not a student of Sky Palace. Why would I do such a thing? After Dream Beast said that, he disappeared. Hansen finished digging up gemstones for the day. He washed the gemstones and placed them on the leaves next to Dream Beast. When he was going back to absorb the xenogeneic blood on the blade, Dream Beast suddenly said, from now on, there is no need for you to dig up gemstones. Hansen was so happy to hear this, and he said, you are letting me go? Letting you go? That would be impossible. Dream Beast smiled and looked at Han Senator. His eyes looked very dreamy. Hansen started to say something, but his eyes froze and went out of focus. The scene before Hansen had changed. He was suddenly inside an abandoned city. He realized what was going on, and he yelled, Dream, you said that if I completed my tasks, I wouldn't be put into a dream. I only promised I wouldn't put you inside a tragedy dream. Dream Beast's voice resonated in the air. What is this dream then? Hansen asked with a frown. It is a nightmare. Enjoy, Dream Beast said, and his voice vanished. Hansen wanted to ask something, but he suddenly heard a beast roar from someplace amidst the ruins around him. Many xenogeneics began to climb out of the rubble, and they ran towards Hansen as soon as they saw him. Hansen was standing on a ruin that looked like a landfill. There were all sorts of xenogeneics, in different shapes, coming for him. Even the sky was filled with them. It is just a dream. I will wake up when I die, Hansen thought to himself. If you died in this dream, your body would be fine. But your will would perish. For example, you might go into a vegetative state. Dream Beast's voice was cold in the air again. Inside a storage shed in a kindergarten, Lu Zime was in a strange position. She was sweating and her skin was red. I can do it, Lu Zime was lying on the floor, gasping. She felt like her bones were going to fall apart. Her muscles were sore. If she moved, she'd feel like she was getting stung by needles. After she signed that unfair contract, her sad life began. She had to do whatever Bauer told her to do. Bauer told her that this was a strong geno art. Bauer watched her practice, but she felt as if it was more like torture. It was a very painful process. It is okay if you do not wish to learn it, and the debt you have. Bauer was sitting atop a plank of wood. In her fat hand, she clasped many contractual papers. Lu Zime saw all those papers, and then she gritted her teeth and continued the horrible geno art that Bauer was supposedly teaching her. After all this time, she had incurred more and more debt. The debt she had now was something she could not pay back in multiple lifetimes. Lu Zime hated herself for not being able to resist the temptations presented by Bauer. She had been drawn in by beautiful clothes and cosmetics, so she had signed a number of different contracts. That was unfair. And of course, since she could not pay it all back, she thought that she might as well sign up for greater debts. Let's stop here. We can continue this tomorrow. Bauer looked at the time and then jumped off of the wood plank. She walked out of the storage shed. *MN kid. Lu Zime lay down on the ground like a rug, unable to move. Hansen was as sad as Lu Zime. He kept fighting against different types of xenogeneics in the dream he was placed in. He couldn't stop, for the xenogeneics kept coming. There was nowhere to hide either. All he could do was kill. Because he was inside a dream, he could only get tired mentally. His body was fine, so he could keep fighting without rest. Dream Beast did not want him to rest. The worst thing, however, was that Skyheart Lock worked in the dream. It made him depressed. Hansen did not know how long he had been fighting. He had pretty grown numb to it all now. There were many xenogeneics in the dream, and they stretched out before Hansen in endless lines. There were the likes of the Xian Jade spirits, but many others that Hansen had never seen before, too. All those xenogeneics wielded different powers, as well. They felt so real to Hansenator, everything was so lucid that it was difficult to determine whether it was truly a dream or not. Hansen had to use everything he could to fight, and he had come close to death on numerous occasions. Dream Beast watched Hansen with a strange expression. He told Hansen that he would become a vegetable if he died in the dream, and that wasn't a lie. He could make Hansen die a mental death if he wanted to. But Dream Beast did not plan on killing him. He did it so Hansen would fight nonstop and give it his all. He wanted to see how long he'd last. But Hansen's performance was beyond his wildest expectations. Hansen only had to survive for a month, and he had already surpassed that requirement. Hansen had been in the dream, killing, for 4 months. He had yet to perish. It was not strange that Hansen could kill the xenogeneics, because the creatures in the dream were set to Hansen's level. Even the higher tier ones had the same power as Hansen. He did this to train Hansen, so Hansen could learn more about xenogeneics. Through all of this, he would gain knowledge. But amidst all that constant, intense fighting, Hansen did not slip up once. His willpower was still perfectly focused. It was hard to imagine an Earl could have such a hearty will. This guy must have experienced something before. How can his will compare to Lone Bamboo's? Is he the same as Lone Bamboo, in that he has a will that cannot break? Dream Beast seemed befuddled. Hansen's willpower was getting weaker, however. Despite that, he wasn't going to get killed. Dream Beast knew how scary all of that must have been. He'd rather have his soul killed than give up. Not all beings had that kind of drive. For Dream Beast, Hansen's will was shining like jewelry. Dream Beast sighed. His eyes took on a dreamy look, and then he removed the dream from Hansen. He didn't want to get Hansen killed. If things kept going, Hansen's soul might have been exhausted. Then, he really would have died, and not just in the dream. Crash! Hansen's body fell to the ground. His brain was buzzing, and it felt like it was ready to explode. That was the condition of one who was mentally exhausted. Dream Beast called for someone to return Hansen to his island. He took the next few days to rest, and he slowly got better. When Hansen recovered, his will was much clearer. His powers of sense were sharper. But the thing that made Hansen the happiest was that he was now free. He knew that Dream Beast was only training him, but he still vastly preferred the feeling of freedom. While he was still sleeping, he let Bubble mimic him on the bed. Then, he slipped back to the Alliance. He held Linger and kissed her. Then, he held Ji Yenran. Hansen thought it was the best thing ever. No one bothered Hansen, and he spent the next month relaxing. He almost forgot he still had the 2 Skyheart locks on him. The happy days flew by, and 2 months after returning to Dream Island, Thousand Feather Crane came to visit him. He had news to deliver. The ancient god Xenogeneic space? What is that place? Hansen asked Thousand Feather Crane, stricken with confusion. He did not know why the leader of Sky Palace wanted to send him there. Thousand Feather Crane looked worried, and he said, Ancient God Xenogeneic space is a Xenogeneic space next to a barren system. We don't own it, but every time it opens, there is a spot available for us. I did not expect the leader to select you. Is there a benefit to going? Hansen asked. Of course. While it is very big, it is also dangerous, I must note. Even the top earls or marquises might not make it out alive from such places, Thousand Feather Crane said. What are these benefits? Hansen filtered out the dangerous part. He was afraid of danger, but if the leader wanted him to go there, there was no use worrying about it. The xenogeneics in ancient god space are dangerous, but I do not know the specifics. I haven't been there before, but my master said it isn't just the xenogeneics you should be wary of. There are also those of the other races who will enter when you do. Thousand Feather Crane explained what he knew. Hansen was in a bad mood. He had been an ancient god for half a day, and he had already walked 30 miles. He was sweating. Under the protection of Yun Chang Kong, the 10th elder, Hansen arrived in the ancient god space. When he arrived, though, he realized that some power had entangled him. The power he felt was reminiscent of Skyheart Lock. It was a little different, but the effects were similar. It hindered Hansen's movement. Now Hansen knew why the leader made him suffer the Skyheart Locks. It was because he wanted him to experience what it was like to be hampered. The Sky Palace leader had planned to send Hansen here a long time ago, that was clear. It was only a shame that the Skyheart Locks had not been broken yet. If they had been, the ancient god space's restrictions wouldn't have been so arduous. The ancient god space was not as dangerous as he thought it would be, however. Aside from rocks everywhere, Hansen walked all day without encountering a single xenogeneic. Yun Changkong told Hansen that his job there would be to hunt xenogeneics. The xenogeneics there were special, and their genes were fairly unique. The more he managed to retrieve, the better. But as of yet, he hadn't been able to find a single one. Without any to find, there weren't any to kill. Suddenly, Hansen saw something move over a little rocky mountain. It was a being of some type, but upon closer inspection, the sight made Hansen frown. Hansen! The person saw Hansen and screamed aloud. Then they approached Hansen. Why do I see you everywhere? Hansen said to Hire the pirate. He really hadn't wanted to see her again. Hire was an earl now. Her presence was much stronger than when he bumped into her with the Buddha. I should be the one asking you this. I thought burning lamp alpha turned you into an ant. How did you recover? Hire looked at Hansen curiously. It was just a small trick. He didn't really do anything. Hansen smiled. He was not in the mood to explain things to her. Hire smiled and said, well, since our fates repeatedly intertwine, why don't we cooperate once more? Together, we can slay the ancient gods and xenogeneics. No. I prefer being alone. I am meant to be alone. Whoever follows me is subject to awful luck. Hansen did not want her and her trouble to join him. Hire grinned and said, but this is fate. A clairvoyant told me. I connect well with loners, so that means we are meant to be together. We are partners, you know? It's okay if you want to follow, but I won't be sharing a single xenogeneic with you. Hansen shrugged his shoulders. Ah, so you weren't told. The Buddha sent someone to this place, too. What do you think might happen if he caught sight of you? Hire was not angry, and she kept talking as she followed behind Hansen. I'm not afraid of burning lamp alpha, so why would I be afraid of a student? Even if I was scared, is cooperating with you supposed to make me less scared? Hansen said. The Buddha sent a Marquis Buddha. He is not as strong as Seven Spirit, but he is an important person to them. However, that isn't the thing you need to know. The most important thing is that the Buddha are cooperating with Demon. The demons are enemies of Sky Palace, and they sent a person named Sharon. Do you have any idea how dangerous your situation is? Hire said. Who is Sharon? Hansen kept on walking lackadaisically, as if he didn't care at all. You don't know who Sharon is? Hire asked Hansen with shock. Do I have to know who he is? Hansen lifted his lips. Hire finally believed that Hansen really didn't know. You are Knife Queen student, and you do is? Have you heard of Lone Bamboo in Sky Palace? Yeah, Hansen said casually. Good. Sharon's reputation with the demon is similar to Lone Bamboo's in Sky Palace. They are frequently mentioned together. He has already become a marquise, so you are bound to know what will happen if you see him, Hire said. People talk about me in the same capacity as Lone Bamboo, too. That means I don't have to be afraid of that, Sharon. Hansen laughed. What are you talking about? I know you. Seven Spirit almost killed you. Sharon is much better than Seven Spirit. Hire looked at him with disdain. Hansen laughed and explained no more. Due to Sky Palace being quite private, news from the inside didn't often spread outside. Not many outsiders knew about him and Lone Bamboo. Even if I was afraid of Sharon, what use would bringing you along prove? Don't tell me you have battled him before, Hansen said casually. I cannot beat him, but I know that there is a secret place in the ancient god space. I can take you there, where we can fight Xenogeneics and avoid encountering Sharon. Do you want to co-op or not? We split the Xenogeneics 50-50. I can help kill them, too, Hire said. That doesn't sound too shabby. What kind of place is it, anyway? Hansen had walked for so long, and despite that, he hadn't seen a single Xenogeneic. He thought he wasn't going to fare too well. That place is mysterious. When the pirates of Yore came here, they stumbled upon it by pure happenstance. No one else should be able to find it without me guiding them there. Hire looked all cocky. If it is as good as you are leading me to believe, then I guess I can cooperate with you, Hansen said. Of course. We will go right now. Hire said, and then kept on walking. After they met in Holy Heaven, she understood Hansen a bit more. She knew Hansen was the trustable sort, and as long as he would gain some sort of benefit, he wouldn't betray and kill her. Plus, Hire had a secret defense system. She wasn't afraid of Hansen betraying her. Hansen then followed Hire. There were many rocks around, but that was all. There was no place for the creatures to hide, so the chance of finding creatures there was virtually nil. Hansen's body was restricted by the ancient god space's powers. Together, the pair walked dozens of miles. They ended up sweating so much, it looked as if they had just emerged from spring water. Here, this is it. Hire looked at her map and came to a stop near a crevice. Hansen examined the crevice and noted how crooked it was. Only one person could go in at a time, slipping through sideways. There were many crevices such as this in the ancient god space, too. Hire went in first, and Hansen followed her from behind. They both moved along the crevice for a few miles, until eventually, the space they occupied began to widen. Inside the mountains, there was a giant cave. Hansen saw a statue made of stone just sitting there, but it was at least 100 meters tall. In front of the statue, Hansen and Hire were as small as 2 ants. Hansen could not tell which race the statue depicted. Its head was a sheep's, and its body was human-like. It also had wings. It looked like some prehistoric sheep god. Fortunately, there weren't any of such sheep around. Otherwise, he was going to call them grandfather. Why does this place have a statue? Do Xenogeneics build statues? Hansen asked with confusion. Thousand Feather Crane had told Hansen some things about the ancient god space, but the young Sky hadn't actually been here. He couldn't have known what the Xenogeneics were truly like. Hire said, it is not a statue. It is a home for ancient god Xenogeneics. A home? Hansen was surprised, and so he looked at the statue again. Yes. Otherwise, why would they be called an ancient god Xenogeneic? It is because these Xenogeneics live in ancient statues. You came here and didn't know anything about this? Knife Queen didn't inform you? Hire asked, looking confused. Hansen dropped his shoulders. He didn't know why the leader of Sky Palace would do this either. Sending him here without giving him an ounce of information was weird. He couldn't discern what the man wanted. Hire wanted to say something more, but a ding-dong noise sounded through the giant cave. She quickly shut up and went to hide in a crevice. Hansen looked towards the sound. The echo was reverberating around the room, but Hansen's power could still tell him where it was coming from. It was coming from the nostrils of the statue. Not long after, a 3-meter-wide spider slid out of the nostril. The spider was black with a few red patterns flaring across it. Its body looked metallic, and the pattern on its back looked like a humanoid face. This is ancient god's ghost face spider. It is an Earl Xenogeneic. Do not strike yet, as they always work in groups. There must be far more of them inside the statue. A Marquise one might even reside within. We should discuss our plan of action before we end up getting ourselves surrounded, Higher said. Hansen looked at the ghost face spider with a thoughtful expression. He had fought these spiders in the dream he was put under. In fact, he had fought quite a lot of them. He knew a lot about the spider and the power it possessed. The dream had to be training for this. Why didn't he just tell me? Why did he try to scare me like that? Hansen wondered. But Hansen knew that if the Sky Palace leader had given him files on all the Xenogeneics, he'd only have given it a brief look. He wouldn't have researched the foes properly. The dream, however, made Hansen remember the creatures clearly. He knew everything about them, to a degree that would never lessen. The effectiveness of the two teaching methods was not even remotely comparable. Hansen summoned spell as a gun in his hands. Then, he climbed into a gap and raised the gun. He took aim at the ghost spider emerging from the nostril. What are you doing? You are not going to shoot the ghost face spider from that distance, are you? The ghost face spider is very strong for an Earl. Higher gasped. Higher knew that Hansen would have no problem killing a ghost face spider, but the range between them and the creature was over 3 kilometers. The Earl power would be weakened over a long distance, and the rest of the power wouldn't be enough to kill a ghost face spider. Pang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet tore through the distance. It hit the spider's back. The part of the face pattern that comprised its left eye was its weak spot. Hansen had killed too many of them in the dream he suffered, so he knew them all too well. Blood began to ooze from the gunshot wound in the creature's back. Then, it flipped and fell. It met the ground with a loud noise. Xenogeneic Earl, killed. Ghost face spider, Xenogeneic gene found. The announcement sounded in Hansen's head. Higher was in shock. Hansen's power was far stronger than the average Earl to one-hit kill the spider over such a long distance. After that shot, though, many more spiders began to emerge from the statue's nostrils and ears. There was a great host of them. But their vision and senses were rather limited, so they couldn't figure out where Hansen was. Pang! Another gunshot rang out, and a bullet broke through another spider's back. He still took aim at the left eye's location. A hail of gunfire followed, as each spider was shot off of the statue. The spiders weren't very intelligent, and they only seemed to rely on basic instinct. They couldn't find Hansen at all. Hansen killed the spiders one at a time, taking down dozens in the space of a few seconds. Higher looked at Hansen with shock, as her mind drifted out to space. Higher felt a chill in her heart. That gun-looking Geno armament of his had amazing range. She'd never know if Hansen decided to use it to assassinate her. She was confident she could evade the attack if she was prepared. But she couldn't be on alert every hour of the day and night. Hansen's power really was that scary. And he was only an Earl. If he became a king or a deified being, he could probably kill a person by firing through the crust or core of a planet. The enemy would never even know how they died. Ghost face spiders kept climbing all around, and they kept firing out spider webs. They had no idea where Hansen was, and they blindly fired their silk everywhere. It was obviously not effective on Hansenator, and the spiders continued to get picked off, as if they were mere target practice for him. After killing 100 of the Earl ghost face spiders, Hansen finally heard the announcement to inform him that he had acquired a beast soul. Hansen killed a few more, and then a weird scream sounded. It came from the mouth of the statue. A spider that was twice as big emerged. "That is the Marquis's ghost face spider!" Hire screamed. Hansen did not say a word. He stopped firing. He waited until the giant ghost face spider revealed its back to them. And when it did, he pulled the trigger. Pang! A bullet struck the ghost face spider's back, and it broke the pattern's left eye. The Marquis class ghost face spider fell down. Hire looked at Hansen in disbelief. He had one hit killed a Marquis class ghost face spider. She did not know what Hansen's strength was anymore. It hasn't been that long, so how has he gotten this strong? Hire thought back to meeting Hansen in the heaven. He was a different person, and he was so much stronger now. Hire thought she had leveled up quickly, but it was clear to her that Hansen had been much faster. In total, 187 Earl and 2 Marquis ghost face spiders had been one-hit killed by Hansen. None had been left alive, and none required a double tap to finish off. Hansen's power was scary. Having practiced inside that dream was one of the reasons for this. If he hadn't endured that, he wouldn't have known the precise weaknesses of the ghost face spiders, and he wouldn't have been able to kill the Marquis spiders in one hit. But despite killing so many spiders, he had only earned a single beast soul for himself. It was a disappointment for Hansen overall. Hansen made sure there were no more spiders waiting to emerge from the statue, and then the pair crawled out of the crevice and started cutting up the bodies. The ancient god space's xenogeneics were different from the ones found elsewhere. The xenogeneic genes of the ghost face spiders were little balls. They looked like pearls. After Hansen pulled one of the little orbs out, Hire looked hesitant. She hadn't actually done anything, so she didn't think she should take any of the spoils. She most certainly didn't think she should be going 50-50. But Hansen went ahead and split the orbs in half. He placed half of them in his pockets and then climbed up the statue. Hire didn't hesitate to collect the rest of the orbs. Without Hire leading, Hansen wouldn't have been able to find this cavern. There were too many crevices and gulches to traverse, and despite walking for a very long time, stumbling on this statue would have been very unlikely. So, Hansen thought that the split of spoils was fair enough. Information was worth a lot. But there were many benefits yet to see, so their trip wasn't over yet. Inside the ancient god's xenogeneic cave, many goodies were waiting for them. Hire put away the orbs she had gathered and followed after Hansen. She climbed up to the statue's shoulder. "Where should we go?" Hansen asked, while observing the statue's head. With his knowledge of ghost face spiders, he knew that their creation was a strange process. If their origin wasn't destroyed, ghost face spiders would spawn continually. Normally, the statue's mouth is the closest to a beginning of ancient god. But the items are always contained within the statue, Hire explained. "What is a beginning of ancient god?" Hansen asked. "You don't know?" Hire was surprised, but she knew Hansen had no reason to lie to her. So, she went ahead to explain. A beginning of ancient god is what the xenogeneics are born from. Those are the most valuable things in the ancient god space. If you are able to get a beginning of ancient god, you can keep spawning ancient god xenogeneics forever. Those things are important to big factions. Surely you must know this. Hansen nodded, and then he climbed into the mouth of the statue. Hire entered with him, and it was very large inside. There was a path that was only a few meters wide. It was very low, though, so they had to bend to traverse it. "If you don't know anything about this place, why did you decide to come?" Hire asked curiously as she walked. Hansen did not answer. He hadn't known what a beginning of ancient god was. He had seen it in a dream, but he had never been told its name. Rather than telling him, Dream Beast had used the dream to inform him of the things he needed to know. It was easier than Hansen thought it would be, though. Perhaps they had killed all of the ghost face spiders, because they didn't encounter any more along the way. They walked for 2 or 3 hours inside the statue, on a road that took them down many different routes. Eventually, they found a beginning of ancient god. It was a tablet about the size of a hand. It was gray, but it possessed a number of red lights. It also bore the pattern that adorned the ghost face spiders. Hire took it out from where it was embedded in a stone slot. And when she did, the pattern on the tablet went dim. Its red glow disappeared. There is only one of them. If you would like, you can have it first. Hire gave the beginning of Ancient God, the one that pertained to the ghost face spiders, to Han Sen. I will take the next one. Han Sen did not accept the beginning of Ancient God. In his dream, he recalled that the ghost face spiders were one of the weaker varieties. There were other xenogeneics with a beginning of Ancient God that were far stronger than the ghost face spiders. After that, Han Sen turned around and started walking towards the exit. Their bodies were bound by the xenogeneic space, so they could not walk very fast. And neither could they fly out. When they emerged, they climbed down the statue and entered a cave nearby. You have given me this beginning of Ancient God. Aren't you afraid that there might be no more to find later on? Hire said as she fiddled with the beginning of Ancient God, smiling Han Sen from behind. It's okay. Accept it as a reward for the information you have provided me with, Han Sen said casually. I have really come to like you a bit more. If the rebate don't want you anymore, you can gladly come and live with us pirates. If you follow me, I can treat you with everything you could ever desire, Hire said. We can talk about that when the time comes, Han Sen said lackadaisically. He wasn't too interested. He had heard of the pirates before. They were a bunch of thieves, but the things they stole were massive. They weren't the sort to steal from ordinary creatures. They had stolen from many high races and earned many enemies across the Geno universe. Due to the pirates being so powerful, amongst other reasons, no one could do anything to stop them either. Han Sen didn't want to be a thief. Even if Hire invited him sincerely, he wouldn't accept the offer. And on top of that, Hire always seemed to have an evil streak. Who knew what her true plans might have been? There was only one way to go after that statue, and after 8 miles of following it, they had yet to find a single other branch leading elsewhere. But they eventually heard the sound of water. It was similar to the noise of a big waterfall. They looked at each other and slowed down. They walked another 3 miles, and that was when the path widened again. There was indeed a waterfall. It looked like a galaxy in the deepest recess of the cave. The water sounds were very loud. Behind that waterfall was a silver statue. The waterfall came out from the statue's belly button. The statue's lower body was like that of a horse. The upper body was that of a human. It had the head of a bird, and it also possessed wings. It looked so strange. Did your elder tell you what xenogeneics this statue might harbor? Han Sen asked Hire. Hire shook her head. I don't know. When he came here, he was heavily injured. He didn't touch the statue from earlier, so he could not have come this far. I am just like you right now, clueless. As they were talking, a silver monster emerged from the water beneath the statue. It climbed up the waterfall and entered the belly button of the silver statue. The xenogeneic looked like it had been made entirely from silver. It sort of looked like a trilobite. It was, however, 1 meter long. When Han Sen saw the trilobite-looking silver xenogeneic, he frowned. In his dream, he had not encountered this xenogeneic. Is it an ancient god xenogeneic that Dream Beast was unaware of? Han Sen remained in thought, not yet ready to take action. He killed the ghost face spiders so confidently because he knew what they were. But facing something unknown was dodgy, and he wasn't sure he wanted to take the risk. Do you know of this xenogeneic? Han Sen looked at Hire. Hire just shook her head. You should fire a shot into the water. Perhaps there are other silver xenogeneics lurking within. Han Sen frowned. Without knowing what he was getting into, he didn't want to fire a bullet. Ghost face spiders weren't intelligent, so they were unable to discern where the bullets were fired from. It did not mean that the other xenogeneics were the same, however. Attacking randomly, without caution, could put them in danger. They were bound by the powers that governed ancient god space. While that did not affect their strength, their speed was definitely lowered. Their reactions to danger would be much slower. They couldn't take unnecessary risks. After letting silence settle in for a bit, Hansen moved his fingers. A red gas drifted out of his fingertips. A reaper appeared, clutching a red crystal scythe. It took off flying around the cave before heading for the pool of water near the waterfall. Hire looked at the Red Reaper with curiosity. She was used to Hansen possessing all manners of tricks, but she was still interested in finding out what the Reaper was capable of. When the Reaper reached the water exploded. A trilobite-looking xenogeniac suddenly emerged, leaping up to consume the Red Reaper. The Red Reaper's reaction was fast, however, and it struck the creature's silver shell. The Reaper was a powerful little thing, but all it did was leave a minor mark across the shell. It certainly couldn't break through it. Pang! 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 More silver xenogeniacs leapt out of the water. They were like cannonballs, shooting up towards the Red Reaper. The Red Reaper's scythe could not bear the brunt of such force, and one of the silver xenogeniacs was able to strike its body. Fortunately, the Red Reaper was made of smoke. After the silver xenogeniac broke its misty form, it was able to quickly recompose itself. But the silver xenogeniacs weren't going to give up, and they repeatedly tried to attack the Red Reaper. When a xenogeniac's jaws closed on the Red Reaper's scythe, the weapon was bitten off. Then, more and more silver xenogeniacs leapt up to bite the red scythe itself. Not long after, it had all been chomped and broken to pieces. The red crystal scythe was the strongest weapon that the Red Reaper had at its disposal. It was also its greatest weakness. Once it was broken, the Red Reaper would disappear. After the Red Reaper was destroyed, the silver xenogeniacs started swimming around in the water like a legion of crocodiles on the prowl for human flesh. They have some very strong bodies. And not to mention their physical power. These things must rank amongst the best of earls out there. There are dozens of them, too. This will be tough to deal with, Hansen said quietly. If he only had to deal with the silver xenogeniacs he had seen so far, he wouldn't be afraid. But if the Earl ones were that powerful, then the power of a potential Marquise one would be unimaginable. Hansen rested for a bit, then recomposed the Red Reaper. He sent it out to the water again. The silver xenogeniacs weren't deep in the water yet, so the Red Reaper swooped down on one. And then, the silver xenogeniac sunk. The other silver xenogeniacs started coming after the Red Reaper again. Hansen turned his sniper rifle into a rocket launcher, then he mounted it on his shoulder and fired it at the Red Reaper. A group comprised of a dozen silver xenogeniacs latched onto the Red Reaper's scythe, breaking it immediately, just as the rocket came. Boom! A white mushroom light exploded from the midst of the silver xenogeniac crowd. The strength blew each and every one of the xenogeniacs away. But those silver xenogeniacs' bodies glowed with a strange aura. They remained inside the fire, and the rocket's explosive power was unable to destroy their bodies. That is a powerful protection they possess. Not even spell can break through it. Hansen complimented them. Why are you still standing there? Run! Hire said, before starting to run. The silver xenogeniacs were traveling towards them really quickly, scrambling over the stones. Their speed was frightening. Hansen did not move, though. He stood firm with his rocket launcher, then fired another rocket at the silver xenogeniacs. This time, however, he had glazed the effects of turtle atop the rocket. Boom! A rocket exploded in the middle of the waves of silver xenogeniacs. They had an aura around them, shielding them from the explosion. It also protected them from turtle, preventing the symbol from sticking on them. It had been blocked. Buzz! Before Hansen could attack again, a silver xenogeniac flew out from that belly button. It looked like the first one they had seen in the water. This one had transparent silver wings, though. It was able to fly very fast. There were 4 or 5 of them flying out towards Hansen, in total. They soon reached the front lines, soaring towards him. Hansen did not fall back. He pulled out the blood feather knife and used his knife and sword power on the blade. Then, he slashed towards the silver-winged Xenogeniac nearest him. The knife and sword power hit the silver-winged Xenogeniac and activated its armor, but that scary knife and sword power was sufficient to break the auras and HEW the body of the silver-winged Xenogeniac in half. Mutant Xenogeniac Earl hunted. Silver-winged beetle, Xenogeniac gene found. Obtained mutant silver-winged beetle beast soul. Hansen was happy, but he didn't have time to stop and look at his new beast soul. He was running towards the nearest silver beetle that was coming his way. He killed one of the silver beetles that could not fly. Those silver beetles weren't mutant. They were just ordinary Earl silver beetles. While Hansen was having fun killing the beetles, something screamed near the silver statue. There was a silver, glass-like monster coming out. Its body was over 10 meters long. Its head possessed a silver beard, and there were 4 transparent wings on its back. It was already before Hansen. A silver light came out of its mouth, moving much faster than knife lights and sword airs. Hansen's body was hampered by both the Skyheart locks and the ancient god space itself. His speed was very slow, but fortunately, his rabbit shoes weren't affected. He could still move with the speed of a duke. The moment he dodged the silver light, a gold amp pattern appeared on Hansen's body. It increased his power. He slashed towards the silver, glass-like bug. Dong. The knife and sword powers came against the silver glass bug. A transparent silver light appeared. Hansen's attack did not break the light at all. Hansen was shocked. His body was like an ordinary marquise, and he had the Ant King Mark's buff. It shouldn't have been difficult for him to bring down a marquise. But his full-strength strike was unable to break the silver glass bug's armor. It was a scary thing to comprehend. Hansen used the rabbit shoes and their speed to fight with the silver glass bug. He kept striking its shielding aura, but nothing seemed to work. The aura was far too tough, and not even his knife and sword powers could break through it. Hansen was at a very bad disadvantage. Hansen's speed was aided by the rabbit shoes, but Skyheart Lock and Ancient God's hampering were still in play. Under the pressure of this tough of a fight, he was starting to feel tired. His body was sore, and he felt awful. This cannot continue. Hansen wanted to leave, and as he made the decision, he noticed Hire was already long gone. The silver glass bug was not slow at all. It kept chasing after Hansen, spitting out silver light. Hansen clenched his jaw and ran towards the waterfall cave. That was the only way to go back, and there was no place he could hide. He would rather take his chances in a wider space. The silver glass bug was flying. And so Hansen flew like a phoenix to swoop around and strike its back while airborne. But the knife and sword power still couldn't break the silver armor. This was the first time Hansen had encountered a Xenogeniac with extremely high defense. Hansen believed it had to be a mutant Marquise Xenogeniac that was simply aligned with defensive attributes. Hansen continued to fight, retreating all the while. He ran into the belly button of the silver statue. If he was going to run off, he was not going to run off empty-handed. He wanted to find the statue's beginning of Ancient God. He could not kill the bug, but he still thought that the beginning of Ancient God might be up for grabs. Luckily, the statue had many different paths to take. So, Hansen used the unique geography to kite the silver glass bug around. It made things better, but it also cost Hansen a lot of power. He was getting slower and slower as time went by. Since there were no other people around, Hansen summoned his Dongxian armor. The Dongxian armor started absorbing the energy in the atmosphere to keep Hansen fueled up. That way, he could keep on fighting and not wind up failing due to exhaustion. It looked like the Xenogeniac silver beetles he had encountered earlier were all there were. After he killed the ones on the outside, there were no more to be discovered on the inside of the cave. Hansen kept heading down the same tunnel, and 2 hours later, he found the beginning of ancient god embedded in a wall. It was a silver metal slab with an irregular, haphazard shape. There was a trilobite symbol on it, though, flashing with a silver light. Hansen was pleased to have found it, and he ran over to it and pried it free. The silver glass bug was furious, and its desire to kill Hansen was even greater now. A bug and a human were fighting inside that cave. Hansen could not break its armor, and he was hit by the silver light a few times. The Dongxian armor was also slashed open in a place or two. Hansen planned to wait until the silver glass bug had exhausted all its power. Perhaps by then, its aura would weaken too. But after fighting for 10 hours, Hansen felt ready to fall apart. The aura of the silver glass bug, however, was still the same. It was too late for Hansen's body to dodge the next strike. The silver glass bug's silver light pierced through him. Hansen's body exploded like a water balloon. It was just a clone he had generated with Moon, though. And while the bug was distracted with the moon, Hansen took off running down a smaller passage. He used the Dongxian Sutra to hide his presence, and then he stopped moving. The silver glass bug was flying angrily around the cave, making horrible screeching sounds. After a while, the silver glass bug flew away from the cave. When it did, Hansen emerged and started making his way back out from the way he had come. The silver glass bug was too strong, especially its silver armor. Unless he used Super Spank, he didn't think he could break it. Super Spank's power might have broken the armor, but it also might destroy the body completely. That would rob him of potential gains. If he wouldn't receive any benefits, Hansen wasn't going to bother. Hansen came out of the crevice, and he found Higher standing just outside. Hansen switched to his spell armor. "You run fast." Hansen looked at Higher and smiled. Higher smiled and said, "I am just a pirate. I am not good at anything else. I run fast to secure survival. I had faith in you, though. I knew you would come back alive." Hansen sat on the floor. He was really tired. The weight of the Skyheart locks and ancient god Space's force had hindered him quite a bit, and he was 10 times more tired than he should have been. He had almost exhausted his entire reserve of energy, just to make it out. "Where do we go next?" Higher asked Hansen, sitting opposite him. "I think our cooperation ends here. After this, we will go our separate ways and have no further engagement," Hansen said. "You are too cruel. We have defied death together. Hang on, you just left me to die." "Don't try to butter it up," Hansen exclaimed, stopping her. Higher rolled her eyes and said, "How about I hire you to hunt xenogeneics, then?" "I am not interested." Hansen lay down on the floor and closed his eyes. Sweat was dripping from him and his muscles were all sore. "Someone is here," Higher said suddenly. Hansen sat up, and he looked in the direction that Higher was indicating. A few people were coming, but their faces could not be seen clearly. A bald head in their midst did stand out, however. "Buddha." Hansen was shocked. "Run. I will see you again." Higher turned around and ran, forgetting all about her pleas for cooperation. She really is good at running. He felt poorly. He wanted to leave, as well, but he was far too tired. He would rather preserve his energy for a fight than run off. The group saw Hansen and approached him. One of them was a Buddha, and one of them had purple horns. He was a demon. The others were comprised of different races. In total, there were 6 of them. "Ba. Mr. Han, I cannot believe we have met here once again." The Buddha, seeing Hansen, looked murderous. "I didn't expect to see you guys here, either." Hansen sat where he was, not moving. He wanted to rest some more. "You are Hansen?" The man of the demon looked at Hansen with interest. Hansen looked back at the man, guessing he was the Sharon that Hire had told him so much about. Unlike Lone Bamboo, Sharon was a born genius. He was far better than those of the same level, and he had apparently never failed at anything. He had learned all of his Geno arts quickly, and he had also been known to improve techniques and skills. That was why he was so good. Sharon was a rare person who possessed 2 Geno arts. He had studied the Demon Sky Demon Sutra and another mysterious Geno art. He had been buffed twice, so he really was quite strong. According to Hire, he made a gamble with every opponent that was of the same level. He had never lost once. He was expected to become deified one day. Not bad. I am Han Senator, who are you? Hansen asked, looking at Sharon. He didn't care if it was Sharon or not, he just wanted to keep up the small talk so he could rest. I am Sharon of the Demon, Sharon answered. The Buddha next to Hansen then said, Mr. Han, it looks like you've just been through a big fight. Is there an ancient god statue nearby? So what if there is? Hansen answered. Did you get the beginning of ancient god? The people's eyes went bright as they kept checking Hansen out. If I got it, would I still be here? Hansen lifted his lips and gave the Buddha a disdainful look. I see. Then let's go for a walk, the Buddha said to Hansen. Why would I lead you? Hansen asked icily. That is not up to you to decide, shouted a member of their party. It had 6 legs, and its steel-like hands reached out to grab Hansen. Green smoke rose from its hand and formed into a big claw. It was going to sink the claw into Hansen's body. Hansen did not move, though. He waited until the green claw had almost reached him, and then he pulled out blood feather knife and swung it at the green claw. The 6-legged person shot the knife a dismissive glance. He was a marquis, so he didn't take the Earl-class Hansen seriously. He was still going to press forward with his attack with the green claw. Catcha! The power put into the blood feather knife was sufficient to lop the green claw off. And it didn't end there. The knife went forward to strike the 6-legged creature directly. The 6-legged creature did not expect an Earl to be that powerful. It was too late for him to try to dodge the strike now. And then, his body was cut through at the waist. It went all the way, lopping him in 2. It didn't immediately kill him, though, and he kept screaming from the ground until the teeth powers finished him off. Everyone was shocked. No one underestimated Hansen now, and they all looked at him with caution. But they didn't fall back. Instead, the rest spread out to encircle Hansen. Teeth knife is strong, Sharon complimented. Killing a Yahoo like that is nothing, Hansen said expressionlessly. Mr. Sharon, there is no use in talking with him. Let's take him down, the Buddha said. Sharon did not move, however. He smiled and said, I have heard Hansen killed 7 spirit while in your heaven. Infinite Buddha, you should not get involved. He is such a horrible person. We should kill him without a second thought, Infinite Buddha said. It is still wrong to pawn off your work on others. Perhaps you should end this yourself. What do you guys think? Hansen looked at the other creatures. Yeah. A few of them nodded. Infinite Buddha's face changed, but only for a second. And then, he said the Buddha catchphrase. Ba. Then I will do it. After that, Infinite Buddha threw a slap towards Han Senator. A bunch of stars came out of his hand, flying towards Hansen like a renegade solar system. Hansen used his blood feather knife still, and he used Tusk to fight the incoming stars. But when the knife air hit the stars, it was like it actually entered space and disappeared into the void. Nothing was able to hurt the stars. Hansen was shocked. Infinite Buddha was not as famous as 7 Spirit, but his skills were good. He shouldn't have underestimated the power of those stars that possessed space energy. The stars landed on Hansen, and he still hadn't moved. He used blood feather knife to draw a circle. The star power was sucked into it. And then, Hansen flipped over his hands. The circle drawn by the knife expelled the stars, launching them back towards Infinite Buddha. That was his reversing technique. Infinite Buddha's face changed. He shouted and summoned a lotus beneath his feet. He dodged the knife circle with stars, while throwing more stars back at Hansen. Hansen sat on a rock and drew some knife circles with his knife. He used Infinite Buddha's attacks to fight back. Infinite Buddha used a whole host of Geno arts, but nothing he did seemed able to break Hansen's knife circle. He could not even make Hansen move from the spot. What a powerful teeth knife. No wonder it is a cherished technique of the rebate. Fighting the Marquis Infinite Buddha as an earl? That is scary, said one of the creatures that was preventing Hansen from escaping. It couldn't help but compliment his finesse. Sharon shook his head and said, Teeth knife is not scary. It is Hansen who is. Yeah. Teeth knife is strong. Amongst the rebate, only Knife Queen can practice teeth knife to the same level. Hansen is an outsider to them, and yet he learned a rebate exclusive skill to that proficiency. That makes him a scary guy, said a woman with dragon horns and black wings. Infinite Buddha realized that he was unable to kill Hansen, despite Hansen's obvious exhaustion. He looked enraged. His body started to glow, then transform into gold. It was not like Seven Spirits' four-faced eight-armed Buddha gold body. He was like an angry King Kong, with stars all around him. This Infinite Buddha is a xenogeniac. It seems that there are many xenogeniacs amongst the Buddha. Hansen stared at Infinite Buddha, but he didn't move. Infinite Buddha looked like an angry King Kong. He put his hands together, and then, lots of stars began to fly together and form one large cluster. As the power built, the stars became brighter and brighter. Still, their sizes remained the same. And by the end, the stars looked like miniature suns. They looked very scary. The Buddha's infinite galaxy Geno art is powerful, but it takes too long to generate. Using it to attack Hansen, who is not being offensive, is a good idea, Sharon said, with a laugh. The dragon lady also laughed, and she said, this time, Hansen will have to move. No matter how powerful his empty white teeth is, there's still a limit. With Hansen's power, he won't be able to return Infinite Galaxy's power. Yup. Infinite Buddha has not struck yet, and he is still generating power. Infinite Galaxy will only keep getting stronger. Hansen definitely won't be able to return it, and trying to would only lead to his body being destroyed, said another person. Infinite Buddha's face was dark with rage. His countenance was scary to see. The power in his hands continued getting stronger, as if there was no end to its power. Hansen did not strike, and the Buddha wasn't ready to unleash yet. He was going to generate enough of the Infinite Galaxy's power to secure a one-hit kill on Hansen. He didn't care about the ways that Hansen could be useful to them. Killing Hansen to maintain his pride was far more crucial to him than letting Hansen lead them somewhere. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have another. Infinite Galaxy was getting stronger. Hansen looked grim. He held his blood feather knife and stared at the light in his opponent's hands. But still, he did not move. He is still not moving. He really wants to face the wrath of Infinite Buddha's Infinite Galaxy, the dragon lady said with surprise. I am afraid he thinks he is able to, Sharon laughed. Infinite Buddha's hands were too bright for him to close now. He was on the brink of losing control. Infinite Buddha shouted and pushed his hands towards Hansen. The light became a destructive wave that hurtled towards Hansen. Hansen stared at the light, which looked like a compressed galaxy. It contained an unbelievable amount of power. Not even a top marquis could face off against it. Hansen waved his blood feather knife and created another circle. It was empty white teeth. You cannot return the power possessed by Infinite Galaxy. Infinite Buddha roared. It looked like Hansen's behavior thus far had humiliated him. As Infinite Buddha roared, the light approached the knife circle. It looked like a solar system bearing down on an ant. It looked ready to explode. The knife circle was quivering, looking likely to break. Let me give you some advice. Never use something you cannot control, Hansen said quietly. Then, the power in his body was unleashed. The power inside the knife circle was thrown back towards Infinite Buddha. Impossible, Infinite Buddha was shocked. Facing that power, he did not attempt to block it. Instead, he tried to run away. Boom! The power slammed into a boulder sitting on the ground. The shockwave was like a planet exploding. It destroyed everything within a few 100-meter radius. Infinite Buddha was unable to evade that explosion, and half of his body was hurt badly. He was brought down to the ground, bleeding profusely. Mr. Sharon. Are you not going to attack? Infinite Buddha wanted to stop his wounds from bleeding, but the purple knife air was spreading. It was ravaging his wounds. Sharon looked at Infinite Buddha and said, I would strike, but in a capacity that has nothing to do with your own petty grievance against Han Sr. As long as you strike, the reason does not matter. Infinite Buddha screamed, looking frightened. It is a shame you are so badly hurt. And with the addition of teeth powers, I am afraid I cannot save your life, Sharon said, looking calmly upon him. That is fine. Just kill Hansen. Infinite Buddha said, while coughing up blood. His body could no longer keep the teeth power down. In a few seconds, he was torn to shreds as if in the maw of a beast. Blood poured out of him as he died. Xenogeneic Marquise hunted. Star King Kong, Xenogeneic gene found. An announcement played in Hansen's head, but he knew he couldn't just go and take Infinite Buddha's Xenogeneic genes. A creature that looked like a white tiger moved over and swiftly swallowed the corpse. The Xenogeneic genes went with it. And then, the creature stared at Hansen. Sharon looked at Hansen with curiosity. I did not believe that you dueled and came to a draw with Lone Bamboo, but now I most certainly do. He tied with Lone Bamboo, one of the other Xenogeneics asked in shock. News in Sky Palace was buttoned down, but the demons were not friendly with Sky Palace. So, they gleaned as much information as they could about things there. Sharon was the only one who knew about Hansen and Lone Bamboo. Sharon laughed and said, during that exam, Lone Bamboo leveled up to being a Marquise. He was disqualified from the Earl exam, so there was no winner. If this man can fight Lone Bamboo in such a way, then he is not someone so simple. The Dragon Lady looked at Hansen, now showing a greater interest in him. Sharon looked at Han Sr. It is a shame you are not a Marquise. Otherwise, I would very much like to fight you. Even if I gave you time to heal, I'd still beat you. I don't want to have to kill you right now, so you'd best lead the way. Hansen smiled. I don't have a good temper. It might be easy for you to kill me, but even so, you won't get me to lead. Sharon frowned. The Dragon Lady laughed and said, then I shall make a bet with you. If you beat me, we will let you go. And if you lose, then you lead. Who are you? Hansen asked, looking at the Dragon Lady. Dragon 13 of the Dragon Lady said in a friendly manner. Dragon 13? Nice name, but this test is not fair, Hansen said, trying to buy himself some time. Dragon 13 knew what Hansen was doing, but she didn't call him out on it. She simply smiled and asked, what is unfair? If I lose, I have to lead you guys somewhere that I might die. And if I win, I only get to live. That is what's not fair, Hansen said with an innocent expression. Dragon 13 was not mad, and so she asked him kindly, that is not fair? Then what would you suggest is fair? If I win, for my remaining time in ancient god space, how about you be my bodyguard? Hansen suggested, raising an eyebrow at Dragon 13. Dragon 13 laughed and said, that's a good idea. I will be at a disadvantage, but that is okay. I agree to these terms of yours. Then that is the deal, Hansen said seriously. Yes. Dragon 13 brought out a black, screw-shaped lance in her hands. The moment she grabbed the lance, Hansen felt spooked. She gave him a strange feeling. And Hansen could not feel her inside his Dongxian aura, so he was unable to determine her true strength. Dragon 13 held the screw lance, but she did not strike. She sounded confident when she said, "I am not Infinite Buddha. If you wish to use empty white teeth to return my attacks, think again." "Then what am I supposed to do?" Hansen laughed. Hansen just wanted to buy himself some time so he could rest a little bit more. He did not actually expect Dragon 13 to reply. The evil breaker lance of the dragon can break any skill thrown against it. Your returning skill might work on other races, but it won't work on me. If you seek victory, use your own strength. I hope you do, Dragon 13 said calmly. Breaking all skills, you say? That is a bold claim to make, Hansen said. Dragon 13 simply shrugged. If you do not believe me, use your empty white teeth and see if you are able to return my attack. After that, Dragon 13 attacked Han Senator. The lance became a line that was sharper than a needle. Hansen did not make an attempt. Power that had been concentrated like that was not something he could have returned, even if she had not used a skill. Hansen's rabbit shoes unleashed a burst of speed as he dodged Dragon 13's lance. His blood feather knife was aimed for her neck. Dragon 13 squinted. Hansen was just an earl that was under the ancient god space's hampering, and yet, he could be that quick. She was surprised. She was only a little surprised, though. Dragon 13 spun her lance, and the lance temporarily disappeared. When it showed up again, the tip was going to come into contact with Hansen's throat. Hansen frowned and jumped to the sky. He dodged Dragon 13's lance and used his blood feather knife. They kept swooping and flashing between the rocks. No one could accurately trace their movements. They fought for a whole minute, going by each other many times. The knife and lance did not touch each other. What is this knife skill? Teeth knife should not look like this. The White Tiger Marquise was in shock. That is not teeth knife. That is Sky Palace's Under the Sky. Sharon's eyes looked sharp. Under the Sky? I have never heard of that before, the White Tiger Marquise said doubtfully. Sharon looked at Hansen and said, Under the Sky was created a long time ago by a Sky Palace elder. Due to there being many flaws with it, they forbid the students from ever learning it. It seems to me as if that flaw has been fixed, but who might have done that, I do not know. What is so special about this knife skill? White Tiger Marquise asked. I do not know. I only know this knife skill is modified and derived from the textless book. Due to no one using this skill before, no one really knows how strong it might be. But, people who haven't learned the textless book should not be able to learn it. It is surprising Hansen has learned Under the Sky, especially as he is an outsider. Sharon said. Hansen used the speed of the rabbit shoes to fight Dragon 13. Hansen did not know if Evil Breaker Lance had the power to break skills, but he knew that he didn't have that kind of strength himself. If he became a Marquise, he wagered he could give it a try. Dragon 13 was not as complex as Lone Bamboo. She maintained simple lance techniques and a simple focus on power. There wasn't much variety. But even so, the simplicity of the strikes was still very violent. She could use her power to drive them to the max. If Hansen did not have the aid of the rabbit shoe's speed, and Dragon 13 was not mellowed by the force of the ancient god space's power, then Hansen would have already been hit. Dragon 13 is powerful. She is a shining example of pure bravery. Her lance conquers everything. Those of the same level must avoid her carefully. I am not a Marquise, and I am weaker, Hansen thought to himself. Frighteningly, Dragon 13 was becoming bolder for some reason. Her speed and power were increasing, too. The rabbit shoes started to fail in keeping up with her speed. Hansen was naive to think he could fight Dragon 13. She is the bravest of the dragons, for sure. No one at the same level can fight her. And furthermore, dragons get stronger the longer they fight. The longer the fight lasts, the worse off Hansen will end up, the White Tiger Marquis said. Sharon frowned and did not speak. He thought something was wrong, but he couldn't quite tell what it was. Hansen suddenly retreated to gain some distance. Dragon 13, clutching her lance, tried to catch up with him. But her armor started cracking as if it was being hit by something. It kept getting cut. Dragon 13 stopped. She looked around and coldly said, "When did you leave this knife air around us?" "My first strike came while I was airborne. All this time, I have generated countless knife airs. You can't see them, but if you keep hitting them, you know what will eventually happen, yes?" Hansen smiled. Combining Under the Sky's strikes with Moon's gentility, Hansen had set up lots of knives in the air. They were like a mesh of puppet wires all around Dragon 13. They hung in the air, strands of invisible knife silk. A powerful skill. A very powerful skill, Dragon 13 complimented. She looked around, unable to determine where those knife airs were hiding. "That is too much of a compliment." Hansen smiled. Dragon 13 continued on to say, "Don't be so happy too soon. Do you know why the dragon are called the bravest?" "I don't know." Hansen had never heard this before. "You will find out soon enough," Dragon 13 said, and then she spun her black lance. The lance became even sharper, until it turned into a light that fired towards Hansen. Countless strands of knife silk cut into her armor. Cracks appeared all over her armor, but no blood seeped out. Hansen could see that after the knife silk cut through the armor, her skin still looked crystal white. There was no evidence of a single wound. Hansen was shocked by this. He gathered up more knife silks. They could break a Marquis class armor, but they could not break Dragon 13's skin. She had a very strong body. Dragon 13 was like a warrior that was walking boldly over landmines. The landmines kept exploding, but they didn't hurt her body. She approached, completely unstoppable. Her lance mind was sharp. Dragon 13 came right before Hansen, with a speed and power that had increased even more. Hansen was quite exhausted by this point, and he couldn't evade her attack. Pang! Hansen's forehead was pierced through, and his body exploded. Dragon 13 only realized then that she had destroyed a simple clone generated by Moon. Hansen was already distancing himself. Her face did not change, though. Her lance became a line that attacked Hansen again. That attack looked unstoppable, and it was born of bravery. Not even Hansen knew what to do against that. So, Hansen used his movement to dodge. But Dragon 13's lance was getting faster. And due to Hansen being bound to the forces of the space, it was even more difficult to dodge. If they had both been Marquises, Hansen would not have been so afraid of her. But there was a whole tier separating them. There was a grand gulf of strength between them, as she was undoubtedly one of the top Marquises. Pang! Hansen got hit, and he was sent shooting through the sky like a star. He thudded into a stone wall and broke it. Hansen, concede now. If I hit you 3 inches higher, you'd have been a dead man, Dragon 13 said grimly, coming over to the broken wall. But no answer was received. She frowned. Her face changed. "Oh, no. The mountain has a crevice. He accepted my hit so he could escape through it. What an annoying man. Even in a situation such as this, he had an ulterior scheme." Sharon shook his head. "Why are you still talking? Go catch him, and do not let him run off." The Marquis' white tiger roared, shattering the rocks around them. The crevice was revealed more clearly, and the white tiger went inside. Dragon 13 and Sharon went in, too. They were going to catch up with Hansen, somewhere in the gully. Hansen traveled through the tunnel quickly. His chest had a hole in it, but he was not bleeding. However, some evil power had entered his wound, and it was permeating his entire body. Dragon power is too strong. It is not like teeth power that could go on forever, but it is far too concentrated. It is difficult to push it out of my body. And I can't stop and take the time to get rid of it. Hansen, clutching his wound, continued fleeing through the cave. The cave had many alternate routes. Hansen had to find a place in which he could hide and get rid of the powers inflicted by the lance. Fortunately, his blood and bones were different than those of an ordinary being. If they hadn't been, the lance's power would have destroyed him. He ran through the caverns for a long time. He felt Dragon 13 coming, though, and this confused him. With the Dongxian aura hiding him, she shouldn't have been able to find him. Is it the lance power inside me? Hansen thought, realizing the problem. If that power was still inside him, Dragon 13 would be able to track him down. But he currently did not have the time to get rid of it. If it was just Dragon 13 alone, Hansen would have been willing to give it a shot. But Sharon and the others were marquises. It'd be difficult for Hansen to take them all. Hansen gritted his teeth, and he ran to the silver ancient god statue. If he couldn't shake his pursuers, he thought he might have better luck by employing the silver glass bug. Hansen knew how to get there, and he eventually found his way to the ghost face spider statue. Then, he went behind it and down and through another cave. Not long after, Dragon 13, with Sharon and the others, arrived at the ghost face spider cave. They saw the sheep-headed ancient god statue. There is an ancient god statue, but it looks like someone has already claimed it, Sharon said, while looking at the ancient god statue. Hansen ran into the ancient god statue? The beginning of ancient god should be on him. If we had known this sooner, we could have just gone and killed him. There'd have been no need for all this trouble. The white tiger marquis wanted to try. He headed toward the statue. Dragon 13 looked at the cave behind the statue and coldly said, Hansen is not inside the statue. He went behind. Then keep up the chase. The beginning of ancient god is on him, Sharon said. It is lucky that you left the lance power on him. Otherwise, we'd have been thoroughly fooled. And if we had taken the time to search the statue, he'd have been long gone, the white tiger marquis said happily. Dragon 13 brought them to the cave behind the statue and continued chasing Hansen. Hansen kept running, but he was unable to find the strange silver bug. He came to that same waterfall as before, but still, he could not find it. Before he could think of what to do next, he felt Dragon 13 drawing near. He gritted his teeth and fled into the statue. The entrance was in the statue's belly button. Hansen had only been in there for a minute when Dragon 13 reached the statue. Hey, there is another ancient god statue. But this one looks different. Is Hansen here? The white tiger marquis was looking at the silver ancient god statue. He is inside the statue, Dragon 13 said confidently. How about this? 13 and I chase him down, while you guys wait out here in case he runs back out? Sharon spoke to White Tiger Marquis and the others. The White Tiger Marquis nodded. Sharon and Dragon 13 entered the waterfall and chased after Hansen. Hansen was starting to feel pain radiating throughout his body. The lance power was like a snake, slithering inside him. If he didn't flush it out soon, his organs would start to break. Not long after entering the silver statue, Hansen heard buzzing sounds coming from close to the statue's entrance. Hansen was familiar with this sound. It was the sound of the silver glass bug flapping its wings. He summoned spell in the form of a rocket launcher and fired it at the cave wall. After firing it, he didn't stick around to see the result. He just took the time to tuck himself into a narrower passage and hide his presence. The rocket exploded against the wall, and a loud noise echoed throughout the caverns of the statue's interior. Hansen heard the buzzing get stronger, and not long after, the silver glass bug came to patrol the area. Dragon 13 must have heard that, Hansen thought, as he kept himself hidden. Dragon 13 and Sharon did hear the noise. They did not know what had happened, but whatever it was would not make them give up the chase. Dragon 13 led Sharon in Hansen's direction. As Dragon 13 drew nearer, the silver glass bug searched fruitlessly for Han Senator when Dragon 13 and Sharon reached Han Sen's proximity. However, what they saw was the silver glass bug. The silver glass bug caught sight of them, too. With a squeal, it came charging towards them. Its mouth opened to spew silver light. Dragon 13, who was in the front, was quick to react. She raised her lance and thrust it towards the incoming silver glass bug. Pang! The lance and the silver light collided. The silver light was broken, but the lance that was sharper than a needle came against the silver glass bug's shield. The shield flashed in response to the strike, but it was unbroken. Dragon 13 was spent spiraling back 10 meters by what remained of the silver light. A mutant Marquise xenogenic. Dragon 13's face paled. "Kill it," Sharon said. Then, he drew a scimitar. With his sky demon powers, he used it to strike the silver glass bug. There was a dong noise as the sky demon power came against the silver glass bug's shield. The creature was unhurt, and the impact only knocked it back a small distance. Sharon and Dragon 13 attacked the silver glass bug together. The silver glass bug's silver shield kept flashing under the combined strikes, though, and it looked as if it might break. Dragon 13's lance was very effective when it came to piercing things. Her strength was focused on the tip of the weapon, where it could deal the most damage. The silver glass bug's silver shield might not withstand the repeated blows for long. "I can't let them kill the bug. If they kill it, I am done for," Hansen thought to himself. He emerged from the small passage he had been hiding in, and with Tusk, he attacked Dragon 13 from behind. But Dragon 13 was quick to react to this sneak attack. Her screw-shaped lance quickly came against Han Sen's knife air. They collided, and the knife air was almost penetrated by the power of the lance. Han Sen expected this, however. He dodged the lance and attacked again. Then, he used Under the Sky. "You deal with Han Sen while I deal with the xenogenic," Sharon told Dragon 13. "Okay." Dragon 13 did not hesitate. With her lance, she continued to attack Han Sen. Han Sen used the complex geography of the cave to evade Dragon 13's lance. He drew her deeper into the tunnel so he could separate her from Sharon. Dragon 13 was very confident. The dragon were known to be fearless, and she above all was worthy of the title bravest. She would never find herself scared by an earl. She knew full well that Han Sen sought to separate her and Sharon, but she was more than fine with following him. The lance was like a needle, and she turned a few-meter-thick wall into a pincushion. There was no point in Han Sen's hiding behind any stone. The evil breaker lance was of the yang element. It was the opposite of something like Moon. If Han Sen had been a Marquise, then the power of Moon would have been able to break Dragon 13's body. But Moon's knife silks were unable to damage Dragon 13. He was at a disadvantage, and Dragon 13 was making him fall back further and further. Han Sen eventually failed a dodge, and it led to the lance piercing his shoulder. The lance left a hole in Han Sen so small that it would have been difficult to find with the naked eye. But when the lance was inside Han Sen, it drilled into his bones. It racked Han Sen with pain, and he shuddered under its force. Han Sen had failed to dodge because the effects of the first lance strike were still in his body. The strike had hurt his organs badly, and for a brief second it made him freeze. "Han Sen, you have no chance. There is still time to concede. You will be permitted to retain your life," Dragon 13 said gravely. "You took the words from right out of my mouth," Han Sen countered. "Why must you continue to be so stubborn? Give me the 2 beginning of ancient gods, and I will let you go. Otherwise, the 2 hits delivered by my evil breaker lance will only continue to break down your body. You have to get rid of the damage." "Really? I don't think that is going to happen," Han Sen said, but in reality, he was thinking about how he might be able to escape from the situation he had found himself in. With his powers, he could kill a Marquise. But Dragon 13 was amongst the greatest Marquises alive. He would probably require Super God Spirit mode to finish off Dragon 13. But there was the issue of Super God Spirit mode being a limited thing. He could kill Dragon 13, yes, but then he'd be left even weaker. And there were 3 more Marquises, including Sharon, waiting for him. That'd have him in an even sorrier state. Han Sen was too tired already, and the effects of the lance were doing a number on his body. He could not keep going on like that. Whatever. I'll kill one of you first. Han Sen decided to use Super God Spirit. But before he could, his body suddenly shook. Something inside him broke. And then, he suddenly felt as light as a feather. It was as if he had been carrying a mountain on his shoulders, and now, he was able to relieve himself of that load. Han Sen's speed increased. He easily dodged Dragon 13's lance. The Sky Heart Lock has been unlocked. Han Sen was exuberantly happy. He had been carrying the weight of the Sky Heart Lock through his entire fight with Dragon 13. Now that it was gone, the true extent of his power could be unleashed. Dong. Han Sen cast many more knife silks upon Dragon 13, and this time, the bravest dragon body was riddled with wounds. Han Sen was so happy. The Sky Heart Lock was open. The speed and power he possessed increased. Dragon 13 frowned. Holding her spear, she said incredulously, "A Sky Heart Lock? I did not know you were carrying them as you fought. But even so, you cannot beat me." After that, Dragon 13's lance came towards Han Sen in a mad flurry of attacks. Han Sen kept swinging his blood feather knife, too. When they came against each other, Han Sen's body was sent flying. He came to a stop against a sturdy wall. "I told you. You cannot beat me." Dragon 13 kept moving, and she used her lance to attack Han Sen. Catcha! The sound of something else breaking inside Han Sen's body sounded. The second Sky Heart Lock was broken. Han Sen dodged. He was like a shadow as he slipped around Dragon 13's lance. He was even faster than before. 2 Sky Heart Locks? Dragon 13's face went slack. Han Sen was a powerful Earl. It was shocking to learn he was carrying even just 1 Sky Heart Lock. No one would have ever expected he might be carrying 2 of them. If she hadn't seen this for herself, she wouldn't have believed it. The idea that an Earl could still fight her adequately while shouldering the burden of 2 Sky Heart Locks. It was unfathomable. Now Han Sen felt very light. His body felt great. With every step he took, it seemed like he could shoot into the air like a prancing fairy. The lance that had once seemed difficult to dodge was now easy to evade. He didn't feel any of the pressure he had felt earlier. He didn't feel as easily tired as earlier, either. He was now active again. Dragon 13 frowned. Han Sen had unlocked 2 Sky Heart Locks. She felt as if she was not suppressing him anymore. The 2 of them moved fast, as knife airs came against the lance in rapid collisions. Han Sen's power was a little weaker than hers, but unlike earlier, he could now hold her off. While Han Sen was fighting Dragon 13, Sharon was still engaged in battle with the Silver Glass Bug. The Silver Glass Bug's silver shield was powerful. Sharon had delivered a few hundred strikes against it, but it had yet to buckle and break. Sharon frowned. He wanted to get this fight over with quickly. Dragon 13 had been gone for some time, and he couldn't help but feel as if something was wrong. His power changed, and a black light began to shine. It gathered up across his scimitar as he slashed the Silver Glass Bug again. The scimitar had done nothing to the silver armor earlier, but under this new attack, a crack was left across the silver surface. What powerful armor! It did not shatter, even with my Demon Dragonair. This guy's defense must be the greatest of all Marquises. Sharon frowned, but his scimitar did not relent. He kept on attacking. Sharon was part of Demon, but his blood had ties to the dragon. Aside from the Sky Demon Sutra, he had also practiced with their Evil Breaker secret. The evil breaker power he possessed was actually stronger than what Dragon 13 had. Even amongst the demon, it was a secret that Sharon harbored dragon blood. Sharon wouldn't use evil breaker powers on a whim. Now he was worried enough to use them without a second thought. He just wanted to kill the silver xenogeneic as quickly as he could. Sharon kept striking the silver glass bug's shield and making it flash. The armor was wreathed with more and more cracks, and it looked as if it'd break very soon. The silver glass bug lost its will to fight before long, and it sought to escape. It was unable to, as Sharon pursued it like a ghost. He kept attacking it with his scimitar. Dragon 13 continued chasing Hansen, but she felt nervous. Even though she had the title of bravest, that did not mean the dragon were the strongest. And she felt as if she could no longer suppress the man who had just broken 2 sky heart locks. A cold light glowed within her, and her lance was like a dragon itself. Dragon 13, with the evil breaker lance, was firing on all cylinders. But when the lance pierced through Hansen's body, she knew she had failed. Pang! Hansen's body exploded like a balloon. It was just a clone. The real Hansen was 20 meters away, smiling at her. Dragon 13 lifted her screw-shaped lance to attack Hansen again, but Hansen quietly told her, "If I were you, I would not move." Dragon 13 coldly humphed and ignored Hansen's warning. She moved forward. Catcha! The sound of armor cracking played in Dragon 13's ears. Her armor was annihilated by the knife silks. But this time, the knife silks were able to cut her skin. Like strands of steel wire, the silks were unbroken. Hansen waved his blood feather knife. It looked as if no power was being mustered, but the many invisible strands of silk twisted together to bind Dragon 13's body. As Hansen waved the knife, he pulled them in closer. Countless silk strands tightened around her arms, legs, waist, and head. Dragon 13's body was tied up, suspending her in the air. Her armor eventually shattered into nothing but pieces. The knife silks were starting to dig into her skin. Her pale white body was covered in marks of blood, but the blood that came out was in stark contrast to the beauty of her pale white skin. D*****. Dragon 13 shouted angrily. Evil breaker powers surged out of her body to destroy the knife silks binding her. But the moment she got rid of them, more knife silks arose to take their place. They bound her again, and she could no longer draw closer to Senator. She hung in place. "It looks like you have run out of chances. It's still not too late to beg for your life, as I am willing to spare you." Hansen was clutching his blood feather knife, staring at Dragon 13 who had been tied up. He said the same thing she did. Catcha! Catcha! Dragon 13's evil breaker power exploded. It snapped the knife silks, but using her body to break the ties that bound her caused her even greater wounds. She was bleeding profusely from everywhere. "The body of a dragon is strong," Hansen complimented her. After Dragon 13 escaped from the knife silks, her eyes were burning. With her lance, she again tried to attack Senator, but just as she raised it to strike, the knife silks were back to tie her up like a doll again. Hansen stood in front of her, but she could not attack. Every time she cut the knife silks, more arose to entangle her. She could not move at all. "It is time to end this." Hansen's blood feather knife was shrouded in a purple mist. The knife silks had a purple air, too. Endless numbers of knife silks cut Dragon 13's flesh. Purple mist seeped into her wounds. Teeth power. Dragon 13 looked pale. Teeth powers dealt more damage than her evil breaker powers did. There was no chance for any person to survive once they were struck by it. And with the countless wounds already across her body, there was no hope of her escaping now. Her blood spread like flower petals. Her powerful dragon body could not hold strong against the countless wounds that were being ravaged by the teeth power. Her body was ultimately torn apart. Hansen moved into a hidden passage nearby. There, he started to use his own strength to purge his body of the evil breaker lance's power. That power was strange. When it gathered up, it was like refined steel. If you were not strong enough, then you couldn't break it. But if you used too much strength, then it was possible for you to harm your own body. Hansen couldn't get it out of himself. Hansen did not have much time to think, though. He used his Dongxian aura to analyze the evil breaker power infection, and then, the evil breaker powers appeared in Hansen's brain like a sequence. The moment Dragon 13 died, Sharon had been able to feel it. His eyes darkened, and his scimitar raged with even greater strength. He struck the silver bug's shield and broke its armor. The silver glass bug squealed and started to fly away. Sharon was no longer paying attention to it, though. Immediately, he turned and went for Dragon 13. Seeing Dragon 13's exploded body, Sharon looked murderous. He clutched his scimitar and ran towards Hansen. Hansen frowned. He had thought that without Dragon 13, Sharon would be unable to find him. It looked as if he had been wrong, though. Sharon was coming right for him. Hansen did not know that Sharon had evil breaker powers, too. And Sharon could sense the force of the evil breaker lance inside Hansen. Hansen couldn't spend much time worrying about this, though. He used Super Spank to attack the evil breaker lance's power. He tried to break the sequence structure of the affliction, and he damaged himself a little in the attempt. Those two evil breaker powers crumbled into dust, though. Sharon was already in front of the passage. He turned a murderous glare on Hansen and said, "The pain that 13 suffered will be returned to you, 1,000 times over." Then his black light flashing scimitar came striking at Hansen, who was still sitting. Hansen shouted, moved like a crane, and jumped out of the little passage. His blood feather knife blocked Sharon's black light. Dong. As his body was sent flying, Hansen felt ripples of scary power from where the knife air and the light collided. He went crashing into a wall, and quite a bit of it fell down around him. "You have combined Sky Demon powers with Evil Breaker powers?" Hansen gripped his chest in pain as he came staggering out of the rubble. "You blocked my Sky Demon power that can never miss. You are very strong." Sharon looked even more murderous. The black light he wielded shone brighter at Hansen. Hansen used a few skills, but he still couldn't dodge Sharon's scimitar. He could only fight back, but his power was not as great as Sharon's. He was knocked away, and he uncontrollably heaved up blood in the air. Sharon's power was leagues greater than Dragon 13's. That was why he was the same as Lone Bamboo. He possessed both Sky Demon and Evil Breaker powers. Hansen knew all about the Sky Demon powers, but even so, it was very difficult to dodge. Seeing Sharon attack, Hansen did not hesitate to use his Dongxian aura. The knife and sword powers gathered across his blade. He saw the world as nothing more than a realm of sequence structures. The scimitar came against Hansen's blood feather knife. The powers of Super Spank could break sequence structures. And with it, he was able to shatter the black light coming for him. The scimitar Hansen's opponent wielded was reduced to dust. Sharon's face went pale, and he looked even more enraged than he had earlier. He stared at Hansen's knife. Hansen had broken the knife light and the knife sequence structure, but he had still been blasted back 10 meters. He hit another wall. There was still a large gulf of power separating the two. Good, good. It is no wonder you were able to fight Lone Bamboo. Of the Marquises, I doubt any have the ability to adequately fight you. You're the best earl there is, but today you meet me, Sharon. Sharon looked right at Hansen as he spoke. Every word was pronounced with utter contempt, with a bubbling desire to rip Hansen apart. The next second, Sharon's black light shone again. His purple horns turned black, and his body became 3 feet taller. His armor broke in his transformation, as his muscles bulged and became clad in scales. The bones in his back broke and spread apart, becoming black dragon wings. The nails grew to become sharp, blade-like talons. The strange glowing black was now covering his entire body. It was like he had been painted in a black light. Buzz. Sharon's strong body disappeared from Hansen's vision. Hansen did not have the time to react, and the enemy appeared in his face again. The blade-like talons pierced through his armor and flesh. The crystal-looking blood began to come out of his body in a stream as he was sent flying. Before Hansen landed, Sharon appeared next to him. The talons came to strike his arm. Hansen used his prediction abilities, combined it with super spank and his knife, and attacked back at Sharon's hand. But his vision was blurred, and Sharon disappeared once more. When he reappeared, his knee was striking Hansen in his back. It sent Hansen to the sky, up until he crashed into a stony ceiling. Pang! Sharon waved his talons, and his black light continued to shatter that ceiling. It punched a hole completely through. Sharon was in xenogenic mode. He had the blood of the demon and dragon. His power was scary, and even a duke would die under this onslaught. Hansen fell down across the rocks, his body soaked in blood. His armor was on the precipice of destruction. Hansen knew there was a power gap between the two, and it wasn't anywhere close. The difference between Hansen and Sharon was like an ordinary earl versus an ordinary marquise. They were better than their levels defined them as, but the gap was still exceptionally wide. Even with the powers of Super Spank, Hansen couldn't touch Sharon. He couldn't break his sequence structure. I won't have you die so easily. I will skin the flesh from your bones, and I guarantee that you will die in a far cruder and more painful manner than 13 did. Sharon's every word sounded like he was spitting a curse. He moved his body again and appeared in front of Hans Senator. He was going to grab his opponent's body. Hansen wasn't even able to dodge, let alone draw his knife. As Sharon's sharp talons swooped down to perforate his body, a white light suddenly appeared in Hansen's eye. At that moment, Hansen's body wrapped itself up in a white flame. He turned into a being of light and became a transparent force of energy. Sharon squinted against the sudden light. His hands and nails pierced through Hansen, but he felt nothing. He couldn't feel Hansen's flesh in the slightest. Hansen looked like a god. His blood feather knife blazed down towards Sharon's head like a beam of light. Sharon's wings curled, and he disappeared as if he was teleporting. Hansen's slash missed his body. But there was some movement in the air, and Sharon's body appeared again. He roared, and his hands turned into talons to strike Hansen. The roaring demon dragon was operating at maximum power, and he attacked Hansen with a technique that never missed. Hansen did not plan on evading it, though. The demon dragon pierced through Hansen's body, but it was as if he was just a hologram. The strike went through Hansen without damaging him at all. Impossible. What is this power? Sharon was shocked. It seemed like Sharon had hit Hansen's real body, but it hadn't worked. His strongest strike had done nothing. This is the power that will kill you. Hansen moved in front of Sharon like a beam of light and slashed with his blood feather knife. He did not have much time. Super God Spirit mode would only run for a short while, and if he could not kill Sharon in that window, he'd be very dead. Boom! Sharon's dragon wings flapped, and again, he disappeared. Hansen's knife had been unable to hit him. It seemed like Sharon was using a genuine teleportation ability, so there was no hidden movement to trace. But he could be followed if Hansen's Dongxian aura could track and predict the energy he was using. You cannot kill me, Sharon said haughtily. I have demon and dragon blood, and I have break-space powers. I can teleport freely as I choose, and your power does not belong to an earl. You cannot last long in such a form. Once your power has been exhausted, you will be dead. I am afraid you won't have that chance. Hansen, looking like a god, waved his blood feather knife. Then, a white knife light was in front of Sharon. Sharon dodged Hansen's knife light and appeared down another tunnel. He looked over to Hansen with disdain. I told you. You cannot kill me. But the next second, Sharon's face fell. As soon as he reappeared, his body had been cut by an invisible knife light. There was a catch, a noise. His arm was detached from his body, sending out a cascade of demon and dragon blood. Throughout the entire cave, knife lights shone like a spiderweb. Wherever Sharon teleported, he was hurt by the lights. They savaged him, ripping off his limbs. "You are strong, but you selected the wrong opponent," Hansen said to Sharon, swooping over to slash his body. Sharon, who had lost all his limbs, tried to teleport away. But when he finished teleporting, countless knife lights tore through his body. They sliced his body into bits, sending blood and viscera spilling everywhere. Mutant xenogeneic Marquise hunted. Demon Dragon, mutant xenogeneic gene found. Blurg. Hansen fell to the ground. He looked like a human again, albeit one that was coughing up blood. Sharon had been as good as a Marquise could get. Without Super God Spirit, Hansen would have needed to be a Marquise to fight him. Hansen's Super God Spirit had allowed him to fight Sharon, but his body had still been pushed to the limits. And with the injuries he had sustained, there was no hope of him fighting again for some time. Fortunately, there weren't any other threats in the area. Any Earl could bring an end to Hansen right now. Hansen forced himself to stand up. He walked over to Sharon's shattered body and picked up a black dragon demon scale. Then, he left. There should have been 2 more Marquises about, as they had been following Sharon. But Hansen did not know where they had gone. He tried to hide his presence to avoid meeting them, since he couldn't risk having to fight them. Encountering them would likely mean death. Hansen tried to return to the sanctuary, but the ancient god space seemed to stop him from opening a portal that he could jump back through. And of course, Hansen's body was too weak to teleport back. He walked away from the battlefield, but he wasn't able to get very far. He found a hidden cave, and in it, he settled down and focused on recovering. He ran a number of skills to try to speed up the healing process. Luckily, Hansen's body was stronger than the average creature's. Jade Skin and the Blood Pulse Sutra made his body stronger than a dragon's. If Hansen became a Marquise, he'd be stronger than Dragon 13. I hope those 2 Marquises don't find me before I can fight them. Hansen knew it was useless to think about this now, though. He initiated a countdown, then cast a Geno art to heal himself. The White Tiger Marquise and the other Marquise waited outside the statue, but they saw no sign of Sharon or Dragon 13. Eventually, they found the continued absence of their companions to be strange. They knew the power of Dragon 13 and Sharon's combined might. Those 2 could kill a duke, if they chose to. But they had been inside the silver statue for the longest time, and there was no sign of either of them. It made the pair remaining start to worry. The White Tiger Marquise used a sonic power to boom his voice down through the cave. No response was heard. Silence was all that followed. Has something happened to them? Bloodbird Marquise sounded worried. I don't think so. Hansen is an Earl. He cannot beat both Sharon and Dragon 13. The Marquise White Tiger was worried, but he didn't want to believe it. Should we go and take a look? Bloodbird Marquise asked, with obvious hesitation. We should wait, White Tiger Marquise said firmly. If Sharon and Dragon 13 were safe, they would bring Hansen out with them. If something happened to them, then it would be suicide for Bloodbird and White Tiger to go after them. The White Tiger and Bloodbird waited outside, and the longer they waited, the more worried they became. All they wanted to do was escape. Hansen was still recovering his powers. He had been badly hurt, and he was very exhausted. It'd take a while for him to recover. Suddenly, Hansen heard something crawling across the rocks. His heart jumped. He opened his eyes and saw the silver glass bug coming towards him. It stared at Hansen with its silver eyes. The silver glass bug's wings had been broken. There were knife marks adorning its body, and its shell had been battered to the point where its flesh was mostly exposed. It was gushing silver blood everywhere. This guy's life must have been a tough one for it to be so determined. Even in a state like that, it had come looking for Hansen. Seeing the silver glass bug coming toward him, Hansen couldn't help but raise a wry smile. His situation was even more dire than the silver glass bugs. He didn't have half the power he would need to fight a scary xenogeniac such as that. Blurg. The silver glass bug came over to Hansen and coughed up silver blood. It looked like it was doing just as badly as he was. I say, brother. Since we are both looking like this, why don't we try to get along? We could just not step on each other's toes for a time. Hansen was heavily injured, and he scooted backwards across the ground as he spoke to the silver glass bug. Hansen did not know if the insect would understand him, but he didn't have many options. He did not have the time to fight, as his body was aching and his fingers were soft. The silver glass bug did not understand Hansen. The jaws filled with saw-like teeth opened wide, and it came snapping at him. Hansen could not do anything. He summoned a beast soul armor and put it on. He didn't have the strength to dodge the bug's attacks. The armor provided Hansen a small boon of power, but it also took that same power to use it. He was so soft right now that he had absolutely no strength. There was no point in thinking about using the demon stone cow beast soul, as shape-shifting beast souls were quite taxing on the body. In Hansen's condition, he could not afford to spend any more energy. The silver glass bug jumped on Hansen. The monster's claws scrabbled around as it kept trying to bite Hansen. But the beast was heavily injured, too. Its strength was low, and it could no longer use silver light. Its jaws weren't as strong as Hansen expected, and when it latched onto Hansen, its teeth could not penetrate his armor. All that was left were some light marks. Hansen let out a sigh of relief. If the bug couldn't kill him while he was wearing that armor, he might stand a chance. The silver glass bug soon grasped the situation, as well. It gave up trying to gnaw through Hansen's armor, and it grabbed Hansen by the leg instead. Then, it dragged Hansen away and into another cave. Hansen did not know where the silver glass bug was taking him, but he had no strength to fight back. So, he decided to play dead and allow the bug to drag him deep into the recesses of the caves. He focused on trying to recover his body, hoping that he could at least regain enough strength to fight if the need arose. Earlier, Hansen had hung around in the cave beneath the silver statue that held the beginning of ancient God. He had not traversed the entire cave system, however. Now that the silver glass bug was tugging him along, he soon found himself passing down tunnels he had never seen before. The silver glass bug marched forward relentlessly. The silver glass bug was heavily injured. It dragged Hansen very slowly, and after half an hour, they both found themselves inside a giant cave. Hansen heard the sound of running water, and he looked up to see a pool that had flowers in it. Hansen glanced around. He thought he might have been dragged to the very bottom of the cavern system. The pool before him must have connected to the waterfall outside. He could still hear water sounds from there. The walls of the cavern were laced with vines. They were covered in leaves, but there did not seem to be any fruit. It was difficult to tell what type they might have been. The silver glass bug continued to drag Hansen. Judging from the way it was going, the silver glass bug was dragging Hansen towards the pool. It wasn't long before Hansen realized something was wrong, though. The silver glass bug was heavily injured. It had opted to drag Hansen all the way there instead of prioritizing its own grievous wounds. It had obviously brought Hansen there for more than just a simple bath. What does it want? Why did it drag me to this pool? Does it want to drown me? Hansen thought to himself as he eyed the pool. Hansen was too weak to use his Dongxian aura, so all he had to rely on was his basic eyesight and hearing. But for the time being, he couldn't hear anything unusual. All he heard was the sound of water. But when he looked carefully at the pool, his face turned glum. Inside the pool, Hansen spotted a giant black shadow. It looked like something had been hidden deep within the pool. Hansen didn't know what that patch of darkness was. Perhaps it really was just a shadow, but when Hansen took the silver bug's behavior into consideration, he determined that the pool was nothing nice. Hansen tried to resist, but his body was weak. He could not pull his legs free from the bug's mouth, and he could not stop the bug from entering the water. The silver glass bug kept bleeding, but it insisted on dragging Hansen to the pool. When it reached the pool's edge, it gathered itself and then lobbed Hansen into the water. Hansen struggled, but it was no use. He plunged into the water. When the icy water touched him, it jolted him awake. He felt a bit of strength return to him, and he tried to swim back to the shore. But the silver glass bug was standing guard at the edge of the water. When Hansen got too close, the bug's claws flashed forward to whack him on the head. It sent Hansen tumbling back into the pool. Hansen tried swimming to another shore, but the silver glass bug was not willing to let him go. As soon as he grew close to land, the creature used its claws to knock him back into the water again. Hansen had been on Dream Island for a long time, digging for gemstones underwater. He was good in the water, but he did not have any strength right now. Merely keeping himself from sinking was all that he could manage. If he fought the silver glass bug, he'd collapse after only a couple rounds. He was already struggling to breathe in the water, so he did not dare go too close to the shore again. The silver bug was afraid of something, though. That seemed to be why it was avoiding the water itself. It was still injured badly enough to remove its ability to fly. Hansen did not go to the shore again, so it stayed where it was. It kept squealing at Hansen, sounding very angry as it did. Hansen tried his best to stay afloat, but when he looked down, he could not see much in the water beneath himself. The depths of the pool looked like a black hole beneath him. He could not see the shadow that he had noticed beneath the surface. He could not see anything, but he sensed something moving in the darkness beneath him. It seemed like it was rising, too, which made his stomach sink. Am I going to die today? Hansen had a very strong will, but his circumstances filled him with hopelessness. He felt the shadow grow larger. The silver bug clearly hated Hansen, perhaps because Hansen had stolen the beginning of ancient God. No matter how hard he tried to climb onto the shore, the bug would thrust him back into the water. The shadow was growing larger. Hansen did not think it was just his imagination, and he earnestly believed that something was rising toward him from the depths. Hansen wanted to live, so he scrambled toward the shore again. But he was too weak, and he was physically unable to climb up. Boom! The water exploded into a fountain as a giant monster's head appeared. When it opened its mouth, Hansen was as small as an ant in comparison. Water rushed toward the gaping maw, and Hansen was pulled in with it. He found himself falling into a strange place that was as big as a house. Am I in the monster's stomach? Hansen fell into a strange liquid, and to his shock, he saw that it was corroding his armor. His Marquise-class soul armor had strong defenses, but after being coated with that substance, the armor was already fizzing. The corrosive was very strong, and it wouldn't be long before the armor was completely destroyed. He thought that, at best, his armor would buy him 10 minutes. The walls were black. Hansen swam to them and tried hitting them, but it felt as if he was striking rubber. His fists bounced off without leaving a single dent. Hansen did not know if it was because he was too weak or if the creature was too high of a level. Either way, it had a strength that he just couldn't overcome. Regardless, he couldn't bring down the walls, and the way back up had been sealed. Hansen was soaked in a highly corrosive liquid. Things were getting dire. The soul armor was plumes of bubbles as it fizzed. It was being corroded at an alarming rate, and it'd soon break. Hansen knew that there was no way out. His only hope was to regain some energy while he was in the substance. The soul armor was breaking down too quickly, though. It was on the precipice of breaking. So, Hansen took a deep breath and returned his soul armor. He used the dregs of his strength to cast Petrify, turning his body into stone. Now, he had nothing left to do. Life or death was now at the whim of destiny. Petrify could turn Hansen to stone, but it wasn't very strong. There was a difference between it and the defensive petrification Geno arts. The liquid was strong enough to melt the soul armor of a marquise. He did not have much hope of Petrify seeing him through the ordeal. He only made the attempt because he couldn't think of anything else. The liquid surrounded his stone body, but surprisingly, his petrified body was not corroded. He slowly began to sink to the bottom. Hansen could only cast the story of genes. It was the sole Geno art he could make use of while using Petrify. Time went by, and the liquid churned around Hansen continuously. He did not know what the monster was doing, and he did not know where he was. But to him, right then, it did not matter. On an island in Return Ruined Sea, there was a collection of the dragon assembled. They looked like humans, but they had dragon horns. They were in the process of conducting a strange ritual. They threw the xenogeneics they had killed into a pool on the island. They mumbled something to the pool, but it wasn't clear what they were saying. "Father, we've gathered such a small amount of food. Will it be enough to satiate the dragon god?" A little boy, with red dragon horns, asked his father. "Maybe." The father had to force a smile. Return Ruined Sea was one of the xenogeneic spaces that belonged to the dragon, but it was not a primary one. The dragon, there was only one part of the greater dragon host. Their blood was not that pure. Return Ruined Sea was like a training ground for the dragon. The impure dragons were often sent there, and only the strongest of them were taken seriously by the dragon. Those who proved their power were taken away to become proper dragons. The dragon on that island had mixed blood. The pure dragon had dragon horns and wings, but the people of that island only had horns. They were making sacrifices to something they called the dragon god. They gave it food because whenever the dragon god came there to eat, it would leave behind dragon scales. They were items of great importance to the dragon. But the dragon god ate a lot, and these dragons were not strong. They could not hunt many xenogeneics, and so they could not offer much of a bounty. They were worried about whether or not the dragon god would even like the food. If the dragon god was not fully satisfied, he would not leave them scales. That was assuming that he'd even eat at all, if the stuff was not to his liking. The dragon were all very worried. The corpses inside the pool had dyed it red, but soon enough, the pool began to produce bubbles. Everyone stared at the water nervously. Boom! The red pool exploded, as a giant beast opened its maw and swallowed up the meat. The dragon kept throwing food into the pool, and the dragon god xenogeneic consumed everything it was given. Its maw was like a bottomless pit. The food that fell into it just disappeared, and the beast had a stomach that seemed infinite. Quickly, they threw the last of the xenogeneic meat they had into the pool. Everyone looked at the dragon god, wondering if they had satisfied it. They did not know if it would leave them dragon scales. The dragon god ate all the food, and when it was done, it roared to the sky. It made the entire island vibrate. The water for dozens of miles around was thrown into wavy turmoil. After it roared, it returned to the water and disappeared. Everyone was shocked, but after a while, their expressions turned to depression. They hadn't given the beast enough food. Thankfully, the dragon god hadn't eaten the assembly, but it also hadn't left them scales. But as the dragon lowered their heads in exhaustion, the sound of thrashing water was heard once more. It sounded as if something was splashing its way out of the water. They quickly raised their heads again, and what they saw made their eyes widen. There was a silky smooth man coming out of the water, clutching a white feather knife. They all stood motionless, unsure what was happening. Something alive had come out of the dragon god. It was like a fairy tale to them. Hansen did not want to remember how he got out of the monster's stomach. After sloshing his way out of the water, he flopped onto the shore, gasping for breath. Then he raised his head and looked around. A dozen people were standing in a huddled group, simply staring. They looked like humans, but they all had dragon horns. There were men and women, young and old. It took Hansen 3 seconds to realize he was naked. So, he quickly summoned his spell armor and pretended nothing had happened. The weather is good today. Are you guys here for a bath, as well? He asked, casually. The first thing Hansen learned was that 2 days had passed. Hansen was curious about the dragon god. It was a xenogenic creature that could travel from the ancient god space to the return ruined sea as it pleased. That was a powerful ability for it to possess. Hansen was glad that he had been able to survive getting swallowed by a creature such as that. He was quite lucky. The dragon were talkative enough, and Hansen soon came to understand their situation. Return Ruined Sea was similar to Planet Eclipse. It was a place inhabited mainly by xenogenics. It was larger than Planet Eclipse, though, and there were many of the dragon there. The dragon weren't able to breed between themselves all that much, and pure dragons were quite rare. So, many of the dragons sought to reproduce with members of other races. It was difficult to determine if any particular set of mixed genes would be a good thing, so the mixes were usually sent to places such as Return Ruined Sea, where they could grow. When they grew strong, they would be taken back to the other places occupied by the dragon. There, they could officially be considered part of the dragon society. There was a family on that island whose blood was neither pure nor strong. The strongest member of the family was the granddad, who had managed to become a marquise. Because Hansen was not a xenogenic, they had no reason to be hostile to him. Killing him would be pointless. Plus, Hansen had come from the dragon god pool. They did not know who he was, and they did not know if he was strong. When they asked Hansen for his name, he did not give his real one. Hansen didn't know how much time had passed while he was in the creature's stomach, and he didn't know if they had heard about Dragon 13's death. The last thing he wanted to do was risk exposing himself, so he gave them the name Sanmu. He was a crystallizer, and the dragon god had delivered him there, somehow. Hansen left out the part about being swallowed, of course. He said his fate was tied to the dragon god, and that he was, for all intents and purposes, a chosen one. He had been getting chased by xenogenics in a distant place, and the dragon god had chosen to save him. The dragon god allowed him to ride on its back until it brought him to Return Ruined Sea. Since he was lying so much already, he went a few miles further. He claimed that the dragon god obeyed him. When the family heard this, they were frozen. They did not know whether or not they should believe him. After all, Hansen appeared right when the dragon god had emerged from the pool. He must have had some connection to the dragon god, since the creature had not eaten him. The family treated Hansen well, and he was able to learn a good deal of information from them. What disappointed Hansen the most, though, was the fact that there were no high-tech items. And the dragon had established a rule there, saying that they had to reach the level of Duke before leaving Return Ruined Sea. There was one other way to leave, however. If they had enough talent, they could go to the planet's dragon headquarters. If they were given approval, they could be allowed to leave, even at a low level. Then they would be transported to one of the dragon homeworlds. The dragon are strange, and so very cruel to their own. Hansen was deep in thought. Since he had no way of contacting Sky Palace or the rebate, he didn't want to go through the right channels and risk exposing himself. He couldn't figure out a way in which he could leave there. Still, Hansen was not very worried. He could still go back to the sanctuaries, and the xenogenics in Return Ruined Sea were better than those that could be found on Planet Eclipse. It was a good place for him to be. I need to find a way to leave. If the dragon find out that I'm here, that could turn out poorly. Hansen sat on the shore, trying to think of a way in which he could leave Return Ruined Sea. He was there for half a month, but still, he could not figure out a way off the planet. Sanmu. Sanmu, as Hansen was thinking, a little red dragon boy came running towards him. Little Rock, what's wrong? Hansen asked the little boy. The little boy was called Long Yen. He was the youngest of the dragon there. Spiky turtles, so many spiky turtles, Long Yan was gasping. What's a spiky turtle? Hansen asked. You will know if you follow. Long Yan tugged at Hansen, directing him to the other side of the island. Long Yan's family was standing next to the shore. They looked out to sea in worry. Hansen followed the direction of their gazes and saw something dark approaching the island. With Hansen's vision being what it was, he could tell that it was a swarm of black sea turtles. They were each the size of a stone mortar, and their numbers were countless. Old Mountain, what are these sea turtles? Hansen asked the oldest person there, whose name was Long Shan. Long Shan's face looked grim. They are the xenogeneics known as spiky turtles. Ordinary turtles of their variety are viscount, but in a group like, there is bound to be earls, marquises, or perhaps even some dukes. They live in the sea, and during mating season, they come to the shorelines. The spiky turtles usually head to the north to mate, so we don't encounter them. This time, however, they did not go to that turtle island. They came here. Will they attack us? Hansen asked. Of course they will. They are so cruel. Especially when they want to breed. Our island is too small. If this many spiky turtles come, we will have nowhere to hide, a dragon lady named Long Shinju said worriedly. Old Mountain, what are you going to do? Hansen asked Long Shan. If these were just ordinary spiky turtles, we could likely deal with them. In fact, such a thing would be good for us. But I fear there are many higher-level spiky turtles in their midst. If we are to escape, the nearest place to get to would be Turtle Island. Perhaps there are more spiky turtles there, though, Long Shan murmured. While they were talking, many spiky turtles were arriving on the shore. They crawled up the sand with their spiky black shells. They looked scary, like a number of moving castles. In the middle of the sea, a green leaf was afloat on the water. It bobbed gently as the ocean swells moved beneath it. A dragon man and woman were riding the leaf like a boat. The man sat comfortably, appreciating the sea. The woman stood on the front of the leaf, holding a paddle. Every time she pulled the paddle through the water, the leaf would move about 100 meters forward. It was going against the tide. 15. I do not know why you are spending more time in Return Ruined Sea. This is a small matter of business that your subordinates can deal with, the female dragon said as she paddled. Dragon 15 casually responded, something strange has happened in Return Ruined Sea. Since we're already here, this might be a worthwhile diversion for us. After that, Dragon 15 looked over to the large host of spiky turtles and said, with its abundance of western gold air, Turtle Island is an ideal breeding spot for the spiky turtles. But this season, none of the turtles are headed there. They are traveling south instead. Something must have occurred. But we could not find anything amiss on Turtle Island, the dragon lady said. Maybe it is not the Turtle Island that has a problem. Perhaps there is something else that is more enticing for them than Turtle Island, Dragon 15 said. 15? What could draw them away? The dragon lady asked. Just go and take a look. Dragon 15 smiled. The dragon lady kept paddling, bringing them towards the turtle swarm. The spiky turtles are headed for an island called Dragon Pool. It is just an island that uses a dragon pool? What's so special about it? Dragon 15 sounded surprised. The island has a deep pool in which a king-class dragon creature resides. Every few years, it emerges to feed. In doing so, it kills many nearby xenogeneics. Some dragon kings came here to look for the creature, but they never found it, the dragon lady said. Dragon 15 saw the island, and with a look of surprise, he said, our people are on Dragon Pool Island. The dragon lady followed his gaze, noticing Long Shan and his family. 15. These are just a small subset of those in Return Ruined Sea. They seem weak. There is no way they can survive the coming of the spiky turtles. Should we help them? There is no rush. Let us observe for now. After all these years, we aren't getting many useful dragons from this planet anymore. Now we have a chance to see how strong they are, Dragon 15 said, his voice unconcerned. Yes, the dragon lady answered. She put down her paddle and let the giant leaf drift. The sea was rough, but it wasn't bad enough to drag them too far off course. Because Long Shan's family wasn't prepared for the arrival of the spiky turtles, fleeing wasn't an option. Long Shan could escape by himself, but his family would never make it. Sadly, because they had no pure blood, they did not possess dragon wings. If Long Yan could fly, they could all easily avoid the spiky turtles. Get ready to fight. Long Lan, protect Little Rock and the others, Long Shan commanded. The spiky turtles found Long Shan, and they made strange squeals as their eyes turned red. Their black spikes glistened, and their legs moved rapidly as they sprinted toward him. An adult dragon roared. He released a draconic presence as he moved to strike one of the spiky turtles. The draconic presence struck the turtle across its back. The blow hadn't killed the turtle, but it had sent a web of cracks across the turtle's shell. Hansen was surprised to see that an Earl Dragon's attack could not kill a Viscount Spiky Turtle outright. Dragon 13 had been the same race as these people, but Long Shan and his family were all considerably weaker than she was. Also, they did not seem to possess evil breaker powers. Their powers were those of an average Earl. Furthermore, the spiky turtles had surprisingly sturdy shells. The Dragon Earl had to punch the shell 3 times to kill the Viscount Spiky Turtle. More spiky turtles came towards Dragon Pool Island. Long Shan and the others fought hard. Hansen used his jade skin to fight alongside them and slay the turtles. Hansen used a strip of leather to wrap up his blood feather knife. The weapon was too famous, and it'd be easily recognized. The sight of it could expose Hansen's true identity. There were too many spiky turtles, though, and killing them proved impossible. In the time it took them to kill a single turtle, 4 more would arrive on the shore. At first, there were only Viscounts spearheading the beach assault. The Earls soon appeared. That increased the pressure on the defenders, and they soon had to fall back to the mountains. When the first Marquis Spiky Turtle appeared, everyone looked utterly terrified. Long Shan had to step forward to fight it. Other than Long Shan, their strongest fighters were all Earls. Given the strength of their attackers, the battle was becoming increasingly dire. Long Yan and the other young dragons were being protected by their mother Long Lan as they retreated back into the mountains. Hansen punched any turtle that came within range. The light of jade skin could break their bodies fairly easily. In his head, announcements played over and over. He was keeping a low profile, though, so he made sure not to kill too many. He only stepped forward to help the dragons when one of them was in danger, and so far, none of them had been seriously injured. Those mixed dragons were far too weak. They could not kill a Marquis Spiky Turtle, not even in a one-on-one. The dragon lady stood atop the leaf and watched. Dragon 15 was watching the fight, too, but he did not focus on Long Shan. He was observing Hansen. How many outsiders are there in Return Ruin Sea? Dragon 15 asked unexpectedly. I do not know. There can be a lot of outsiders, and they often interbreed with the dragon. Hence their heavily mixed blood, the dragon lady answered. Are there any higher races? Dragon 15 asked. There are some of the higher races, such as the Ghana and Feather, the dragon lady said after a moment of thought. Any powerful crystallizers? Dragon 15 asked. The crystallizers have been wiped from history. There aren't many of them left. I have never heard of a powerful one residing here, at least. The dragon lady shook her head. That is interesting. Why has a crystallizer appeared here, of all places? Dragon 15 watched as Hansen continued to fight. Hansen had noticed Dragon 15 and his maid, so he kept his power in check. He didn't behave in a way that would draw particular attention, but Dragon 15 could still see he was worth watching. Hansen's wounds had almost healed by this point, and so he could fight almost like usual. But this place belonged to the dragon, and he couldn't leave it freely. If his identity was exposed, then he could be trapped there. Suddenly, a roar came from the sea. A spiky turtle the size of a tank came lumbering up the shore. The defenders' faces went pale. Long Shan could deal with one Marquise-class turtle, but the family didn't have anyone strong enough to handle a second one. When the Marquise-class turtle came onto the island, it immediately headed for the battle on the mountain. Long Lan looked pale. No one could stop that shiny, Marquise spiky turtle. Hansen frowned. The two dragons were still not going to help. It looked as if they did not care about Long Shan's family at all. Hansen knew that he had already exposed himself, anyway. The dragon man had been staring at Hansen the whole time, so there was no point in attempting to hide any longer. Hansen had been staying with Long Shan's family for 2 weeks, eating their food. He didn't want to just watch them die now. He did not hesitate, he went straight for the Marquise spiky turtle and punched it. Long Lan was currently protecting the kids, and she looked desperate. The adult men were preparing to block the attacker, but a jade light suddenly shone on the spiky turtle. The spiky turtle slowed down. A shadow appeared in front of the turtle, punching it continuously with fists that slammed into the turtle like meteors. That cruel Marquise turtle looked like it was in slow motion. It was even slower than an ordinary turtle. San Mu. Long Lan and the others were delighted. Long Yan shouted in joy. Hansen could not kill the Marquise-class turtle, but he attacked it steadily. He went to the Earl turtles and slowed them down as well. Even the other Marquise turtle, the one that Long Shan was fighting, was slowed by Hansen's punches. For the first time in the fight, Long Shan had the advantage. Long Shan's family was very happy, but they had no time to celebrate. They still needed to focus on the turtles, especially those with the turtle symbol upon them. The dragon lady on the leaf noticed how powerful Hansen was and raised her eyebrows. That crystallizer's xenogenic genes are strange. That is such a powerful speed reduction. It is not just a speed reduction technique, Dragon 15 said quietly. The dragon lady started to respond, but then she saw another green leaf come floating by. On that green leaf stood a person with a human upper body and a snake lower body. It was one of the Ghana. The leaf was moving by itself, and it drifted over in front of Dragon 15. Xios, why are you in Return Ruin Sea? Dragon 15 looked at the Ghana woman strangely. Xios smiled and said, don't you want to see me? Dragon 15 laughed and said, I was just joking. Seeing you is an absolute pleasure, but don't you have business to attend to in Dragon Palace? Xios looked at the fight on Dragon Pool Island, her eyes alighting on Han Senator. She smiled. Dragon Palace is boring, and you are here, 15. I wanted to come and see you, but I did not expect to find something else so interesting. What do you mean? Dragon 15 pretended to be surprised. This island possesses a strange life force. I can't tell what it is exactly, but it has certainly attracted many of the spiky turtles to it. Something fascinating must reside there. Xios paused. She then looked at Hansen and said, and for an elite like him to appear here? That is not a coincidence. Dragon 15 looked shocked, and he said, really? You don't have to pretend you didn't know, Xios said gently. Dragon 15's expression turned serious. If you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have guessed that. I'm here to investigate a strange incident in Return Ruin Sea. I didn't come for this island. Then what are you planning to do? Xios asked, her smile widening. In a hard voice, Dragon 15 said, this is a region owned by the dragon, and I cannot allow things outside of our laws to continue. Xios smiled. It sounded as if he was referring to Hansen, but it was also a warning for her. On Dragon Pool Island, Hansen killed 2 Marquise spiky turtles. Long Shan and the others killed some turtles, too. But the spiky turtles were still coming to Dragon Pool Island. Then, another 2 arrived. Luckily, Hansen was there. If he hadn't been, the entire family would have been eaten by the turtles. Hansen killed another spiky turtle, and then he started to frown. Something was wrong with how the turtles were moving. The turtles did not seem to be going after them specifically. Once they arrived at Dragon Pool Island, it looked like they were going straight for the dragon pool itself. Hansen did not know much about the dragon pool. When he arrived, he was already in the pool. Once he had gotten out of it, he had never bothered returning to it. The turtles seemed quite interested in the dragon pool, however. Many of them were ignoring the fight entirely. Seeing how many spiky turtles were headed for the dragon pool, Hansen thought, even though the dragon god is gone, its presence still remains. Why do these low-level turtles want to go there? As Hansen was thinking about this, a giant wave rose from the sea. A large black body was coming out of the water. It was a huge spiky turtle. Its body was like a castle, and the spikes on its back were like ancient cannons. The mere sight of it was terrifying. Is that a Duke-class spiky turtle? Longshan's family froze. This was far worse than they had expected. We will go to the western beach. Hansen shouted at Longshan and the others. Then, he used his turtle spell to slow down the other Earl turtles. Longshan and the others followed and Hansen to the western beach. With Hansen leading, Longshan's family arrived safely upon the western beach. Many spiky turtles covered the beach, but there were no giant ones among them. Hansen's assumption was correct when they put some distance between themselves and the giant spiky turtle. The creature no longer targeted them. It was now headed straight for the dragon pool. As the Goliath crawled forward, the entire island shook with every step it took. However, much to the horror of Longshan's family, more and more giant spiky turtles were on their way. About a dozen spiky turtles were headed towards the island from various directions. Wave upon wave of Marquise and Earl-class turtles also swarmed up the beaches, and they swiftly overran the island. Hansen guided Longshan's family to avoid every Duke-class turtle they could see, but there were too many. In the end, they came face to face with one. The cannon-like spikes on the turtle were gleaming, and they spewed black smoke into the air. The turtle gave a rumbling grunt, and the spikes shot out a strange black light. It was like a cannon firing at Hansen. Hansen jumped up and punched the giant turtles back. It was too big to avoid the blow. Hansen's attack drew its attention, and the giant turtle's spikes continued to fire at him. Hansen continued to harass the turtle, but his power was insufficient to strike back and break its shell. Instead, he drew the monster away in order to save Longshan's family. But judging from how the situation was unfolding, if more giant turtles showed up, there would be little Hansen could do to help them. More and more waves were crossing the sea as more giant spiky turtles revealed themselves. But the next giant turtle they saw was different. Sitting on its head was another turtle the size of a dinner plate. That spiky turtle was the smallest of all, but it also looked different. Normally, the spikes of a spiky turtle looked like the spikes of a hedgehog. But that plate-sized turtle spikes were diamond-shaped. The entire shell looked like it was made out of a shining black diamond. Wherever it went, all the lesser turtles avoided its path, even the Duke spiky turtles moved away. There is a king-class spiky turtle in Return Ruin Sea? Dragon 15's lady shouted. Dragon 15 and Xios were in shock. They knew there were king-class xenogeneics about, but they did not expect this. It was extremely rare for low-tier xenogeneics to have a king class in their ranks, as it was usually too difficult for them to nurture one. It was like a cat evolving into a tiger. Such an evolution was so difficult that it was practically impossible. The spiky turtles kept heading for the dragon pool. The dragon pool itself was not too big, and it would only take one giant turtle to fill up the entire thing. Even so, many of the giant turtles were now entering, and the water in the pool was not rising. It seemed as if the pool was bottomless. The black diamond turtle screamed, spurring the other turtles to hurry into the pool at an even faster pace. The giant turtle fighting Hansen abandoned the fight and went for the pool. Long Shan lost his opponent, too. The black diamond turtle's scream drove them all into a frenzied rush for the pool. Even if Long Shan crossed the turtle's path again, the beast would ignore him. Are those turtles feeding themselves to the dragon god? Long Yan asked curiously as he watched. The turtles. Long Shan did not speak because he could not answer. They knew the dragon god sometimes appeared in the dragon pool, but they did not know where the creature actually came from. Neither did they know what was at the bottom of the pool. Little boy, can you tell Big Sis about the dragon god you mentioned? Asked a woman with a soft voice. Long Shan looked over, and he saw a pretty woman with an attractive human upper body. The lower body was a snake's tail. The Ghana woman stood next to Long Yan, and she smiled as she stroked his head. Long Shan was a marquise, and yet he hadn't noticed when she arrived. Long Shan started to say something, but he noticed another man and woman who were also standing there. They had horns and dragon wings, meaning they were pure dragons. Long Shan and the others had never met Dragon 15 before, but they recognized pure members of their race. They all bowed quickly. Dragon 15 signaled them to rise. What was the dragon god he just mentioned? Long Shan told them the story of the dragon god. Dragon 15 frowned, then he asked, did the dragon god drop any dragon scales? Sir, we did not offer it enough of a sacrifice this time, so it did not provide us with any. And furthermore, we refined the last ones it gave us. Long Shan spoke with fear in his voice. He was worried that Dragon 15 might pin the blame on him. Dragon 15 frowned. He looked at Long Shan, but he did not say anything. He then looked at Hansen and asked, who are you? And why are you here? I was brought here by the dragon god. Hansen told him the story he had fabricated for Long Shan. Already. Dragon 15 did not believe him, though. He looked at Long Shan, and Long Shan quickly said, Sanmu did emerge from the dragon pool as soon as the dragon god appeared. If you came from the dragon pool, then you must know about it. Please, take us there. Dragon 15 looked at the dragon pool. Almost all of the turtles were inside it by now. The pool was not too large, but it had consumed all those spiky turtles easily. As the last of them passed through, the pool became very quiet. The dragon god brought me here. When I came out, I was up on the surface. I don't actually know anything about the dragon pool itself, Hansen said. Since you are now in Return Ruin Sea, you will have to do as I bid if you wish to leave. Dragon 15 sounded calm, but his words were foreboding. If I take you guys down, will you let me leave this place? Hansen asked Dragon 15. That depends on your performance, Dragon 15 said unhelpfully. Hansen thought about it for a bit before agreeing. Okay. Xios, are you entering the pool? Dragon 15 asked Xios. This is a rare occurrence. If you do not object to my coming, I would indeed like to see more of the pool. Xios looked happy. Dragon 15 did not say anything. He allowed Hansen to lead them down into the pool. When Hansen had lived in the Alliance, he had been good in the water. After spending several months in the Dream Lake, his talents underwater only improved. He had become so proficient that he could swim easily, even if he was tied up. The last of the spiky turtles vanished into the dragon pool, and Hansen was the first to jump in after them. Dragon 15 invited Xiaos to jump into the pool after Han Senator, then Dragon 15's maid, Long Ying, followed Dragon 15 into the water. Han Sen did not show off his abilities, though. He pretended to use a godlight to swim. Dragon 15 and Long Ying were also comfortable in the water, performing just as well in the water as on land. They were dragons, after all. Xiao swam behind them, her snake tail sending her smoothly through the water. Pure dragons are strong, Han Sen thought. Dragon 15 and Xiao's are both marquises, so Dragon 15 will be stronger than Dragon 13 was. That Long Ying is more powerful than either of them, though. She must be a duke. There is no way I could beat them in battle. The pool did not seem large from the outside, but it was like a bowl turned upside down. It got wider towards the bottom. Han Sen could see many spiky turtles swimming beneath them. Down there, even the giant duke-class turtles did not look very big. The pool was deep, and Han Sen could not see very much. He couldn't see what might have been so alluring, so he just followed the turtles down. Dragon 15 and Xiao's were not in a rush, and they simply followed Han Senator. They could talk underwater, so they didn't even need to rely on clumsy hand signals. The deeper they swam, the darker it became. When they were 10,000 meters down, however, a light appeared. It was like the light at the end of the tunnel. Han Sen had never been there before, so he had no idea what the light was. Does this pool lead someplace else? Is it going back to the ancient god space? He wondered. Han Sen swiftly realized that he was incorrect. The light was not an exit. As they went deeper, the blurry light resolved itself into an object. At the bottom of the pool, there was a large palace. Han Sen didn't know what material the palace was made of, but it gleamed with blue light. The radiance lit up the entire underwater world like some fairy tale. But the fairy tale palace had mostly collapsed. It was in disarray, little more than a ruin. The turtles, however, accelerated as they saw it. Han Sen looked around, but he did not catch a glimpse of the dragon god. The thought that it was gone made him feel safer, so he followed the spiky turtles towards the palace. Upon drawing closer to the palace, he realized that the palace was far bigger than he had originally thought. A single pillar was dozens of meters tall. Han Sen looked over the palace, eventually picking out a stone table that was very large. Several human adults could lie flat on the table without covering its surface. It clearly belonged to a civilization that was neither human nor dragon. The bodies of the dragon were quite similar to humans. They would have no reason to produce a relic of that size. What is this palace? Dragon 15 asked Han Sen. Han Sen shook his head, and he pretended to choke on water as he tried to answer. Then, using a godlight to clear the water away from his mouth, he said, I don't know. I told you, the dragon god brought me here. I don't know anything about this place. There is nothing I can do to prove it if you do not believe me. Dragon 15 stopped asking. He had forced Han Sen to swim down with them because he found Han Sen suspicious, not because he really wanted Han Sen to lead them. He couldn't leave Han Sen alone, and he had to keep a watchful eye on him. It was the safest thing to do. Xiao's, looking at the palace, said, 15, the legends say that the return ruined sea belongs to the sea gods from the xenogeneic space. Is that true? Dragon 15 raised an eyebrow. When the dragon took over Return Ruined Sea, we didn't find evidence of any sea gods. I don't know if myths about them are true, for I've never discovered any sea god relics before. You seem to know a lot, though. Can you tell me if the palace is related to the conundrum of the sea gods? Xiao smiled and said, the sea gods are a higher race, according to the legends. They fell a long time ago, however, so no one knows much about them. There are bits and bobs lying around, scattered, in faint remembrance for their past existence. The ruins found prior to this were far smaller and less significant, though. Judging from the architecture, this really does seem similar to the style of the sea gods. I cannot be 100% certain, of course. As they held their discussion, the spiky turtles reached the palace. Their purpose there was clear. They did not travel around the palace in search of something. Like arrows, they went straight past the palace to one ruin in particular. Many spiky turtles stopped at a ruin that looked like a mountain. They floated in the water. When the giant spiky turtle brought the Turtle King there, the Turtle King squealed. The rest of the turtles surrounded the ruin and started to dig through the mound of rubble. The rocks were the same unknown blue material. Whatever they were, they must have been very hard, as not even the duped turtles could break them. They had to just displace them, instead. All the turtles got busy moving the rocks away. Han Sen and the others stopped some distance from the palace and watched the turtles dig through the ruins. They did not make a move. The army of turtles quickly dug through the rubble, and something became visible beneath the collapsed ruin. As more and more of the rocks were moved away, the object became clearer. Beneath the mountain of rubble was a statue of a sea turtle. It was a very strange sea turtle, though. It seemed to be standing on 2 feet, and it was clad in a weird set of armor. A circular helmet rested on the sea turtle's head, and it held a hammer in each of its claws. That statue was 12 meters tall. It was very strange, but it seemed to be made from the same blue rock. The weirdest thing was the biped turtle that it depicted. As Han Sen observed the statue, the rest of the turtles stopped moving. The Turtle King screamed, and the rest of the turtles lay down below it. It looked as if they were kowtowing. The spiky Turtle King floated down from the giant turtle's head and swam over to the sea turtle statue. Are those turtles related to the statue? Are they blood related? Longing asked with surprise. That might be a possibility. Xiao's was looking at the statue and the Turtle King. Longing wished to say something more, but the Turtle King had reached the statue. The plate-sized black body landed atop the helmet of the turtle statue. Han Sen only noticed now that the helmet on the sea turtle statue had a circular, plate-sized slot in the top. The spiky Turtle King's body landed atop the helmet. It withdrew its neck and limbs into its shell and dropped neatly into the slot. It was a perfect fit. The spiky Turtle King's black diamond shell began to shine. Then, the entire statue started to shine with that same black light, too. The blue statue slowly turned black, and the turtles' hammers transformed into black crystals. A life force began to radiate from them. Han Sen and the others were appropriately shocked. They had never seen anything like this before. Boom! The hammer-wielding turtle moved forward. With a single step, it made the floor of the entire pool shake. The power surged through the water around it, sweeping all the turtles backward. Such power! That exceeds even a king. Long Yin was in shock. Dragon 15 shook his head. No, it is not above king class. It is around half deified. Xiao's nodded and said, it is not deified, but it is certainly greater than a basic king class. It is half deified. As the 3 of them spoke, the dual-wielding turtle walked through the ruins. That giant palace was perfectly sized for the turtle. He walked toward the palace, smacking down buildings that happened to be in his way with his hammers. Every swing released a frightening shockwave, crushing the blue rocks scattered about. He pushed all the stone and rubble aside, forming a path for himself. He came to the front gate of the palace, approximately 1 mile away. When he approached the palace and swung a hammer toward it, a dragon-like power suddenly shot out of the palace and collided with the shockwave. The 2 powers crashed against each other, but no explosion was released. The 2 powers tangled together instead, forming a giant underwater tornado. Everything around them was sucked into it. The turtles in the vicinity tried to swim away. Some of the slower spiky turtles were pulled into the tornado. They were crushed by its velocity within a second, and red streams began to circle within the vortex. Pang! The turtle statue swung one of its hammers. The power of its strike broke through the tornado, allowing some of the luckier spiky turtles to get away. Han Sen immediately started swimming away, as that power was too frightening. It was far beyond a level he could be expected to fight. Dragon 15 was of the same mind. Together, they all looked to escape. If they did not leave now, they might not be able to withstand the power that would be released as the fight continued. They could very well die there. A strange door then opened within the palace. Han Sen was in the midst of swimming away, but he still turned to look back. Through that doorway, a giant head appeared. It was the dragon god that had eaten Han Sen. Roar! A dragon roar came from its mouth. The shockwave shot forward with blinding speed, and Han Sen and Dragon 15 were too slow to evade it. The impact left blood trailing past their lips. Now the fight began in earnest. As the two monsters fought, the simple shockwaves were enough to kill Han Sen and Dragon 15. There were more hammer strike sounds, and Han Sen heard two more roars. And then, the world started to tremble again. Han Sen did not have time to look at what might have happened. He swam quickly toward the surface. Longing grabbed Dragon 15 and summoned her powers. Her dragon wings unfurled and then snapped downward with the force of a cannon, firing the two dragons toward the surface. She completely ignored Han Sen and Xiao's. Xiao's flapped her snake tail and used a holy light for a boost, which let her swim faster than any fish. She outran all the spiky turtles, even those that were of dupe class. Han Sen did not slow down either. He focused all his power and skill into swimming, and he was able to keep up with Xiao's. Xiao's was shocked to see Han Sen maintaining pace with her. But now was not the time to watch Han Senator. She had to focus on reaching the surface. Boom! A giant shockwave was approaching. Han Sen moved fast, ducking into the refuge offered by a dupe turtle's shell. And then, that power went right past him. It tore apart all the lesser turtles around. Their shells were ripped open like paper, and their gore dyed the water red. The dupe-class giant turtles were bounced 10 meters forward. Han Sen was knocked into a giant turtle. He quickly grabbed the cannon-like spikes and allowed the turtle to tow him back to the surface. Xiao's was hit, too. But she was strong, and she survived the shockwave. She also reached the surface. When they reached the surface, Dragon 15 quickly gathered Long Shan and the others onto a giant green leaf. Xiao's landed on another green leaf. They were leaving that island with all haste. The turtles wanted to escape, too. Han Sen remained atop a turtle's back, clutching its spike. The dupe-class spiky turtles could run faster than he could. Boom! Before the turtles reached the shoreline, a noise began to rumble from the pool. The water in the pool swelled up like a pillar, rising 100 meters into the sky. And then, an angry beast appeared. It had blue scales, and it possessed the head of a dragon. Its body, however, was like a Kirin's. It was glowing blue. It wasn't like a monster, overall, it was more like a holy beast. Now Han Sen knew what the dragon god really looked like. He did not know what sort of xenogeneic it could be, though. The black crystal turtle followed it out, wielding two black hammers in its hands. The hammers tore apart space itself, and the turtle teleported in front of the dragon god. The dragon god roared. Its blue presence struck the hammer with earthquake force. The power broke the mountains of the island, and Han Sen's spiky turtle was sent rolling. Not long after, Han Sen and the turtle fell into the sea. Han Sen was still clutching the spike firmly. The scary power flew wildly throughout Return Ruined Sea. Even underwater, Han Sen could feel the surges of power. Waves rose to heights of 100 meters, and lots of water was vaporized. The giant spiky turtle was swimming deep into the sea. Han Sen hung onto the creature, using its large body to avoid the scary shockwaves as they went. When he reached an area outside of the effective radius of the shockwaves, he let go of the turtle. He looked over his shoulder and saw many spiky turtles swimming deep into the sea around them. Han Sen was afraid he might have swum too deep. He didn't want to escape from the shockwave, only to become food for the xenogeneics that lurked in the depths of the sea. so he didn't dive any further. While Hansen floated in the sea, he saw a familiar face approach. It was Xiao's. The Ghana. She was different from the Ghana sisters that Hansen knew. Xiao's wasn't one of the Ghana nobility, and she was strong. Hansen frowned, but he did not abandon his place. Going upwards would take him back to where the dual-wielding turtle and the dragon god fought. Waiting here seemed like his best option. "Your name is Sanmu?" Xiao's asked, coming next to Han Sr. "Not bad. Is there something you need?" Hansen watched Xiao's carefully. Xiao smiled. "It is rare to see crystallizers here. It is even rarer to find an earl like you. I have heard Knife Queen has a crystallizer student. He goes by the name of Han Senator, do you know him?" The sudden question caught Hansen off guard, but he kept his expression from changing. "I don't know every other crystallizer out there, but I am familiar with Han Senator. He is our pride and joy, but I'm afraid he does not know me." Xiao sighed and looked at Han Sr. Hansen is indeed someone to be proud of. He killed Dragon 13 and Sharon. That is an extraordinarily rare feat for an earl. Unfortunately, he disappeared in the ancient god space. I would like to see him. Do you know where he might be found? I am afraid I will have to disappoint you, as I am just an ordinary crystallizer. I do not know Hansen personally enough to know where he might be, Hansen said casually. Hansen remained outwardly calm, but his stomach was churning. It looked like the deaths of Dragon 13 and Sharon had become rather well known. That meant if the dragon found out who he really was, they'd be inclined to kill him. When Xiao opened her mouth to say something else, a shadow approached. Dragon 15 and Long Ying were coming. They moved in front of Hansen and Xiao like the dragons they were. Dragon 15 looked at Hansen, and his expression was unreadable. Then, he spoke to Xiao. "Xiao, this place is dangerous. Why don't I let Long Ying take you somewhere safe? A fight like this is a rare sight. Danger is a price worth paying." Xiao smiled. She had no intention of leaving. Instead of responding, Dragon 15 punched Hansen. He gathered a lot of power in that punch, and his fist slipped through the water like a needle. The water resistance didn't even slow it down, and it came right for Hansen. Dragon 15 wanted to kill Hansen before the two monsters were done fighting. Hansen was familiar with this power, though. He wouldn't soon forget the Evil Breaker power of the dragon. When Dragon 15 used Evil Breaker power, Hansen dove deeper into the sea. Dragon 15 was surprised by how swift Hansen was. That crystallizer is very strong in the water. He is no worse than a dragon. He might even be better. Such an evil person. Long Ying, get rid of him. Dragon 15 looked grim. He finally realized that Hansen had only been pretending to be poorly suited to the water. Yes, Long Ying answered. She flapped her wings like a raptor, sending powerful gusts of water behind her as she shot off after Hansen into the deep. See. Hansen saw the speed with which she was approaching, and he knew he would lose if he did not do something soon. He kept swimming down for the moment, though. Long Ying closed on him. Her lance split the water hungrily, thrusting towards Hansen. Hansen moved, evading the Evil Breaker lance. Long Ying hummed, and then her lance underwent a transformation. A dragon appeared on it, and its speed increased. It disappeared, only to reappear and pierce through Hansen's head. Pang! Hansen's body exploded like a water balloon, but there was no blood. A clone of Moon? Long Ying frowned. The clone looked so real, it had even tricked her. That pissed her off. She looked around, and she realized that Hansen was gone. She released her dragon presence to find Hansen, but she could not detect him at all. He was outside the radius of 1,000 meters. Long Ying frowned. Hansen was clinging to the bottom of a blue shark like a barnacle. He used his Dongxian aura to mask his presence, before allowing the shark to take him deep into the sea. Once he reached the bottom, Hansen looked around. There was a lot of coral nearby, growing together like a section of forest. He didn't enter there, though. Instead, he dropped to the sand and started to dig into it. Not long after, Longing reached the bottom of the sea. She looked around and swung her dragon lance. A sharp lance light swept across the coral like a scythe cutting hay. The coral broke, and many of the xenogeneics within were killed. The sea was dyed red. This guy is good at running off. Longing frowned. She looked around, then headed off in a different direction. Hansen did not move an inch beneath the sand, and he had no intention of leaving. A few minutes later, Longing returned. Strange. Where did he go? Longing searched around again, then left the seabed and returned to Dragon 15. Hansen felt relieved. He emerged from the sand and hid himself inside a seashell. The shells were 2 meters tall, and they had been living in the coral. They had died to Longing's lance. After hiding himself on their remains, Hansen summoned Spell in her sniper rifle form. He wanted to see if the long-range scope would work beneath the sea. It worked. Hansen hid inside the shell, but from down there, he could see Dragon 15, Longing, and Xiao's a few thousand meters away. He could not hear what they were saying, but he was pretty good at reading lips. The battle continued to rage upon the surface of the sea. Fortunately, it had little effect on the ocean depths. Suddenly, there was a boom and something massive fell into the sea. Hansen quickly looked towards it through the scope. The xenogeneic dragon god had fallen, kicking up Goliath waves. Even the seabed was affected as the churning water raised swirls of sand and debris. It seemed that the dragon god had lost consciousness. Its body sank, and when Hansen saw its head, he noted that its skull had been cracked. The hammer-wielding turtle had probably plunked it pretty hard. **T. That dual hammer turtle is that strong? Hansen was shocked. The dual hammer turtle quickly dropped into the sea after the dragon god. The hammer came down to strike the dragon god's head again, and what was left of its skull was sundered. The turtle snatched a blue orb out of the monster's remains and swam away. The dragon god's body slowly sank through the water until it came down near Hansen. A while passed, and the dual hammer turtle did not return. Xiao's and Dragon 15 arrived next to the corpse. Xiao's, do you know what this creature is? Dragon 15 asked Xiao's. Xiao's looked at the dragon god's body and said, I'm not sure, but its power should be the equivalent of something half-deified. The dual hammer turtle already took the most important item, but the body of the beast itself should still prove useful. Its blue scales, especially so. If what Longshan said was true, and the scales can speed up one's evolution, then they will be a prized treasure. I was thinking the same thing. It is lucky for the dragon. Longing, quickly prep the body for transport, Dragon 15 said to Longing. Longing nodded and swam closer to the dragon god's body. She tried to pick it up. Hansen watched her work, regretting that there was nothing he could do. He couldn't beat Longing in a fight, so he couldn't interfere. A half-deified's body was a valuable treasure, but he valued his own life more. But when Longing came down next to the dragon god's body and grabbed its tail, her dupe powers were not enough to lift the corpse. Longing's face changed. She spread her dragon wings to emit the shadow of a dragon. Her arms transformed into the scaly limbs of a dragon. She managed to shift the body a little, but she was unable to lift it. 15. The xenogeneics body is too heavy. We need more assistance if we want to move it, Longing told Dragon 15. Dragon 15 frowned, and then he said, in that case, Xiao's and I will watch the body while you go and find help. That evil crystallizer might still be around. How about I stay here and you go for help? Longing did not want to leave Dragon 15 unprotected. It's fine. You go, Dragon 15 said, waving his hands dismissively. He wanted to get this done as soon as possible. Seeing Longing leave, though, Han Sen was delighted. If it was just Dragon 15 and Xiao's, 2 marquises, he might have a chance to nab the spoils. But he still had to consider the weight of the dragon god's body. Not even Longing's duke strength could lift it. Even if Han Sen summoned his destiny's tower, he doubted that he could absorb it and take it away. What can I steal? Han Sen used his scope to examine the body, but he didn't know much about the creature. He couldn't tell if what he was seeing was actually good stuff. Long Shan and the others said that its scales can speed up the evolution process, so the scales have to be decent, at least. But it has too many scales for me to try to grab them all. Before I finished harvesting it, Long Ying would be back with help. And then, I certainly would not be able to run. Xiao's and Dragon 15 are here, as well, and they are annoying enough. Han Sen was hesitating. At this time, Xiao's walked in front of the dragon god's body. Observing the creature's neck, she said, I don't know where this xenogeneic might have come from, but from its appearance, we can determine that it is definitely some sort of dragon. Aside from the dragon orb that the turtle stole, the most important thing for us to take would be the scales. Do you agree? Hearing what Xiao said, Han Sen turned his scope in the direction she was looking. He saw a scale on the dragon god's neck that appeared to be growing upside down. The other scales were light blue, but this one was so dark that it was almost black. It also seemed to be shaped differently than the other scales. The other scales looked like fans, and they were the size of grinding discs. That upside-down scale, however, was only around the size of a plate. It was shaped like a heart. Not bad. This half-deified xenogeneic is one of the dragon. That is the upside-down scale. Dragon 15 walked over to the body and tried to tear off the scale. But when he grabbed the scale by its edges, he was unable to remove it. Dragon God was dead, and its life force was gone. The flesh had certainly weakened. But even so, it seemed that a marquise would have difficulty removing the upside-down scale. Dragon 15 frowned. Power swelled within his body as he spread his wings. He grew 3 feet taller, and his muscles hardened like steel. His scales all turned black. Good grief. This Dragon 15 is a xenogeneic. Are all dragons xenogeneics, I wonder? Han Sen thought to himself. Watching this display, Han Sen thought that Dragon 15 might have been more powerful than Dragon 13. The dragon were born strong, and any pure dragon could become stronger than those of any other race. Their claim of being the bravest was not some bluff. His nails became blades, and Dragon 15 poked them into the flesh beside the scale. He cut around the scale and it popped loose. F***ck. That's it. Han Sen was angry. He aimed spell at Dragon 15 and pulled the trigger. He emerged from the shell and ran towards the dragon god's corpse. Dragon 15 seemed to be ready. He gave a hum, then swung his hand at the bullet fired from spell. The bullet was cut in half, then exploded. As this occurred, Dragon 15 waved his other hand at Han Senator. The talons shook the water into a number of blades that headed towards Han Sen. Pang! Han Sen's body exploded as the blades sliced through it. Another Han Sen rushed Dragon 15 from the side. Dragon 15 flapped his wings, creating a moon-shaped swirl of water. He ran at Han Sen with his cold dragon claws raised to strike Han Sen's heart. Dragon 15 hadn't planned on immediately securing the scale. His primary objective was to kill Han Sen. The evil breaker powers raced toward Han Senator. Even with Han Sen's speed, avoiding those claws would be difficult. Pang! Han Sen's body was cut to ribbons, but it was just another moon clone. Dragon 15 turned to the dragon god's body. Han Sen floated near the corpse as he stuffed the scale into his pocket. Dragon 15 came at Han Sen furiously, but Han Sen swam away with the grace of a fish. He was swimming at a pace much greater than Dragon 15 was capable of. Han Sen put some distance between Dragon 15 and himself, but just as he started to relax, a lance came at him through the water. It was Long Ying. Hansen knew now that he had been tricked. Long Ying had not left, and her departure was only to lure him out. Nice plan. Hansen did not have time to think. The lance light covered a radius of 100 meters beneath that sea, keeping him from escaping. There was nothing Hansen could do, so he pulled out his blood feather knife and used his knife and sword powers. He blocked the lance that was coming for him. Long Ying wanted to prevent Hansen's escape, so she cast many more lance lights. Each of the lance powers was weakened, however. But every time Hansen used his knife to deflect the lance light, the impact bounced him away. His chest felt like it was getting struck by lightning, and the pain was fierce. Hansen wasn't bleeding yet, though. He tried to use those impacts to toss him further away from Long Ying. But Dragon 15 was already behind him, and when his evil breaker claws came for Hansen, they tried to snare him like an ugly net. Hansen's vision suddenly flashed into a view of sequence structures composed of molecules. He kept swinging his blood feather knife, striking back against the claw light. He managed to break it, and then it turned into nothing. Not stopping, Hansen continued his flight into the deeper reaches of the sea. Dragon 15 and Long Ying paused for a moment, stunned that an Earl had been able to break Dragon 15's claw light. Dragon 15 had recognized the blood feather knife, and his face darkened. That is Hansen. Do not let him flee. I won't let him escape again. Long Ying looked cold. She became a dragon's enigenic, and she flapped her dragon wings in pursuit of Hansen. As Hansen fled, he continuously swung his knife to weave knife silks into the water. Long Ying kept coming, though, cutting through the knife silks as she moved. The knife silks were unable to do anything to her Duke's enigenic body. Dong. Long Ying attacked Hansen again. That lance power was stronger than the previous attack. Hansen's blood feather knife almost couldn't withstand it, and his body rocketed down into the seabed. He sank into the crater the impact had formed, and the sand and rocks rose to cover his shape. Escaping won't be that easy. Long Ying spun her lance into a blur, forming a vortex in the water. All the sand and rocks were sucked away from Hansen's hiding place, clearing the water. Hansen had planned to escape under the cover of the sand, but now he was visible, and the vortex slowed down his movements. He couldn't escape quickly. Dragon 15 caught up. Her claw lights flashed at Hansen like a meteor shower. Hansen decided to stop fighting the current and allow the water to jerk him towards Dragon 15. He used his blood feather knife alongside Super Spank. Dragon 15 did not wish to fight Hansen, though. He started to fall back, swinging his claws as he went. The blood feather knife broke every claw into dust, but it took too much time. Long Ying was again in front of Hansen, with an attack prepped. Hansen used his knife with Super Spank powers, and he almost broke the lance's sequence structure. But the lance knocked Hansen away, all the same. Something in his chest tore and blood spilled out of his mouth and nose. Long Ying and Dragon 15 did not let Hansen rest. They kept up a continuous string of attacks. If Dragon 15 had been there alone, Hansen could have fought him off. Long Ying was not a strong duke, but her level was still equal to his enigenic Sharon. Hansen didn't have much of a chance. Hansen used his moon clones to absorb a few attacks, but things were taking a turn for the worse. A lance was eventually able to break his armor and thrust into his shoulder. Hansen's movements slowed as he sustained more and more injuries. Dragon 15's claws were able to land on Hansen, digging in a few bloody trenches into his back. Long Ying's lance flashed furiously. It struck whenever Hansen was distracted by Dragon 15's attacks. Hansen gritted his teeth and suppressed the pain from his wounds. He lifted the blood feather knife to repel Long Ying's lance. Duke powers were scary. After that hit, Hansen was knocked to the bottom of the sea again. Blood came oozing out of him. The sand and debris rose, and Long Ying used her lance to clear the area again. Han Sen's body had formed a deep hole. But when Dragon 15 and Long Ying cleared the hole all the way to the bottom, they were shocked. Han Sen was not there. They searched for Han Sen, but he was gone. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Dragon 15 looked like fury incarnate. Han Sen had just vanished and taken the half-deified upside-down scale with him. Send word. Find Han Sen, even if you have to drain the return ruined sea. Bring him to me, dead or alive. Dragon 15 looked cold. Long Ying was depressed. She couldn't figure out how Han Sen had escaped. Long Ying did not need to leave the water to contact others of their race. She got on her phone and spread the news. Help came to move Dragon God's body, and she ordered other dragons and xenogeneics to search for Han Sen throughout the return ruined sea. Han Sen's body appeared in a house in the Alliance, but he started coughing up blood as soon as he arrived. The powers of an Earl were weak. Unless he used Super God Spirit, he'd be unable to match a Duke. So, he came back to the Alliance. It is lucky I brought the scale back with me. Otherwise, it would have been a grand loss. Han Sen licked his lips as he stroked the blue upside-down scale. Han Sen put away the scale and rested. His wound slowly recovered. He did not plan on returning to the Geno universe for a while, and instead wanted to stay in the Alliance for a bit. The dragon were looking for him, and although Dragon 15 did not know Han Sen would teleport back to the same point he had left, Han Sen still thought it'd be a bit too risky to head back for the time being. If Han Sen did not show up for a long time, and the dragon could not find him in the return ruined sea, it was likely they'd believe he had escaped entirely. When they let their guard down, it'd be much easier for Han Sen to slip back in and get off the planet. The dragon elites couldn't guard the return ruined sea forever, so it was only a matter of time before they left. While Han Sen was in the Alliance, he continued to absorb the deified blood that stained his blood feather knife. It'd be great if he could become a Marquise while gone. It'd greatly increase his odds of making it out of the return ruined sea when he went back. Come here, my baby. Let Daddy hug you. Han Sen picked Han Linger up off her bed and kissed her. Han Linger used her hands to touch Han Sen's face. It seemed as if she didn't like it. You've been gone for so long, little Linger isn't going to remember you, Ji Yanran complained. Then I should stay here more. I won't go back for a while. Han Sen didn't tell her that he had been chased. He didn't want to worry his family. Family life wasn't as good as Han Sen thought it would be, though. Changing nappies, bottle feeding, and guessing Han Linker's thoughts wasn't easy. Babies were monsters no one could communicate with. Although Han Linger was very quiet for a child and did not cry, she still gave him a lot of trouble. It was impossible to know what she wanted. Her resting times were different from his, too. Whenever Han Sen sought rest, her eyes would shoot open and she'd want to play. Now Han Sen knew how difficult it was for Ji Yanran. Guessing what a kid wanted was much harder than predicting the moves of an opponent. No one dared make Han Linger mad either. If she activated her Super God Spirit mode, she could potentially blow up the entire planet. Han Linger loved to sunbathe, and she was curious about the world. Han Sen loved taking his airship out to sightsee with her. She is so young, and she does not like to stay at home. When she grows up, she is going to run away, Han Sen thought to himself. He was not upset by this, however. It was rare for Han Sen to stay in the Alliance for a significant amount of time. He called on his family and Bauer to join him for a vacation. Han Sen wanted to visit a spa on planet Ice, but Linger loved to be out in the sun. So, he had to cancel that. He went to Planet Sea instead, which had many beaches and lots of sun. There were many creatures there, too. Bauer and Linger built sandcastles together, while Han Sen and Ji Yanran lay on deck chairs to enjoy the sea wind. Luolan and Han Yufei went diving. The family was enjoying their vacation when two young boys approached. Behind them was an escort of bodyguards. The two boys looked to be about the same height as Bauer, and they were around the age of 5. One walked with pride, as if he was the boss. The other boy was very quiet. He walked next to the proud boy, looking rather harmless. The two boys went up to Bauer and Linger. The proud boy looked at Bauer and snapped his fingers. The bodyguard then brought out pretty gemstones, high-tech toys, and flowers to present to Bauer. "Pretty lady, come and be my girlfriend, and all these are yours." The proud little boy pointed at a luxurious airship, hovering just above the sea. Bauer and Linger looked at the boy. Then, Bauer blinked and said, "That's all you're offering? Tell me whatever you desire, then." "My name is Ning Bao. I have nothing but money. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I can give you everything you want," the little boy said. "I would like to see fish fly in the sky." Bauer blinked. "What?" The little boy was confused. For some reason, the quiet boy stepped further away. "Like this," Bauer said. Then she grabbed the bad boy and threw him into the sea. The boy did not fall straight into the water. First, he skimmed across it like a smooth stone. The boy started to cry, and then a man went to retrieve him from the water. The bodyguards were in shock, and they all moved to surround Bauer. "You guys can leave now," said a man's voice. The bodyguard stepped aside. A 5-year-old girl having such power was very surprising. Humans had achieved power inside the sanctuaries, but they could not go there before the age of 16. What power was she wielding? To them, Bauer was something of a monster. A quiet man and a pretty woman approached. The man told the woman to take the two boys, and then he approached Han Sen. "Long time no see. Are those your two sons?" Han Sen greeted the man, laughing. Ji Yanran moved to take care of the kids. "The quiet one is my son. The other one is the son of Heaven," Ningyu said. "They look like brothers." Han Sen chuckled, but he was sincere. "They live in the same environment," Ningyu said simply. He then looked at Han Sen and asked, "Is there another world beyond the sanctuaries?" "Yes." Han Sen wasn't going to hide this fact. "What will it take for you to take me there?" Ningyu asked. "Is your life bad now? Do you need something more?" Han Sen asked Ningyu. "This is not the life we should have," Ningyu said. "But you cannot come back. You will not be able to see your family, and you will face death at every turn. Do you still wish to go?" Han Sen asked Ningyu. "I am willing to." Ningyu answered with those 4 words. Han Sen looked at Ningyu, and then he smiled. "Give me some time. I will need to prepare." They stopped talking, and they looked out to the sea together. "Your son and your wife are nice. You won't miss them?" Han Sen asked, after a while of silence. "I didn't get married. I adopted little Sher. He can take care of himself. He will take whatever he needs, and he won't take what he is not supposed to." Ningyu's face remained impassive, but his eyes smiled. Han Sen was surprised. He looked at the quiet boy and the pretty woman in shock. After Han Sen left Planet C, he absorbed more of the deified blood that was on the blood feather knife. He did this every day, and he felt his blood pulse sutra approaching its peak. He kept investigating the upside-down scale, too. He hadn't used it for anything yet. And while it was good for evolving his blood, he'd only make use of it when he needed to. The AI was relaying news to them, and he learned that humans had made progress in their negotiations with the Shura. There had been many such reports over the past few years, but it made Han Sen frown. Han Sen had never dealt with the Shura because of the things he was told by Han Yufei. He would have liked to get rid of the Shura to reunite the worlds of the Alliance, but after talking with Han Yufei, he stopped thinking about it. Han Yufei had asked Han Sen, "Have you heard of the 3 monks?" Han Sen considered the question and asked, "Was that the story about one monk collecting water to drink, a second monk merely raising his head to drink, and a third monk that had nothing to drink?" Han Yufei nodded. Humans might hold the most complicated minds of all the races in existence. It is sort of like how the strong will devour the weak. Humans are certainly the greediest creatures. Han Sen agreed with what he said. He believed everyone was born evil, and that the primary focus of any human was to ensure their own survival by any means necessary. Tigers ate sheep, sheep ate grass. The grass needed the nutrients contained in the soil. You had to take to survive. The same applied to humans, but humans took greed to another level. They didn't just want to survive, they wanted more. So, basically, humans were inherently evil from birth. With the Shura here, humans have had to constantly fight another race. But when the Shura are gone, humans will only end up fighting themselves again. If humans are lucky, we will make it despite ourselves. But if we are unlucky, Han Yufei stopped talking. He touched Han Sen's shoulder. There is nothing absolutely right in this world. Just follow the yearnings of your heart. After that, Han Sen put away his thoughts of destroying the Shura. If he stayed in the alliance, then destroying the Shura would be a good thing. But Han Sen did not have the time to deal with matters of the alliance, so wrecking the Shura civilization would have unintended consequences. In ancient times, a few brothers fought together to create a kingdom. But when they had everything, they started to fight for different shares. Eventually, they all became sworn enemies. So Han Sen did not destroy the Shura. He did ask Zero to go to the Shura and do something, however. The Shura were in a poor state, but things were in balance. The alliance hadn't totally defeated them yet. Han Sen was interested in the graves of the Shura kings, but he had never found the time to check it out. Now, he did. Perhaps there, he might be able to find a lead on Azura. After all, the falsified Sky Sutra and Geno fluid came from those graves. The Shura kings' graves could only be entered by a king on the precipice of their death. However, that condition meant nothing to Han Sen right now. Han Sen took Bauer with him, and they embarked on the Beetle and flew to the Shura planet. Han Sen had researched the Shura grave, but he did not know where the site was located. The graves had been robbed once before, and now the Shura kept the location of its royalty a well-guarded secret. It also seemed as if the gravesites could be moved. They weren't where they had once been found. The only one who knew this information was the Shura queen, Jade Shura. On the planet of the Shura queen was working. Jade Minger worked next to her mother. She was the one who was most likely to succeed the Shura queen. Jade Minger had learned from Jade Shura ever since she was young. Jade Shura had high expectations for her. Right now, the Shura were in dire shape. Luckily, there were still some mysterious powers supporting their race. If not, the Shura wouldn't have been able to defend themselves against humans. Who is this? The Shura queen jumped in surprise when she looked into the left side of the study. A man clad in armor was sitting in one of her chairs. Despite the Shura queen's talent, not even she had noticed when he arrived. Jade Minger reached to press the alarm and draw a knife, preparing to use falsified sky powers on the man. But the Shura queen stopped her. The Shura queen knew that she could only see the armored man because he wanted to be seen. There was no point in screaming for help. If he wanted to kill them, they'd both be dead. The man looked at the two with interest. The Shura queen felt fear. The fright was deep in her bones, and it was difficult to describe. It was like he could click his fingers and kill her if he chose to. Sweat started to bead across her skin. "Who are you, and why are you here?" the Shura queen asked him calmly, forcing control into her voice. Han Sen looked at the Shura queen and Jade Minger. He thought it was strange to see Jade Minger again. Jade Minger looked like Zero. The two looked like twins. Zero was shaped like a human, and Jade Minger was like a Shura copy of Zero. The Shura queen looked like Jade Minger, but she did not look like Zero. "Is she your daughter?" Han Sen asked, pointing at Jade Minger. The Shura queen felt nervous in his presence. She wanted to pull Jade Minger behind her, but she knew that would be pointless. Doing that would only expose her weakness. The Shura queen replied levelly, she is my daughter. You didn't come here just to ask that, did you? Do you have another daughter? Hansen asked her. No, but I have a few sons. I only have one daughter. Shura queen looked placid, but she felt like she was going to have a stroke. The armored man was showing interest in Jademinger, and that made her nervous. There is no secret daughter? And there is no additional one, created by genes? Hansen asked. Only humans use such dirty techniques. We disdain anyone who uses them. Jademinger looked angry. Hansen lifted his hand toward Jademinger. Jademinger's body was instantly bound and lifted toward Hansen. The Shura queen was nervous, but she was the monarch of the Shura. So, she frowned and said, are you just here to cause trouble with a girl? Hansen ignored the Shura queen and examined Jademinger closely. They really did look exactly the same. Their presence, however, felt different. With his Domshian aura, he could tell that she was indeed different from Zero. When Hansen ignored the Shura queen and observed Jademinger carefully, it made the Shura queen even more worried. But she knew that the more she spoke, the more it would seem that she cared for Jademinger. He would be able to identify her greatest weakness. The Shura queen just stood where she was, not hurrying Hansen. She didn't look nervous, and neither did she speak. After a while, when Hansen looked away from Jademinger, the Shura queen quietly said, can you tell us what you came here to say? Hansen did not free Jademinger from his grip just yet. He looked to the Shura queen with admiration. Jade Shura, I will give you 5 days. You should sort out your current business, then meet me on planet Skycloud in 5 days. You can tell me whatever you need to tell me right here and right now. I will do whatever it is you wish, if I am able to. If I cannot do it, then it doesn't matter when we meet, the Shura queen replied. This is an order. This is not a request, Hansen said, giving the Shura queen a flat stare. The Shura will not concede to any human. And that includes you. The Shura queen was very stubborn. Remember the bone dagger, before the Shura pool? Hansen asked quietly. You are, the Shura queen's face was riddled with shock. In 5 days, you will come to planet Skycloud. If you don't, every Shura will be killed, Hansen said, then disappeared. Jademinger disappeared with him. The Shura queen didn't move. She looked strange. Planet Skycloud was a planet that both humans and Shura lived on. It was a lawless place, and risky businessmen frequently traveled there. And with the savage natives of planet Skycloud, that place was known to be very dangerous. People were often murdered on the street in broad daylight, and no one raised a fuss. Hansen held Bauer as they walked along the street. Jademinger did not speak. She looked ice cold. Dad, I'm hungry, Bauer said, looking in the direction of a fancy restaurant. They hadn't yet found anywhere clean to get lunch. Bauer didn't seem fond of eating off dirty plates. Okay. We will eat here. Hansen nodded, turning towards the restaurant. Jademinger did not speak, but followed them inside. The 3 of them walked in, and they saw many of the Shura sitting inside. The sight of 2 humans walking in prompted all heads to turn their way. All the Shura looked at them coldly, without a single patron raising a smile. Jademinger was wearing a hat and a mask. Her face was covered, but there were slots for horns on her hat. It showed that she was of the Shura, but nobody noteworthy. Bauer ignored the gaze of the Shuras and hopped onto a table. She pointed at the menu and said, this, and this. Give me one of each. The middle-aged Shura behind the counter laughed. His face was split by a huge scar that looked a little like a centipede. The middle-aged Shura stepped over to Bauer, chuckling cruelly. Kid, the food here is only sold to those with horns. Those without horns are food. Haha. The Shura across the restaurant laughed. Bauer blinked. She looked at the middle-aged man curiously, and asked, what food might I be? The middle-aged Shura was shocked. He hadn't expected Bauer, who was so young, to be completely unafraid of him. The other Shuras were surprised, too. They gave Bauer odd looks. The middle-aged Shura laughed and looked at Bauer as if she was a fish or some other meat. After a while, he said, "You're so small, and your flesh is so young, it would be best to make raw slices out of you. I would slice your skin off and put it on ice. You'd be served with some soy sauce. That would be nice. You want to do that for us?" After that, the middle-aged man showed her a very evil smile. His face drew close to Bauer as he lifted an ice pick. "Sure. I'd love to see what I taste like." Bauer lifted her pink arms out to the sides. She asked the Shura, "Uncle, which part of me will taste the best?" The middle-aged Shura and the others looked at Bauer with shock. That was the first time they had seen a human child show such bravery. Jade Minger looked at Bauer with shock, too. It was hard to imagine a kid that small having such guts. The middle-aged Shura laughed awkwardly. He patted her on the head and said, "There are the tables. Take a seat. The food you order will be on the house. Little Ling, come and serve our guest and her friends." A Shura woman, with an average face but voluptuous curves, lowered herself and smiled at Bauer. "Little customer, you are the first human we have served in 10 years. The two of you, please sit." The Shura waitress brought Bauer and Hansen over to a table. That place was a little better than average on this planet, but it wasn't adorned with ridiculous decorations. It was clean, but there weren't private rooms for them. A few minutes later, the food Bauer ordered arrived. The middle-aged Shura brought a bottle of alcohol over to Bauer. He laughed. "Little customer, we only have drinks like this. We don't have juice. This is yours." "Dad, can I drink it?" Bauer asked Hansen nicely. "Of course." Hansen shrugged his shoulders. "I will have a big cup." Bauer looked excited. "Sure." The Shura opened the drink and poured Bauer a big cup. He put the bottle down on the table and told Hansen and Jade Minger, "Pour out more if you want." Jade Minger frowned and did not touch it. Hansen picked it up and poured himself a cup. "You guys aren't from planet Sky Cloud?" the middle-aged Shura asked Hansen with rhetorical certainty. "We aren't. We're here on business," Hansen answered. "You guys only serve Shura, huh?" "We serve humans, as well. It depends on the circumstances, but usually no human dares to come in here." The middle-aged Shura laughed, and then went on to say, "The people who work here are retired soldiers. They were strong on the battlefields, and their presence is enough to scare away humans. Most who walk in through those doors end up ***ing themselves. This is the first time I've ever seen a guest like her." "You hate humans?" Hansen asked. "The Shura don't really hate humans, but this place isn't a battlefield. Besides, with this little customer, you guys are free to eat here," the Shura replied carelessly. "Boss, Galit is here again." The female waitress shouted at the middle-aged Shura man. His face turned cold, and he quickly moved to the door. Before he reached the door, it was kicked open. A bunch of Shuras, all wearing uniforms, came marching inside. "Galit, what are you doing here?" the middle-aged Shura said to a Shura dressed like an officer of some sort. "Collecting taxes. You should pay up now." The officer looked like he was full of himself. "I'm not paying you ***T. This is planet Sky Cloud. This isn't a Shura planet," the middle-aged Shura shouted at him. The Shura that were eating there all laughed. The people of planet Sky Cloud did not care for military sorts. "Really?" The officer laughed. He kicked the middle-aged Shura in the stomach. The man was sent flying and came crashing down behind the bar. Bottles fell off the wall and rained down onto his head. The people in the restaurant stood to flee, but the soldiers near the officer drew their guns. They aimed them at the people to suppress the scene. "Stop. This is none of your business." Go back to work, the middle-aged Shura yelled at his employees. He stood up from behind the bar and then walked up to the officer. He coldly told him, "Gawlet, you may kill me if you have the balls to. I won't just kill you. You killed a member of my family, so I'm going to kill you slowly, as I will the rest of your employees." Gawlet laughed, and the laugh made all the onlookers feel a chill. "It has nothing to do with them. Come at me," the middle-aged Shura growled. "They should die because they are with you. Wood, I will make you regret ever killing my brother." "You should never have thought about touching royalty," Gawlet hissed, while staring at him. "Regret? I'd do it all over again if I could. I have no problem killing a traitor that betrayed his own men," Wood said flatly. "Then you should die with him." Gawlet looked murderous. "Huh. Kid, who are you bluffing? We almost died out there on the battlefields already. We aren't afraid. Come and kill us." The waitress laughed humorlessly before taking a bottle and throwing it at them. Pang! Gawlet smacked the bottle away and fired at her. Wood was fast, though. He hit Gawlet's arm, making his shot go wide. Then, he punched the enemy's nose. F***CKU. The waitress ran forward, as did all her workmates. They worked with synergy, dodging the guns as they got close enough to fight hand-to-hand. The people on planet Sky Cloud were all brave, and the patrons of the restaurant watched rather than fleeing. The soldiers were unable to defeat the veterans, though. They were all beaten down quickly. Wood rode Gawlet to the ground, punching his face repeatedly. He was bleeding. Some soldiers were knocked into the dining area every now and again, and whenever that occurred, customers would kick them away from their tables and back at the workers. It made them laugh. "You Shura are interesting," Hansen said, while looking at Jade Minger. Jade Minger knew that fights often broke out between those of different ranks, but seeing such things firsthand made her angry. And furthermore, it was all being witnessed by a human. That made her feel sick. Pang! Someone stepped up next to Wood, who was still pummeling Gawlet. Before Wood knew what had happened, he was airborne again. The scene went quiet as a gold-horned Shura man stood over Gawlet. "Uncle Seven. These people are guilty of treason. Kill them all." Gawlet got up and pointed at Wood with one hand, while his other nursed his bloodied nose. "Shut up," the gold-horned Shura snapped at Gawlet. He looked at Wood and coldly said, "Do you know the crime that is titled offending a royal? I don't F***king care. We rent this place ourselves, here on planet Sky Cloud. Who the F***ck cares about your bullsh**t royalty?" The waitress picked up Wood as she shouted at the gold-horned Shura. "You are Shura. That means you adhere to the laws of the Shura no matter where you go. You have now broken these laws, and because of that you will die," the gold-horned Shura said calmly. F***ck your laws, the waitress shouted. "I am sorry, but you have to die." The gold-horned Shura moved, appearing right in front of the pair before Wood could look up. He was so much stronger, and they were unable to react. They looked very angry, but very hopeless, too. The gold-horned Shura's fist was just about to come down on Wood, but all of a sudden, it stopped. A fat hand appeared in front of the gold-horned Shura's fist. The fist stopped moving. The gold-horned Shura and Wood felt their eyes widen. The little girl had stopped the powerful punch with one hand. "Hey boss, this is how I am covering the bill for our lunch." Bauer gave them an innocent smile. She grabbed the gold-horned Shura's fist, and as if he was a mere toy, she tossed him aside. Pang! 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 The gold-horned Shura's body was raised in the air and slammed into the ground repeatedly, so fast that he turned into a blur. His body seemed to be warping under the force. Wood and the others stared with slack jaws. Their eyes followed suit, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. All the Shura were frozen. A human child, who was 6 years old at the most, could throw around a third-rank gold-horned Shura fighter as if he was nothing more than a toy. In their eyes, Bauer was no longer a kid. She was a monster. Humans are that strong? All the Shura were in shock. If a child had achieved such strength, they couldn't imagine how strong the adults must have been. Galit wanted to turn around and run, but Bauer threw the gold-horned Shura at him like a bowling ball. The two slammed into each other and tumbled across the floor in a spray of blood. They lay in a pile, half dead. They couldn't get up, and they moaned. The other soldiers scrambled out of the restaurant, screaming all the way. It was too horrifying for them. If you want revenge, take it now. They can't fight back, Bauer said to Wood. But Wood and the others only looked at Bauer strangely, and they didn't do anything else. Bauer then returned to Han Senator. She took his hand before speaking to Wood again. Don't worry. If you guys want to, you can go to the Alliance. Just tell them my father's name, and no one will touch you there. Wood and the others immediately understood that Bauer and Hansen were special. Wood gritted his teeth and picked up a gun. He shot Galit and the gold-horned Shura in the head. Wood handed the gun to a friend, then said to Bauer, I will remember this favor, and I will repay the debt, if there is ever an opportunity to do so. We will not go to the human place, though. And you should go now. You killed King Samo's people. The king owns this planet, so you should run. You guys aren't leaving? There is no need to worry. My dad is here, and you can live in the Alliance. Bauer blinked at Wood and the others. Wood shook his head. I believe you guys are earnest, but we are Shura. We will never betray our own race. We will not defect and align with the enemy, so you guys should run. What a nice soldier. Hansen sighed. A similar thing could happen to humans, so there was nothing there that made them inherently better than the Shura. You guys have houses here? We are here on business for a few days. Can we live here for a while? Hansen smiled at Wood. Did you not hear what the boss just told you? Planet Sky Cloud is different, as King Samo controls it. You will be killed if you do not go, the waitress said. Wood waved his hand, telling her to stop talking. He asked Hansen, you really want to live here? Yeah, for no more than 4 days. Is such an accommodation available to us? Hansen smiled. Belle, take them someplace where they can rest, Wood said, while looking at Hansen. Belle obviously wanted to say something else, but she didn't. She obeyed Wood's command and took them to their new room. Boss, why are you keeping them? You just killed King Samo's son. Keeping them here will only get us killed, Belle said to Wood when she returned. Wood shook his head. Couldn't you tell they weren't your average humans? It doesn't matter how strong they are, they cannot defeat King Samo and the other elites. Even if they were famous, what's the point? They are humans, Belle said. I don't know. Let us wait and see, Wood said. Wait. Are we not leaving either? Belle and the others stared at him with wide eyes. It is like you said. Planet Sky Cloud is controlled by King Samo. We don't have the money or the connections, so where can we possibly go? Wood continued. Maybe staying here is how we survive. You mean, those two humans? Belle wanted to say something, but there were noises coming from the hall. Many people were coming through. Their faces paled, and before they could react, many guns were pointed at them. They were then led out to the lobby. Wood saw King Samo, clad in his Shura armor. If things hadn't worked out the way they did, they might never have seen the king up close. Pang! The Shura soldiers stepped back behind the king. King Samo's face looked grim and his voice was grating. I don't care who you are, but you will die. My son's death will not be for nothing. King Samo, you had a good son, a voice said from deeper within the building. When King Samo heard that voice, his face changed. His eyes opened wide, and he asked in shock, Who are you? I know who I am, but you have forgotten who you are. Killing your own kind. Humiliating wartime veterans. Ignoring the laws of the Shura. Do you really think the Shura are simple property that you can own and control? Said the hard voice. King Samo's legs were quivering and his voice was shaky, but he still had the guts to ask, "Who are you?" "Come in and see who I am," the cold voice responded. "Don't play tricks." "Come out now," King Samo said. "As you wish." A woman with white clothes, a white hat, and a white mask emerged from the back of the establishment. When King Samo saw Jade Minger, he was so shocked that he fell to the ground. He was the king of the planet, but he wasn't actually Shura royalty. He was only a distant relative of the Jade family. Seeing Jade Minger, who could one day be the queen, he was rightfully fearful. Would thought he must have been dreaming. King Samo was now begging before the woman, like a grandson meeting a granddad. The woman scolded King Samo, and Samo did not say a word against her. When she released him, he was overflowing with gratitude. He appreciated the mercy, and he no longer cared about his son's death. The most shocking for Wood and the others was that the woman had been pouring drinks for the father and daughter. She was being treated like a maid, and it made them feel as if they were in a dream. "Who are Bauer and that man?" Belle asked Wood when they went to rest. The whole day had been too strange. "Don't talk, and don't ask. Keep them a secret forever." "We shouldn't have come to know this," Wood told them, with a sense of importance. Wood wanted to know who the father and daughter were, but he knew that the more he knew, the more danger he'd be in. Hansen stayed in that restaurant for 4 days. When the 4th day passed, a Shura woman with a black mask arrived.